Chapter 503. But since there is no God in the world, what does Ru Xian mean by letting him read these things? Li Qingshan is not surprised that Ru Xian can guess his identity as the North Moon. He is not Superman. As long as he changes into a tight suit of S size and puts on a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he can keep the female reporter in the dark forever. Either the female reporter is a moron, or she doesn't take him, a loser, in her eyes at all. The taste of Superman who likes her is really not good. Li Qingshan personally believed his taste was much better. Ru Xian's intelligence and wisdom were rare in the world too. Surely she could not have specially drawn him here in such a serious manner and found such a great pile of books for him to read just to tell him that, "Hey, I know who you are. It's great to become the water god, but it's a pity that you were born too late. You can see it but you can't eat it, he he he." Wait. Li Qingshan's face suddenly becomes a little strange because in his mind, he imagines that Ru Xian will say these words proudly, thinking that she can really do such a thing. He coughs twice, dispels this kind of nonsense, calms down and continues to read. At dusk, the sun turns orange, casting his long shadow on the floor. Li Qingshan finally sees the last book, and the desire in his heart becomes stronger. If he can refine a body of water and make it the underwater mansion, the speed of cultivation will be improved a lot. And with the geographical advantage, even if the Jindan realm invades, he can deal with it calmly, turning passivity into initiative. Hey, Ru Xian, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? It is late. Li Qingshan comes to Benevolence Island and finds Ru Xian in the alchemy room to denounce her. His face is full of disappointment and anger. "Ah, you finally find out. You are so smart," Ru Xian says with a smile. She looks like her plot has succeeded, but she is a little disappointed in her heart. "You already know." Li Qingshan was enraged, but then he calmed down and smiled. "Know what?" Ru Xian said in exasperation. "I am, idiot," Ru Xian interrupted. "I'm going to take little Anne to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga." Li Qingshan did not become angry. Instead he sighed gently. "Why?" Ru Xian looked at the pill furnace in front of her and asked casually. His heart trembled slightly. "Actually, I wanted to tell you that this is the best choice for little N. And I offended my boss. I can't really stay in the Clear River Prefecture any longer." "You finished reading all the books I gave you." Others might not understand which boss Li Qingshan had offended, but Ru Xian knew very well. She felt inexplicably anxious. "I read a small part of it, but it didn't seem to be of any use. I guessed you were messing with me. Sigh, if only that was possible. It should be enough to fend off my boss." "Idiot." He was clearly only one step away. "Forget it. I won't get angry with you today. Actually, before I leave there are some things I want to tell you." Li Qingshan's gaze suddenly became tender. Ru Xian's gaze made contact with his. Then she looked away again. "Where are the books?" She would not say anything to make him stay, but at the very least she had to make him completely understand his current situation. "This idiot. You're still hiding them. That's good. Wait here for me. I'll be right back." Ru Xian specially told Sun Fubai that if Li Qingshan could not finish reading the books, he was to stow them away and not let anyone else touch them. "Ah, who's the one being fooled now?" Li Qingshan suddenly laughed aloud and raised his right hand. An hour ago, when the last book was flipped to the first page, he saw a thin piece of something mixed in the title page. It was completely transparent, like ice or water. It twisted and turned like a dragon, forming a simple and magnificent rune. At first glance, Li Qingshan knew it was not an ordinary item. However, it did not emit any spiritual energy and was extremely thin. If he had not flipped to this page, he would not have discovered its mystery. Could this be? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He looked around to make sure there was no one around and then injected a trace of spiritual energy into the ice rune. The ice rune suddenly moved. It was like a surging river or a coiling dragon. Under the light of the setting sun, it looked like a living creature. Indeed, it was not bad. Li Qingshan picked up a book he had just read and turned to a page. There was a sentence on it. "The mountain god seal is like gold and iron. The water god seal is like ice jade. They are both shaped like dragons." Combining so many books, Li Qingshan gradually had a general blueprint in his mind. With the establishment of the 9 provinces, no one could condense a god seal from the mountains and rivers anymore. Afterwards, there would be no gods in the world. However, this was not absolute. There were so many mountains and rivers in the world. There would always be remnant god seals left behind. Because they came from the same source as the cauldrons of the 9 provinces, they could not be suppressed. However, the 9 cauldrons could not suppress them, but they could sense these actions of stealing from the internet. If they were caught, they would definitely suffer the iron fist of the Great Xia Empire's dictatorship. However, another question arose. Was the God Seal not necessarily condensed in the Clear River Prefecture? Could it be used here? This question could not be answered. He had read so many books, but he had only gained a general understanding of the history and rise and fall of gods. It was impossible for him to go into detail about the use of God Seals. And using God Seals in this day and age was clearly an act of rebellion. Even if a book like that existed, it would not be placed in the collection. Looks like the answer is here. Li Qingshan looked at the last book with the water god seal. At first glance, it did not seem any different, but it seemed like it had been soaked in water. The paper was slightly different too. From the patterns on the title page, he could tell that the book did not originate from this collection. Instead, it came from Ru Xian's own collection. Li Qingshan calmed himself down and read through the pages one by one. He discovered that calling it a book was not particularly accurate. More accurately, it was a notebook. This was the notebook of a Hawkwolf guard who had carried out missions in the Mist Province. It recorded that a few demons and monsters in the Mist Province used the remnant god seals to refine barren lands and rivers everywhere, ruling themselves over. They were extremely difficult to eliminate. Sure enough, according to the information recorded in the notebook, the god seals were only divided into mountains and rivers, but they were not limited to regions. As long as he dispersed the spiritual chi of mountains and rivers condensed within, he could still use it elsewhere. The Hawkwolf guard had grumbled about this quite a lot. Li Qingshan beamed inside. The notebook should have been very old. By now, the Mist Province had already fallen into chaos. The Hawkwolf guard had withdrawn their forces to the level of a commandery, so it was no longer clear who was destroying who. In other words, a Hawkwolf guard on the level of the Clear River Prefecture no longer existed in the Mist Province. This made sense. After several years of war. Now, the Clear River Prefecture had already withdrawn the Hawkwolf Guard on the lowest level, withdrawing all of its forces. If the war escalated again and demon commanders like Helicoverpa Rosa ran amok, withdrawing the Hawkwolf Guard in the Clear River Prefecture would only make sense. After reading the last page of the notebook, Li Qingshan gained some guesses about the origins of the God Seal. There were many God Seals in the Mist Province, but not all of them had been left behind before the founding emperor established the 9 provinces. There were territories beyond the 9 provinces. They could completely avoid the suppression of the cauldrons of the 9 provinces and condense a god seal outside before bringing it back to the 9 provinces. However, this was extremely difficult to achieve. Condensing a god seal took up an extremely great amount of time and effort. It was recorded in the form of a few decades at a time. If it was just for sale, it would not be worth it. The Hawkwolf Guard suspected this to be related to the merfolk of the South Sea, as merfolk were born with the ability to control water. Condensing a water god seal was relatively easy, and they had long lifespans too. As it seemed, the Hawkwolf Guard's guess was probably correct. Ru Xian happened to possess the bloodline of merfolk. Li Qingshan could be regarded as a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, but he had never heard of something like this. It was probably because the Green Province was right next to the Dragon Province, so no demons were bold enough to act recklessly. Probably even the Dragon King of the Sea would not allow it. However, now that the Treaty of Kings was about to collapse, where blood flowed like rivers, something like this was nothing. They had even committed murder and arson, so why would they be afraid of stealing some water and electricity? What a great gift. If it were not for the fact that he was in the treasury, Li Qingshan basically wanted to laugh aloud. If Ru Xian were standing before him, perhaps he would hug her and kiss her a few times. Compared to the value of the divine seal, the 10,000 spiritual stones were not even worth mentioning. Even in the Mist Province, a god seal like that would fetch an astronomical price. It would probably be even rarer in the Green Province. If it were up to Li Qingshan to buy it, he would even be willing to pay 100,000 or 1,000,000 spiritual stones. After all, was there anything more important than speeding up his cultivation and ensuring his safety as a cultivator? In retrospect, Li Qingshan realized that Ru Xian's teasing was actually more like a test. If he did not have the patience to listen to her, or if he was stingy with the spiritual stones and refused to give it to her. If he could not even listen to the first story, there obviously would not be a second story. If he ignored her efforts and refused to read through all the books one by one, he would miss out on this priceless god seal. It was right here. It just depended on whether he had the patience or not. Would it be the same if he wanted to obtain her heart? Li Qingshan stowed the books and god seal away. After informing Sun Fubai, he directly made his way to Benevolence Island. Ru Xian stared at the god seal in Li Qingshan's hand. She had no idea whether she should be angry or happy. If he had not read through all the books one by one, why would he only come now? Normally, she wouldn't have fallen for such a trick, but his words of farewell had disturbed her state of mind. Looks like even if I don't pass the test, there's still a prize. Miss Ruxn sure is soft-hearted. At this moment, Li Qingshan did not possess any of the aggressiveness or malice of a demon at all. He was like a child who had stolen a candy, complacent. Since you've obtained it, then hurry up and piss off. Don't disturb me from refining pills. Ruxn waved her hand impatiently, like she was chasing away a fly. However, a smear of redness spread from her cheeks to her slender neck. Thank you. Li Qingshan embraced her firmly from behind and said extremely seriously. The fragrance of medicine lingered in his arms, and her body was soft. I won't leave the Clear River Prefecture so easily. Even if I leave, I'll return sooner or later. There are far too many ties here. Before Ruxn could respond, Li Qingshan had already let go of her and made his way out. What a shame. Ruxn was taken aback for a while before saying in disdain. At this time, on Benevolence Island, there was another person who received her prize after going through many trials. P.S. Congratulations to the new sect master of Follow Your Fate for a lifetime. Your dream talker salutes you. I'm extremely grateful. I will definitely continue to work hard and live up to this congratulations. At the last moment of the month, I'll ask for a monthly vote again. Chapter 504. No one came to visit Chu Tian, whether it was his seniors and juniors from the school of Confucianism or the women he had slept with in the past. If Chu Tian had been an amiable person, he would not have ended up in such a state even if his cultivation had regressed drastically. At the very least, he would have been able to maintain his dignity. However, his personality had never been well liked. They were usually polite to him only because of his talent. There was probably deep jealousy in this as well. It was unavoidable for them to think things like, even an idiot like him can cultivate so quickly, so why can't I? The heavens are so unfair. As a result, when they learned that he had suffered from chi deviation, they all secretly rejoiced. Even you have a day like this. Who would still be willing to waste time on a cripple? There was only one person who cared for him relentlessly, and that was Chen Rongji. However, seeing how caring for him was useless, a sliver of pity suddenly appeared in her eyes. Little Tian, even if you really can't cultivate anymore, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Chu Tian was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He said excitedly, I can still cultivate. Those people who look down on me will definitely regret it. However, Chen Rongji's pity deepened. He suddenly fell silent for a while before saying, Rongji, I want to tell you a secret. I've never told anyone about this secret. What is it? Chen Rongji was confused. Watch closely. Chu Tian extended his right hand, and a dark green vine grew from his palm bit by bit. It was only a small vine, but it gave off a simple yet vigorous feeling. Chen Rongji experienced a strange feeling. Although the vine grew from Chu Tian's palm, it led to another world. Little Tian, is this an arcane treasure? This had exceeded her expectations slightly. Previously, she had plenty of opportunities to capture Chu Tian alive and then torture him for a confession. It was all because she had no idea what this trump card of Chu Tian's was and how powerful it was. She did not want to go for wool and come home shorn. As a result, she had endured it all for this moment. No, this is a heaven-climbing vine. This is a climbing vine, its seed when I was born. Bury it in my soul. As long as I have it, I will definitely be able to restore my cultivation. That's fantastic. Done. Chen Rongji's eyes sparkled as she thought to herself, thank you, little Anne. It was already late at night. Chu Tian lay motionless on the sickbed. His eyes were round, staring straight up. A gorgeous little snake slithered out of his face and climbed up his fair arm. Chen Rongji opened her palm, and the little snake spat out a seed, which fell into her palm like a drop of water. It melted in the blink of an eye. She patted the little snake's head. If it wasn't for you, it would have been really troublesome to extract the seed of the sky-climbing vine. Chu Tian wasn't a very smart person. Since he had exposed his biggest secret, he couldn't help but sigh. Chen Rongji soon learned everything about this sky-climbing vine. He finally understood the secret behind Chu Tian's cultivation speed. Chen Rongji opened her palm, and the sky-climbing vine slowly grew. Its dark green roots were so slender and weak, but they clearly broke through the invisible barrier of space. They arrived in another world. Immediately, a wave of extremely pure spiritual energy flowed into her body through the vines. Even the 100 schools of thought, which had been operating for thousands of years, could not compare to the density of spiritual energy here. Perhaps because the sky-climbing vine was still very young, the amount of spiritual energy here was not much. It was not even as much as the spiritual energy extracted from a spirit stone. However, this was not just a difference in quantity but a difference in quality. As the spiritual energy flowed around her body, it melted into her. It was as if she had returned to the night when she exterminated the Qin family. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. You actually spent so many years to build your foundation with such a magical item in your hands. You really are a pig. Chen Rongji glanced at Chu Tian, who was lying on the bed, disdainfully. Even if he was a mortal without any talent, as long as he continuously used the sky-climbing vine to temper his body, his cultivation speed would not be slow. This sky-climbing vine had been with him since he was born, but it was still so weak now. It was obvious that Chu Tian only knew how to use it to extract spiritual energy, and did not properly nurture it. To a certain extent, the sky-climbing vine and the gorgeous little snake were very similar. If the gorgeous little snake was a curse from hell, then this sky-climbing vine was a blessing from heaven. This was also where the fated opportunity lay. If it was anyone else here, they would not be able to extract the sky-climbing vine from Chu Tian's body so easily. This sky-climbing vine was also in between reality and illusion. Originally, apart from Chu Tian, no one else could even touch it. They could only sense its existence. At most, they could threaten Chu Tian to use the sky-climbing vine to extract spiritual energy. But this was not very meaningful. If they were not careful, they could even be plotted against. The sky-climbing vine was not only used for cultivation, it could also ignore all defenses and directly enter the enemy's body to extract spiritual energy and even life force. In the past, Chu Tian dared to challenge Li Qingshan as a chi practitioner because of this. If Chu Tian was forced into a corner, he could even destroy the sky-climbing vine. The little snake slithered along Chen Rongji's arm and coiled around the sky-climbing vine, hissing and sticking out its tongue. One was bright, the other was elegant. One was lively, the other was calm. They were polar opposites, yet they complemented each other beautifully. Thank you, little Tian. Chen Rongji put away the snake in the vine, caressing Chu Tian's cheek. The more sincere the smile on her face, the stronger the murderous intent in her heart. She had many tricks up her sleeve. Although he could no longer be a threat to her, it was safest for him to be dead, wasn't it? She was about to make her move. Knock, knock, knock. A few knocks on the door. Chen Rongji's snake-like eyes turned slightly. Senior Sister Ruexa, I was just about to look for you. Little Tian has gone berserk again. When the door opened, Chen Rongji's face was filled with anxiety and worry, with tears at the corner of her eyes. Really? Did he hear your good news again? Ruexa crossed her arms, a playful look on her face. I shouldn't have told him. I shouldn't have told him. Chen Rongji muttered to herself, clenching her fists, her face filled with self-blame. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. It's already so late, it's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. I'm not afraid, I want to take care of him. I think you've already taken care of him, don't take care of him to death, you'll break the rules here. Ruexa chuckled. This, all right. Chen Rongji's heart trembled. She lowered her head, feeling a terrifying aura from Ruexa. She clenched her fists even tighter, then looked back at Chu Tian, who was lying on the sickbed. Having lost the sky-climbing vine, he seemed to have turned into a vegetable, motionless with his eyes wide open, specks of dust falling on them. In fact, his situation was much worse than a vegetable. It was said that a vegetable still had a certain degree of consciousness, but after going through the torture of Hell's snake, his consciousness had completely collapsed, leaving him with only a breath left. No matter how powerful Ruexayan's medical skills were, she could no longer cure him. Thinking of this, Chen Rongji moved aside, brushing past Ruexan. The door of the ward closed again, separating the two of them. Is this the end of insanity and madness? Ruexan shook her head gently and muttered to herself. Behind her, a vicious, terrifying figure that seemed inhuman yet inhuman flashed. Chen Rongji loosened her fists, and the sky-climbing vine and Hell's snake both retracted into her body. She made her way to the end of the corridor without turning back. From that moment onwards, the curse and blessing would exist together. No one knew where she would go. After Li Qingshan left Ruexayan's place, the sermon on Ansrava Island did not end. The Annihilum Lightchan master wanted to pass on a few more things to his disciple before he left so that he could close the distance between them. Little Anne, on the other hand, stopped worrying after learning about Li Qingshan's safety. He devoted himself to discussing with the Annihilum Lightchan master so that he could increase his comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. The Annihilum Lightchan master could not help but become even more delighted. As it turned out, this disciple of his had not unleashed his full power yet, which made him even more cautious. Right when Li Qingshan wanted to return to Cloud Wisp Island first and slowly consider how he should use the Water God seal, Wang Pushi sent another message, telling him that he was waiting for him in the Clear River Prefecture. When Li Qingshan transformed into the North Moon, he had already ignored many messages. He could not just turn down the request, so he could only go. Arriving in the Clear River Prefecture just now, he discovered that Wang Pushi was not the only one waiting for him. In the large hall, Wang Pushi and Hua Sengzan sat in the seats of honor. On the wall behind them was a hawk forged from copper, spreading its wings and staring at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. It made him think of Gu Yenying. Almost 100 Hawkwolf guards stood to the left and right according to their duties and cultivation, their hands behind their backs. This was basically all the Hawkwolf guards that remained in the entire Clear River Prefecture. Old Wang, don't tell me you've sent a punitive expedition to punish me with such a great array of people? Li Qingshan asked with a smile as the door slammed shut behind him. Li Qingshan, you fled in the face of danger and hid in your dwelling to cultivate. What do you think your punishment is? Wang Pushi asked right away. I was at a critical juncture in my cultivation. I only broke through after so much difficulty, so how can you call that fleeing in the face of danger? Not to mention, it's not like I knew you'd be in such great danger. Li Qingshan shrugged and shot a glance at Hua Sengzan. He said secretly, what the hell is old Wang doing? Even if he did not receive a reply a few times, there was no need for him to fly into such a great rage, right? You'll know in a moment. Hua Sengzan studied Li Qingshan. He could clearly sense the change in his bearing, so he knew he was telling the truth. Who knew how difficult it was for cultivators to break through? None of them were like him, breaking through in secluded cultivation every few days. You still dare to argue? Hell of ice. Wang Pushi suddenly stood up and the temperature in the room plummeted. Apart from Hua Sengzan, all the Hawkwolf guards could not help but shiver, but they were only affected. As for Wang Pushi's true target, Li Qingshan, he became covered in frost in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan felt a bone-chilling coldness, freezing his flesh and bones. He was completely immobilized. The coldness even penetrated his sea of qi, trying to freeze his sea of qi as well. It was accompanied by indescribable pain. The hell of ice was similar to the hell of venomous snakes. They were both minor hells. However, compared to the pain from Chen Rongji's actual hell snake, it paled in comparison. He was slightly annoyed inside. They're attacking over the slightest disagreement. Don't tell me they've discovered my demon form? No, that can't be. If that's the case, isn't this a little too minor? It's not like Wang Pushi hasn't seen the power of the Moon Devil. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators are sending a group of Qi practitioners to their deaths. Chapter 505. Hell was a place where all crimes were judged. It was the ultimate symbol of the dignity of a prison. Once disciples of legalism reached a certain level of cultivation, they could draw out a sliver of aura from the endless hell and merge it with their own cultivation. As soon as they struck, they would possess the great dignity of hell, suppressing the enemy's aura. Every single attack would bring with it intense pain that originated from the soul, shaking the enemy's mind. I don't know what you're trying to do, but this kind of probing is very boring. Li Qingshan remained composed, ignoring the pressure and enduring the pain. Wang Pushi's expression changed and there was the sound of ice cracking. Li Qingshan took a step forward. He radiated with chilling coldness, leaving behind an ice footprint with each step. He seemed to be rather sluggish, but that was also because he refused to expose his strength. He did not use his demon qi abilities. Instead, he used the arts of the boundless ocean. Spiritual qi surged out from his sea of qi, purging the coldness. However, there were still slivers of coldness that stuck to him like maggots, difficult to purge, but he did not take it to heart. The teacup beside Wang Pushi had already been frozen. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its surface, and it exploded loudly. The temperature plummeted once again. The chilling wind pierced through every opening. The Hawkwolf guards had all retreated to the edge of the hall, but they were still forced to circulate their true qi to block it. They turned their heads away, afraid to look at Wang Pushi. Even a glance from the corner of their eyes would make them shiver inside. They were like criminals who had committed unpardonable crimes, currently standing before their judges. No matter how vicious they were, they would still tremble in fear, afraid to face the dignity of the law. Crack, crack. The sounds of freezing rose and fell. Frost crawled over the pillars, covering the entire hall. Another sound gradually drowned out the sounds of freezing. It came from Li Qingshan. It was the sound of waves. Spiritual qi surged out from him like the tide, wanting to surge in all directions. Not only did his presence not weaken, but it even grew stronger instead. Li Qingshan remained unhurried. He walked forward step by step, staring straight into Wang Puxi's eyes. He was completely lawless. The coldness of the hell of ice seeps in through every opening. My cultivation level is higher than his, so he should have been injured by the cold air that invaded his body. Why does he seem to be completely fine? This kid is indeed not ordinary. Perhaps Commander Gu's order is not without reason. Wang Puxi was already in the middle stage of foundation establishment, so he was naturally superior to Li Qingshan, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment. Although the gap between minor realms was not as exaggerated as the gap between major realms, it was not just for show. However, in terms of spiritual qi, Li Qingshan, who cultivated the arts of the boundless ocean, had many advantages. And Wang Puxi's technique had the advantage. However, it did not appear on Li Qingshan at all. Finally, Li Qingshan stopped 3 feet away from Wang Puxi. 2 streams of spiritual qi collided fiercely between the two of them. It was as if the sea in winter was sealed by ice and washed away by the waves. Alright, that's enough. If you continue, even if you can stand it, the house won't be able to. Hua Sengzan's hands landed on Li Qingshan and Wang Puxi's shoulders at the same time. The two of them retracted their spiritual energy. Wang Puxi's armchair. The armchair that Wang Puxi originally sat on immediately shattered into a pile of ice. Commander, please give the order. Hua Sengzan took a step back and stood beside Li Qingshan. For once, he became stern, referring to Wang Puxi as Commander. Commander Gu's order. Li Qingshan has made outstanding contributions and performed well, so he is hereby promoted to Scarlet Hawk Commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. Wang Puxi finished rather reluctantly. With that, not only was Li Qingshan surprised, but the many Hawkwolf Guards were all surprised too. They had been notified to gather, but they never thought it would be something so major. Only now did Li Qingshan understand why Wang Puxi had arranged such a great show. As it turned out, Gu Yenying had actually promoted him to commander. Don't tell me she's also afraid I'll go to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga with little and so she's giving me some benefits? No, it's not just benefits. Being made a commander isn't something you can just turn your back on. If I want to leave the Clear River Prefecture, I need her, the great commander, to agree. Of course, Li Qingshan did not believe Gu Yenying had developed feelings for him after his confession. She probably still treated him as a relatively important chess piece. Hua Sengzan clapped her hands, and Hua Qinglu entered from a side door in scarlet clothes. She held the brand-new uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander, with a tiny, scarlet, bronze hawk tablet on it. She smiled. Congratulations, Big Brother Li. No, Commander Li. I was wondering why old Wang had such a bad temper. Looks like he's been fired. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Wang Puxi shot a glance at him. Hua Sengzan said in a hurry, "Don't talk nonsense, Qingshan. Old Wang is going to be promoted to a White Wolf Guard and is going to the Rui Commandery. He's leaving the quagmire that is the Clear River Prefecture. This is fantastic news." Wang Puxi was indeed rather displeased, but it was not because of him. Being promoted to a White Wolf Guard and going to the Rui Commandery had always been his wish. However, he felt like the position should have been taken over by Hua Sengzan. However, after this series of probing, he could not help but admit that Li Qingshan's strength was indeed greater than Hua Sengzan's. He was completely worthy of the position of commander. You're lucky, kid. You've gained Commander Gu's appreciation. This is called strength. However, Li Qingshan was thinking about something else. The war had only just come to an end, yet Gu Yenying had already transferred a general away. Clearly, she was extremely confident that the humans and demons would not continue fighting. Where did this confidence come from? It probably came from him. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had changed into the uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander. He stood with his arms behind his back, looking around proudly and valiant. He had already become the commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. Wang Puxi and Hua Sengzan stood to the left and right, making way for him in the center. Greetings, Commander. Almost 100 Hawkwolf Guards lined up again and bowed together as they said loudly. Li Qingshan glanced past everyone and thought, will this still be my group in the future? Qian Rongji doesn't seem to be here. In the past, when he discussed the 3 minor pillars of the Clear River Prefecture with Protector Yen from the Iron Fist or whatever, Had he ever considered that he would be one of them? However, with his current insight, that was nothing. The expressions of the Hawk Wolf guards changed as well. They all had their own thoughts. Some of the Scarlet Wolf guards had even drunk with Li Qingshan before. The kid from the countryside from several years ago had actually become their superior in just a few years' time. Hua Sengzan clapped his hands again, and over a dozen tables of food were set up to celebrate Li Qingshan and send off Wang Puxi. This was only a farewell banquet for the Hawk Wolf Guard. There would definitely be more in the 100 schools of thought in the future, so Wang Puxi would not be able to leave anytime soon. Little Hua, this position was originally supposed to go to you. Why don't we switch? During the banquet, Li Qingshan also realized why Wang Puxi was displeased, so he smiled at Hua Sengzan. He really did not care about this position. Do you think this is like buying groceries? You think you can switch whenever you want? Hua Sengzan sensed Li Qingshan's sincerity, so the sliver of ill will in his heart vanished without a trace. He was rather touched. He raised his cup and said, "This is called the latecomer surpassing the master. Boss Gu, you have a good eye for talent. You have to protect me a little more in the future." No problem, no problem. Though I'll leave the matters of the Hawk Wolf Guard to you. I'm only responsible for watching over and fighting. Hua Sengzan smiled bitterly. No problem, no problem. After the banquet came a series of handover tasks. After assuming the position of commander, he could choose an item from the inner treasury of the Hawk Wolf Guard. It would be great if I could find another fragment of the cursive sword calligraphy. With this beautiful wish in mind, Li Qingshan passed through the various formations and finally set foot inside, but he was greatly disappointed. After several years of war, there was not a lot left inside. Why don't we wait? Looking at the situation, the Rui Commandery might send over supplies very soon. Hua Sengzan also sensed something from Gu Yenying's orders. As it seemed, the war really was about to end. During the war, the Clear River Prefecture that spanned 1,500 kilometers had become a lone island, basically cut off from the outside world. The cultivators there could only fight, not flee, unless they had special connections. If they fled, they would be hunted down. Of course, they would not receive any supplies of talismans or pills either. Fair enough. Li Qingshan nodded, even though he did not find what he wanted. However, Li Qingshan discovered that there were quite a few benefits to being a commander. First of all, the benefits were much better. With Li Qingshan's wealth, he did not care too much about this. What mattered was the increase in status. He had gone from a hired thug to a decision-maker. He could directly influence many important decisions of the entire 100 schools of thought. And he could grasp a lot of confidential information. As a military organization directly under the Great Xia Empire, the Hawk Wolf Guard possessed its own information system. The information seemed messy and disorderly, covering everything from astronomy to geography. However, at certain times, perhaps it could play a crucial role. After completing a series of handover tasks, the sky had already lit up. Li Qingshan shirked all responsibility, leaving everything to Hua Sengzan. He returned to the Chain Mountains alone. With a swish, the mental map of the Green Province unfurled before locking onto the tiny Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan began to make his choice. He chose a suitable place to establish the water dwelling. His gaze first landed on the river that meandered through the entire prefecture like a dragon. Although it was tiny, the size of the Clear River Prefecture was even larger than the entire Jiangnan region in Li Qingshan's past life. The Clear River water could rival large rivers like the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. The Clear River originated from the Boundless Mountains. It was over 5,000 kilometers in length, and its drainage basin spanned over 1 million square kilometers. If he could refine it, whether it was cultivation or battle, it would be equivalent to receiving divine assistance. Even if he faced Golden Core cultivators, Li Qingshan was confident he could gain the upper hand. However, Li Qingshan took out the Water God seal and took a look at it according to the books he had read in the past. There were basically only 2 types of God seals, but their quality differed drastically. He could condense a Water God seal by refining a small river, but it could not contain a large river. Only by using the small river as a foundation could he constantly develop and strengthen it. I wonder whether the Water God seal can contain the Clear River or not. If it can't contain it in the end, then it'll be a joke. It's not like I have any competitors right now, so I better take it step by step and plan slowly. I'll choose a region of water first and start with the tributary of the river. To be continued. Chapter 506. Li Qingshan brushed his hand across the mental map of the 9 provinces, and the image changed. The rivers protruded, turning a clear, bright blue. They were like capillaries that ran through the entire prefecture. The main artery was naturally the clear river water. Although Li Qingshan did not have the extravagant hope of refining the clear river right now, his final target was still this place. As such, the river he chose had to be able to flow to the clear river. This was not a problem at all. Finding a water vein that was not connected to the clear river in the clear river prefecture was rather difficult. Next was the choice of location. Li Qingshan's fingertip traced the boundless mountain range down the clear river and stopped in the middle, drawing a circle. This place was relatively close to his territory in the underground. The underground river in his territory was very likely to be connected to this body of water. He had connected the two territories through a river, and that underground river led directly to Cobweb City. Furthermore, there was a large lake within this circle. There were probably 8,000 lakes of various sizes in the Clear River Prefecture. However, there were only 3 or 4 of them. The Dragon Snake Lake was one of them, but it was not the largest. The reason why the 100 schools of thought were built there was because it was close to the prefecture city and had abundant spiritual energy. In a situation where he couldn't refine the water element, the size of the water wasn't particularly important. The lake that Li Qingshan had his eyes on was called Clear Court Lake. It was the undisputed greatest lake in the Clear River Prefecture. If the divine seal was not enough to refine the water of the Clear River, he would have to settle for the next best thing. It was not a bad idea to refine this Clear Court Lake first. Everything depended on the level of this water god seal that Wuxia gave him. The divine seal was like a glass cup of varying sizes. Even though the water was emptied, the cup was still there, and it could still hold water in another place. If this divine seal had once refined a large river like the Clear River, then it could hold an equivalent amount of water. Even if it couldn't accommodate him, it didn't mean that Li Qingshan could only wander around in the small river in the future. As long as he could break through the seal of the great cauldrons of the 9 states, he would naturally be able to do so as well. From small to large, this container was gradually strengthened so that it could hold more rivers and lakes. Under the blue sky, the vast and boundless Clear Court Lake flickered with tens of thousands of ripples. On the lake, there were islands towering over each other, stretching across the horizon. Many pure white water birds soared above the blue waves, making one's mind open. If it was the first time a mortal saw Clear Court Lake, they would have mistaken it for a vast ocean. As soon as Li Qingshan arrived on the surface of the lake, he sensed the dense water spiritual qi lingering in the lake. Just by cultivating in it, there would be many benefits. There were many cities and villages on the lakeside. At a glance, one could tell that they used to be prosperous and populous places. However, after experiencing the calamity of war, many of the villages had become desolate. Many fishermen could still be seen. Stars floated on the lake. When Li Qingshan looked at the map, he was still full of confidence. But when he saw the lake with his own eyes, he doubted whether the divine seal in his hand could hold it. Forget it, let's find a river first. Li Qingshan then opened the Qingzhou mental map and found a large river that flowed into Qingting Lake. He spread his wings of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mouth of the river. However, after some thought, he followed the river and found a small river that flowed into the large river. Although it was a small river, it was at least 100 feet wide. Let's try this small river first. Li Qingshan dove into the river. The contents of the dozens of books appeared in his mind. Through a few sentences, he roughly understood the method of refining water veins. With the water god seal, it was not particularly difficult to refine an ownerless water vein. He held the divine seal in his hand and injected demonic qi into it. The divine seal shone like a dragon and snake coiling around it. Li Qingshan released his demonic qi again. The vast demonic qi spread to both sides of the river in the blink of an eye. The surging river instantly became as smooth as a mirror, without a single ripple. A moment later it returned to normal just now. Li Qingshan went against the flow, releasing and infusing demonic qi continuously. Refining water veins was a meticulous task. Although the divine seal in his hand could save him a lot of trouble, he still had to walk through the entire water region bit by bit, allowing his demonic qi to infuse every part of the water region. This tributary was not very long. 6 hours later, Li Qingshan finally reached the source of the river. In his sea of consciousness, a faint blue meandering path was clearly left. Li Qingshan retracted his demonic qi and pointed at the water god seal in his hand. The water god seal released a wave-like halo. When the halo calmed down, a small part of it lit up. The meandering path was exactly the same as the one in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Only a small part had lit up, which meant that this small river was far from the water vein that the water god seal could contain. He was more confident about refining Qingting Lake. At the same time, he sensed that the entire water vein was in his control. Waves of water spiritual qi merged into his body through the water god seal. Although it was not very powerful, it was endless. From this moment onwards, he was the god of this river. Even without using demonic qi, he could control the flow of water like an extension of his arm. Next, it was time to refine the main river. A drizzle fell. An old fisherman wearing a straw raincoat and a conical bamboo hat sat at the bow of his boat, fishing. From time to time, he would pick up the flask of wine beside him and take a sip in a leisurely manner. Suddenly, he saw the float sink and hurriedly pulled the line. The thin line was pulled taut, but it would not budge. Had it hooked onto a rock? The boat tilted slightly. The old fisherman could vaguely see a huge shadow swimming past in the water. Shocked, he hurriedly threw down his fishing rod and retreated. With a splash, a carp leapt out of the water. This was a sight that the old fisherman had seen his entire life, but he was dumbfounded in shock, his mouth agape. This was because that carp was shockingly several times larger than his boat. The carp also widened its eyes and opened its mouth, trying to swallow the old fisherman. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales, but its back was dyed black like ink, vaguely resembling a black lotus. "Don't be arrogant, fish monster." The old fisherman's reaction was not slow. He stepped on the bow of the boat, and the bow of the boat sank into the water before being lifted up by the buoyancy. He used the force to leap up, sweeping towards the riverbank. He was actually a first-rate expert. Boom! The boat was crushed by the carp, wooden fragments flying in all directions. A large hole was formed on the surface of the river, turning into a whirlpool. The old fisherman felt pain all over his body. He had been injured by the wooden fragments, but he could not care about this right now. He lowered his head and looked at the water. The carp fell into the water and floated up again, opening its mouth and waiting for him below. The old fisherman was an expert, but he could not fly, nor did he know how to step on his right foot with his left foot. He did not even have anything to push off in the air, so he could only watch as he fell towards the fish's mouth. "My life is over." At this moment, the carp suddenly closed its mouth, turning around and diving into the water. With a plop, the old fisherman fell into the water. He was about to swim to the riverbank when he turned his head and saw that the surface of the water upstream had suddenly become extremely smooth, floating downstream like a mirror. "What is it this time?" The old fisherman's expression changed drastically. Clearly the fish monster had been scared off. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any ripples on the surface of the water around him. Something brushed past him, and in that moment, all his hairs stood on end. His mind felt like it had fallen into an icy cavern, and his limbs and bones all froze as he fell towards the center of the river. A moment later, the surface of the river returned to normal just now. The old fisherman emerged from the water and spat out a mouthful of water, collapsing on the riverbank in a sorry state. He had wanted to eat fish, but he had not been able to. He had almost been eaten by a fish. The waters of the river were too deep. It looked like he could only fish in the stream in the future. "There seems to be a demon chi up ahead. Let's go take a look." When Li Qingshan refined the small river, he did not even encounter a single decent demon. It was probably because the water was too shallow and could not contain demons. Only when he refined the large river did he finally encounter a few. However, most of them had not even formed a demon core. They were just much larger than their peers and their intelligence was lacking. They were still beasts. His plan to capture a few shrimp soldiers and crab soldiers to be on duty had failed. Now that he had finally encountered a decent one, he could not help but pay attention. "He sure runs fast." Li Qingshan swam forward for a while longer, but the demon chi had already disappeared. He could only advance slowly if he wanted to refine the rivers of water. This large river was much wider than the small one, and the water was also more abundant. Although Li Qingshan had already grasped some experience in refining rivers of water, he still could not increase his speed. However, when he thought about it, he was not in a hurry. Underground, among the demon soldiers under his command, the Blackwater Salamander and Ice Frog were both water-type demons. He could have them serve when the time came. 2 days later, in the early morning, Li Qingshan finally returned to his starting point. At the end of the large river by Clear Court Lake. Facing the rising sun in the east, he opened his hand and the water god seal flashed. The light spread out like waves and a thin streak of light flowed out, indicating that the region of water under Li Qingshan's control had become even larger. The water god seal had only been filled by about 1/10. The god seal that Ru Xian had given him was indeed of high quality. It was completely possible to refine Clear Court Lake. Li Qingshan no longer hesitated, and jumped into the vast Clear Court Lake. Clear Court Lake was not a circle, but an irregular semicircle shaped like a running wild rabbit. In the abdomen of the rabbit, which was the center of Clear Court Lake, there was a lone island shrouded in fog and illusory formations. Only in some special seasons could one see buildings of different heights, rising and falling along with the mountains. As a result, it was rumored that there was an immortal island in Clear Court Lake. However, this was only the knowledge of fools. Those who truly understood the cultivation community all knew that this was where the Clear Court sect resided. As the saying went, great mountains and great lakes produce dragons and snakes. The spiritual chi on the island was dense, making it an excellent holy land for cultivation. As a renowned sect of the Clear River Prefecture, the Clear Court sect was also an important member of the Demon Slayer of the Clear River Prefecture. In the past, in order to deal with the attacks of the night roamers, they had also gone to Cloud Glow Mountain to avoid trouble. However, Fu Qingjin was heavily injured now, so he had been recuperating on Benevolence Island the entire time. He did not receive any visitors. The Demon Slayer were leaderless, so the conflict between sects could not be suppressed. As a result, the sect master of the Clear Court sect returned to Clear Court Lake with his disciples. Chapter 507. For the Clear Court sect to be able to occupy such a piece of blessed land, it naturally wasn't without foundation. The sect master of the Clear Court sect, Yang Pingu, who was known as the Master of the Clear Court, had already cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment, although there was still a gap between him and Zhou Tong, who was at the peak of foundation establishment. Although he was still a distance away from peak foundation establishment like Zhou Tong, he was confident that even if the Moon Devil came personally, he would be able to defend himself with the layers of formations outside the island and his own cultivation. Master, bad news, bad news? On this day, Yang Pingu was cultivating in seclusion in his cave abode. His disciple's call came from outside. Although he was a little unhappy, he still interrupted his cultivation and opened the door. If it was not important, his disciple would not disturb him. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so flustered? There's demonic chi in the lake. What's so strange about that? If there are demons in the lake, there will naturally be demons. Yang Pingu frowned unhappily. Clear Court Lake was so vast. There would often be fish, prawns and aquatic creatures that would accumulate enough spirit chi to turn into demons. His Clear Court sect had been established for 1,000 years and had slain many demons. Why would he be afraid of mere demonic chi? However, he casually scanned with his spiritual will and was shocked. He understood why his disciple was so flustered. The demonic chi did not come from a certain place. Instead, it permeated the entire Clear Court Lake and surrounded the lone island from all directions. Such vast demonic chi can only be possessed by a demon general. However, why is he spreading it like this? Is he trying to refine Clear Court Lake? That's impossible unless he has the water god seal. As the leader of a sect and having lived hundreds of years longer than Li Qingshan, Yang Pingu was extremely knowledgeable. In an instant he guessed the gist of the matter. His expression turned even more solemn. If this Clear Court Lake really has an additional water god of the demon clan, then there will be no place for the Clear Court sect. If you want to become a water god, you have to get past me first. Yang Pingu would not go out to fight to the death with that demon general. As long as Clear Court sect's formations were not broken and the sect was still established, that demon general would not be able to refine Clear Court Lake completely and become a water god. Thinking about it, he felt that it was not safe enough and sent the news to the 100 schools of thought. Also, the various large sects wouldn't just ignore such a huge matter. The process of refining Clear Court Lake. It was much more difficult than refining a mere river. After spending half a month, Li Qingshan just now had refined Clear Court Lake by half. Looking at the isolated island in the distance, Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. In any case, there was no way he could hide this kind of thing. He might as well move the carriage and see who would dare to stop him. As for this holdout in front of him, it would be fine if he was willing to move out obediently, but if he was unwilling, he would have to forcefully demolish it. The person inside, come out. Li Qingshan broke through the water, stepped on the top of the wave and shouted. This roar. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck the formation around Qingting's sect, causing 100-feet wave. The thick fog that never dissipated also showed signs of dispersing. Not good. It's Moon Devil. The voice spread across the entire island. When Yang Pingu saw the red figure, his expression changed drastically. He had thought that some water elemental demon general was taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble, but he didn't expect it to be the moon devil himself. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Get out of here. After the time is up, I will personally break the formation. When that time comes, everyone in Qingting sect will be fed to the fish. Everyone don't panic. There's only the moon fiend. Our spirit array isn't that easy to break. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Yang Pingu comforted the disciples while shouting, Moon fiend, you're too arrogant with your cultivation. How dare you risk universal condemnation and plot to take the position of water god? You will die a horrible death in the future. If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to retreat now. Li Qingshan's answer was only one word. 10. Yang Pingu's eyelids twitched. Didn't they agree on the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? 9. Li Qingshan lay on his side on the wave, one hand supporting his head, his expression nonchalant. Master, let's escape. He can even break the yin and yang dust formation. Shut up. Yang Pingu shouted. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. He also felt a strong pressure. 8. Li Qingshan had no intentions of threatening him at all. He counted even faster, filled with impatience, as if he was in a hurry to finish counting and begin a massacre. Fellow Tang, you have to hold on. You can't let the moon devil succeed. We'll come to your aid immediately. At this moment, an echo rang out from the 100 schools of thought. It was Lu Changqing's voice. As the prefect of the Clear River Prefecture, how could Lu Changqing just watch a demon become a water god in his territory? He had already gathered the school leaders urgently to discuss a countermeasure. Yang Pingu's expression instead became even uglier. Hold on? For how long? Immediately? How soon? He was counting from 10 and he was almost done. Although he was still rather confident in his own formation, what if it failed to hold on? Even if he managed to hold on this time, what would happen when the army of night roamers came next time? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Li Qingshan finished counting in a single breath and leapt up from the top of the wave. As he hovered in the air, his body rapidly swelled up. With a great rumble, a huge wave surged into the air. A colossal figure landed in the lake. His scarlet hair flowed down like a waterfall and his eyes were like fire. His well-defined body seemed to be forged from iron. He was as tall and heavy as a mountain, yet he possessed violent, explosive power. This was already one of the deeper parts of Clear Court Lake, yet the water only reached his waist. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and shook his shoulders. He strode over in the lake water, surging with malice. The disciples of the Clear Court sect all trembled inside as they gazed at the approaching black figure. Their faces were ashen. Yang Pingu's face paled slightly too. He thought to himself, don't be afraid. You're at Late Foundation establishment, and you have the geographical advantage. The Moon Devil is only a demon general. Alright, I'll go. As long as you promise not to harm the disciples of my Clear Court sect. Yang Pingu bellowed out and flew up from the island. He arrived in the air and stopped at the edge of the formation so that he could hide in the formation at any time. He was filled with grief and helplessness as if he would have stayed behind to fight Li Qingshan to the death if it were not for the safety of his disciples. Piss off. Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently as he bellowed out thunderously. Getting through the formation was not difficult, but he did not want to waste demon chi and delay the refinement of the Clear River Prefecture. Who knew when Helicoverpa Rosa would challenge him in the future? Yang Pingu was about to stow the formation banners away when Li Qingshan said, Hold on. You can just leave. Leave the formation behind and don't touch any of the puppets and turrets here. Yang Pingu's face changed. Under the gaze of the scarlet eyes, he finally refused to touch a single blade of grass or tree on the island. He passed the formation disc and a series of other items that controlled the formation to Li Qingshan before leaving with his disciples gloomily. Li Qingshan circled around the island and was very satisfied. The island was vast, and the pavilions and terraces were all exquisite, elegant, and extremely imposing. Exotic flowers, plants, and exotic beasts were raised on the island for people to enjoy. The Clear Court sect had been established for 1,000 years before it had managed to develop to such a scale. Now it had all fallen into Li Qingshan's hands. He wanted to turn this place into his water dwelling. Although he primarily cultivated the water element, he was not a fish or shrimp at the end of the day. He did not like living in the water too much. As long as he possessed the god seal, he could cultivate on the island all the same anyway. Li Qingshan roughly admired his spoils of war. Right when he was about to continue refining the Clear Court Lake, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled viciously. You're looking to die. Yang Pingu understood very well. Now that so many sects in the Clear River Prefecture had been destroyed, he did not lack a place of cultivation. His own life was more important. If anyone wanted to oppose the Moon Devil, then let him. It was not like he would do something as stupid as that. However, after breaking free after so much difficulty, he felt deep resentment. Never in his life had he been so humiliated. His cultivation dwelling had been forcefully taken away after all, so how could he not feel resentful? He gritted his teeth. Damn Moon Devil. Once I undergo the next heavenly tribulation and reach Golden Core, I'll definitely cut you to pieces to appease my hatred. If that was all he said, then so be it. It was not likely Qingshan could hear him, and even if he did, he would not necessarily take it to heart. However, right when he was about to leave Clear Court Lake, he became angrier the more he thought about it. Suddenly he came up with a plan. He made his disciples leave first and landed on the shore of Clear Court Lake alone. Yang Pingu extended his hands and strands of water spiritual qi entered the depths of the lake, purging the demon qi in the water. He also primarily cultivated the water spiritual qi so he could refine Clear Court Lake. However, he did not have the water god seal, so no matter how much effort he expended, it would be useless. All he could do was make things a little more troublesome for Li Qingshan. He only had a single objective. Even if he could not harm Li Qingshan, he could at least disgust him and vent his frustration. On the other hand, it was also to give the 100 schools of thought and the demon slayer an explanation. Since he was bold enough to do something like this, he was obviously quite confident. He was very far away from the center of the lake. Even if Li Qingshan sensed him, he would have fled already. With my late Foundation establishment cultivation and such a great distance between us, what can the Moon Devil do to me? Right as he thought that, he saw a scarlet figure shoot over the surface of the lake, flying over. Boom, boom, boom. After the scarlet figure flew over, the surface of the lake exploded violently, forming a deep gully over 30 meters wide. How can he be so fast? Yang Pingu was greatly alarmed. He summoned a harpoon and hurriedly flew away, not daring to stay for a moment longer. This dragon-seizing harpoon was an arcane artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Clear Court sect. Although it was only an inferior item, its flying speed far surpassed that of ordinary spirit artifacts. However, Li Qingshan's normal speed was already comparable to that of a demon commander. After using the wind god's wings, even though it had the disadvantage of not being able to turn easily, the speed at which he charged in a straight line was so fast that even Helicoverpa Rosa could not react in time. 3,000 meters, 100 meters, 30 meters, the distance between them rapidly shortened. Yang Pingu was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have made such an unnecessary move. However, he knew that it was too late for regret. He shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." There was no time for him to cast any arcane arts at all. 3 scarlet talismans flew out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds rang out. 3 huge fireballs engulfed Li Qingshan. However, in the next second, Li Qingshan's figure broke through the flames. His scarlet eyes were like fire, and his ruthlessness surged. "I spared your life, but you still dare to cause trouble." The dragon-seizing harpoon turned into a ray of blue light and flew towards Li Qingshan. However, before it could display its power as an arcane artifact, Li Qingshan grabbed it with one hand, while his other hand grabbed towards Yang Pingu's head. Another scarlet talisman burned, turned into a golden light screen and shattered. The protective spirit qi surged wildly and shattered. 5 fingers clasped onto the skull, and with a crack, the skull shattered. To be continued, proportion. Chapter 508. Spare my life. Yang Pingu knew that a great disaster was about to befall him. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and deep regret. "I won't forgive you." Li Qingshan gripped the dragon-seizing pitchfork tightly and stabbed it into Yang Pingu's chest. The tip of the pitchfork was already dyed red when it came out from his back. Yang Pingu's eyes widened with hatred as he breathed his last. The past sect leaders of the Clear Court sect had used this dragon-seizing pitchfork to capture and kill countless monsters in the Clear Court Lake. But in the end, they died to their own family's inherited magic tool, which was in line with the cycle of karma. "You really can't get over it." Li Qingshan shook his head and casually threw Yang Pingu's corpse into his 100 treasures pouch. Yang Pingu actually had many tricks up his sleeves, but under that kind of speed and attack, other than activating the dragon-seizing pitchfork and throwing a few life-saving talismans, he didn't even have the time to cast a single spell. The difference in strength of a realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Qingshan relied on the fourth tier of the Ox Demon to match Helicoverpa rosa in terms of strength, stamina, and vitality. However, he was almost captured alive countless times. After breaking through to the fourth layer of the Tiger Demon, aside from the lack of demon chi, he was practically equivalent to a demon commander in every other aspect. If Yang Pingu had cultivated a body-tempering method, he might have been able to endure a direct assault from a demon commander that aimed to kill him. However, he did not, so he could not even endure a single blow. Li Qingshan opened Yang Pingu's 100 treasures pouch and looked through it. The accumulation of a 1,000-year sect was not small. However, he naturally did not care about ordinary talismans and pills. This is the elemental spirit pill. Li Qingshan took out a dark golden pill with restrained spiritual energy. It didn't even emit a hint of fragrance. It was heavy to the touch, looking more like a metal ball. The effects of the origin spirit pill were similar to the true spirit pill. They were both pills used to break through to the golden core realm. However, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was truly priceless. So far, Li Qingshan had only obtained one from the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouch. Now he had obtained another. In the future he would have another guarantee when he condensed his golden core. He then raised the dragon-seizing pitchfork and split it into two. Spiritual lights flickered. The profound mark was faintly discernible. It was shaped like a two-headed snake. After the blood saber was broken, he lacked a suitable weapon. Although he hadn't used this trident before, it was still a good weapon. However, it was still a magical artifact and it was of the water element, so it was just right for him to use. Li Qingshan first repaired the small area of water destroyed by Yang Pingu. Yang Pingu had sacrificed the life of a foundation-building cultivator, which only wasted a quarter of an hour of Li Qingshan's time. He even lost a whole set of equipment. Then he refined the dragon-seizing pitchfork. The shape of the dragon-seizing pitchfork changed slightly. The two ends of the pitchfork curved slightly, resembling the horns of a bull. To a certain extent it was quite suitable. So this is how this thing is used. Li Qingshan casually slung the dragon-seizing pitchfork over his shoulder and returned to clear Quartz waters. He continued with his work. He suddenly sensed a wave of demonic chi coming from the distance. It was the demonic chi he had lost in the river. He felt that this demonic aura was somewhat familiar. Come here. Li Qingshan pointed the dragon-seizing pitchfork in the direction of the demonic chi. The pitchfork that resembled a snake's head suddenly opened. Two beams of light shot out, turning into two water ropes that plunged into the depths of the lake. After a while, with a splash, a big red carp broke out of the water. It was tied up, and as the ropes contracted, its figure also became smaller. So it's this guy. Li Qingshan looked at the leaping carp between the two pitchforks. He recognized it at first glance. It was the carp he had fed with medicinal pills back in ancient Wind City. Later on, he had taken it to the Chen family's lotus pond. Later on, Altar Master Black Lotus had massacred the city. This carp had given him the lotus seed that Altar Master Black Lotus had left behind. He had also given it a few medicinal pills and placed it in the clear river. He did not expect to see it here. Furthermore, it had become so huge in just a few years, and it had even condensed a demon core. It was clearly the effect of Altar Master Black Lotus's lotus seed. It was quite a fortune. The carp suddenly stopped struggling. It stared straight at Li Qingshan as if it had recognized Li Qingshan. Then it opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to eat a medicinal pill. You can actually recognize me. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Could it be that he had accidentally leaked his demonic chi when he was cultivating in ancient Wind City, so it remembered him? That was not strange. It was just an ordinary carp back then, so it did not have much reservations. He casually took out a medicinal pill and fed it. Alright, you're one of my shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This can be considered our fate. You can only repay me with your body when you transform into a beauty. Speaking of which, are you male or female? The carp swallowed the medicinal pill and shook its head and tail happily. It was unknown if it understood what he was saying. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed it back into the water. It swam around before returning to its original size. Sure enough, the dragon-seizing bit end had its uses. Sensing a few strands of demon chi surging in the lake, Li Qingshan smiled and dove into the water, continuing to refine Clear Court Lake. The huge red carp swam around him. It basically added the first demon soldier to the dwelling. As Li Qingshan refined Clear Court Lake, he shocked the cultivation world of the Clear River Prefecture once again. The school leaders of the 100 schools of thought held a meeting. Where's Li Qingshan? Lu Chongqing frowned. Li Qingshan was the Scarlet Hawk commander now. His status was completely different from before. Logically speaking, he had to attend a meeting like this. I've contacted him, but he wants to enter secluded cultivation. I'll see what I can do. Hua Sengzan said helplessly. He sure is clever. Who doesn't want to cultivate properly? Lu Changqing said unhappily, but he did not think too much about it. However, Hua Sengzan found it rather strange. When superhumans appeared, the male lead was always absent. Only an idiot would not notice anything amiss. Technically speaking, the Moon Devil had only appeared twice while Li Qingshan did not, but it was enough to form a clue to clever people. And when Li Qingshan appeared, the Moon Devil did not seem to appear at all, or perhaps he had only sent a clone. It was not that Hua Sengzan suspected Li Qingshan because of this. No one would connect the Scarlet Hawk commander to demons so easily. At most, it was just a guess. This was because he did not want to face the Moon Devil head-on, so he avoided battle. However, as the clues were formed one by one, there would be a day when he would obtain an answer before anyone had even noticed anything amiss. The so-called clever people only paid attention to every detail. That guy came to my cave abode yesterday and disturbed my alchemy. Today he's in secluded cultivation. Ru Xen seemed to have confirmed that Li Qingshan was avoiding battle. However, she had inadvertently separated the connection between Li Qingshan and the Moon Devil. However, even I don't want to cause trouble for the Moon Devil at this time. The late-stage Foundation Establishment sect leader of the Qingting sect lost his life before he could even withstand one move. People of our generation should treasure their lives like gold. Hua Sengzan defended Li Qingshan instead. The phrase, treasure their lives like gold, was agreed upon by all the cultivators present. They pursued the path of immortality, so no one was willing to fight with their lives on the line. Thinking about it this way, Li Qingshan had been in secluded cultivation for 3 years and avoided the most dangerous stage. After successfully building his foundation, he quickly made contributions and was even promoted to Scarlet Eagle Commander. Last time, during the battle between the Moon Devil and Fu Qingjin, everyone took a huge risk. Even Zhou Tong almost died in battle, but he was absent once again. Lu Changqing could not help but sigh inwardly. This kid knows when to advance and when to retreat. Perhaps this is how a qualified cultivator is. Nothing is more important than one's own life and cultivation. Zhou Tong said, if Yang Pingu was not a coward and was tricked by the Moon Devil, he would not have died so easily. Hua Sengzan said, if the Moon Devil had tricked him, he would have turned hostile on the spot. Why did he wait for Yang Pingu to escape to the lakeside? I think it's probably because Yang Pingu was a coward and refused to accept this, so he disturbed the Moon Devil's refinement of Clear Court Lake. He thought the Moon Devil would be helpless against him if he kept his distance, which was why he was killed. Then we'll just watch as he becomes a water god. Hua Sengzan said, we can constantly send people to disturb him from all directions and stop him from refining Clear Court Lake. However, according to the speed with which the Moon Devil slaughtered his way from the center of the lake to the lakeside, he'll probably lose a life every time. And, according to my calculations, his current strength is probably extremely close to that of a demon commander already. A difference like that is not something that can be made up for through schemes. Honestly speaking, there's no one in the entire Clear River Prefecture who can stop him anymore. The 2 words demon commander left everyone speechless. Lu Zhangqing let out a long sigh. As expected. I've already reported this to the Marquis of Rui. Great General Han and Commander Gu should know about it too. If we can end this game of chess, we won't have to worry about it anymore. The feeling of being a chess piece really was not great, and it was a hopeless game of chess that had been played to a dead end. However, everyone present had thought it through. The Clear River Prefecture had basically sent the news back to the Rui Commandery as soon as possible. If they really had any measures, they should have received a reply very soon. No, the observers had probably discovered the abnormalities even earlier than them. They still had not reached a conclusion yet. Probably not even the 3 of them could decide whether this game of chess could end or not. First Heavenly Tribulation cultivators were already ants in the eyes of Second Heavenly Tribulation cultivators, so what were they in the eyes of the king, who had undergone the Third Heavenly Tribulation and reigned over the Green Province? Lu Changqing said, Ruexen Fu Qingjin is still on Benevolence Island, right? Yeah. He's in a daze, wandering around with a broken sword every day. If you run into him at night, you'll think he's a wandering ghost. Ruexen smiled. She was probably the calmest out of all of them. Who would have thought that she was the one who had single-handedly facilitated the great incident of the Moon Devil's ascension to godhood this time? Lu Changqing said, Why don't you test him again and see how the Sword Collection Palace responds? All right. Ru Xian agreed happily. Afterwards, Lu Changqing laid out his hands. Go back and cultivate, everyone. I'll contact you if there's a result. If there's nothing else, don't forget to gather around Clear Court Lake. I don't think there's any need to notify them. Let's leave it to fate. Zhou Tong left in a huff. Suddenly he stopped and said to Hua Qingzan, Kid Hua, you still owe me a sword. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 509. The fishermen sang in the evening and the water was calm. A few distant islands stood quietly in the middle of Clear Court Lake. Their reflections on the surface of the lake rippled with a red glow. The burning clouds in the western sky changed brilliantly, like the setting sun melting gold. Golden yellow, bright purple, crimson, like thousands of beasts dancing. In the eastern sky, the dark blue curtain of night slowly enveloped the area. A waning moon lay quietly among the clouds, accompanied by a few sparse stars. The fishermen's fire had already risen, and the stars floated in the air as they sailed home. The fishermen's song rippled. The ripples suddenly disappeared. The fishermen at the bow of the boat looked at the water in surprise. What disappeared were not only the ripples, but also the waves that had been rippling for thousands of years. Clear Court Lake suddenly quietened. Looking across the vast lake, there was not a single ripple. It was as if another invisible hand had gently flattened the surface of the lake, making it as flat as a mirror. At this moment, the faraway mountains collapsed. The setting sun, the sunset, the crescent moon, and the cold stars all descended from the sky. The fishing boat seemed to be sailing in the sky. It was beautiful, but the fishermen were stunned. Even the oldest and most knowledgeable fisherman could not explain the scene before him. A young fisherman curiously dipped his oar into the lake and stirred it. There was no sound of water, no waves, not even the slightest rise or fall. Wherever the oar went, the water seemed to flow on its own. In the cities and villages around Clear Court Lake, people rushed to the lakeside. From the tall lake-gazing towers and the low stone bridges, they stared in a daze. Such a strange scene seemed to foreshadow disaster. But it had an indescribable spirituality. It attracted everyone's gaze and they could not look away. Two young men stood at the top of a tall tower by the lake. One had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, while the other was extremely handsome. They were both rare beauties in the world, and their clothes fluttered in the night wind. Their expressions were like mortals, staring straight at the mirror-like Clear Court Lake. They wanted to say something, but their throats seemed to be blocked by something. They could not say anything. After a long while, Wasangzan exhaled. It is recorded in the books that when a demon becomes a water god, turbid waves will rise into the sky. The waves were boundless, showing the divine power that unified the water realm. However, no one had ever heard of such a scene appearing. Simply too bizarre. If I watch for a while longer, I'll be on the verge of comprehending the Tao. Han Tie's answer was silence. He clenched his fists and his eyes shone. Wasangzan said, Don't go crazy. Last time in the Red Cloud sect, he didn't attack us. It was already a blessing. Now the difference is even greater. Han Tie helplessly loosened his fist. He had no choice but to admit this. More than half a month had passed since the 100 Clans conference, and no one had interfered in the chess game. The Dragon King of the Sea did not express his opinion on the internal conflict between Helicoverpa Rosa and the North Moon. The Azure Prefecture Overseer Manor did not send anyone to interfere with or stop the water god who was about to appear. The Sword Collection Palace did not send anyone to provide reinforcements, nor did they take Fu Qingjin away. They allowed him to remain on Benevolence Island. The chess players seemed to be waiting quietly to see just how the unexpected chess piece, the North Moon, would perform. They should have understood this chessboard like the back of their hand. The tiny changes that had occurred made them slightly curious. The war did not seem to have ended, but the Clear River Prefecture had already fallen completely silent. They watched the performance of the Moon Devil quietly. The flames in the east gradually died down, and the curtain of night rose up. The sky was filled with stars. In the depths of Clear Court Lake, Li Qingshan curled up. He was like an unborn infant, lying in the spirit turtle's profound shell. The god seal hovered before him, glowing with a faint blue light that illuminated his face. His eyes were closed and he was at peace. It could be seen very clearly that a large region of water had appeared on the god seal. It was like a running rabbit almost filling up the entire god seal. The feeling of refining Clear Court Lake was completely different from the feeling of refining the two rivers. As he filled the entire lake with demon chi, A lake appeared in his heart as well. It was so tranquil and peaceful, like he had returned to his home. Speaking of which, it made sense. Although he primarily cultivated the water element, it was very, very rare for him to actually soak in water. This was the first time he had ever possessed a lake like this. He had already reached the fourth layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, but only now did he seem to understand the spirit turtle transformation and himself. He had a feeling that he could sleep here for a century or even a millennium. All of the troubles of the secular world had nothing to do with him. He had a long lifespan. He could watch the seas turn into mulberry fields with indifference. Even though the lifespans of demons far exceeded that of humans, it was not without limits or limits. Perhaps the strongest aspect of the spirit turtle was not its ability to suppress the seas or divination. Instead, it was its extremely long lifespan. There were no enemies that were worth worrying about. He had plenty of time. As for his enemies, they would all be defeated by time in the end. Under these circumstances, whether it was fighting or fighting, it all seemed very unnecessary. I'm so sleepy. I'll sleep here for a while. Just a while, a century, Qingshan. A voice passed through the lake water and landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell, but it was blocked outside, unable to reach in. The water god seal hovered in the spirit turtle's profound shell, using the power of the entire lake to replenish it. Even golden core masters would struggle to get through it so easily. Li Qingshan clearly seemed to hear it. He roused and opened his eyes. A beautiful girl stared at him through the spirit turtle's profound shell with her dark eyes. Her seaweed-like hair drifted through the lake water quietly. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and kissed her forehead gently. Afterwards he took off and burst out of the water. The stars filled the lake. Between the water and the sky, a dazzling blue star rose up. The water god seal flickered with resplendent light, rapidly rising up with Li Qingshan. At that moment everyone saw it. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the star. The light receded, merging into his body. From today onwards, this lake will be called Moon Court Lake. His voice swept across the surface of the water, spreading out in all directions. The ripples he kicked up rapidly grew larger, spreading to every corner of Clear Court Lake, no Moon Court Lake. At that moment, everyone heard it. In that instant, thousands of wrinkles appeared on Moon Court Lake. The interrupted sound of waves began once more. The surging waves shook endlessly, crushing the stars to pieces. On the fishing boats on the shore, the bustling crowds all knelt down in the direction of the voice, chanting, "Moon Court Lake God, bless us." Mortals did not know what cultivation was. All they knew was that a powerful being had descended into the lake. To descend upon this lake, this kind of power was no different from that of the gods in the legends. Fools. Han Tie said coldly. From today onwards, the demons in the lake could wreak havoc as they pleased. Which cultivator had come to purge demons and actually worshipped this culprit? Hua Sengzan smiled. I don't think so. Perhaps the moon devil really can bless them. You seem very happy that he's become a god. I'm not exactly happy, but I do feel a little relieved. If the provincial lord's estate or the sword collection palace really sends people, they'll definitely be second heavenly tribulation experts. Once they clash, all the towns and farms around Moon Court Lake will be flooded. The war will become even more intense and we'll be completely helpless. Godhood is both a form of power and a form of restraint. It focuses on defense, not offense. From today onwards, the moon devil won't leave Clear Court Lake so easily. Isn't that a blessing? As Hua Sengzan said that, he suddenly leapt up and flew towards the center of the lake. What are you doing? Han Tie asked. I'm talking to him. Li Qingshan spread his arms. He faced the river of stars and smiled. Now's not the time to sleep. He turned around and dove into the lake, asking Little N, why did you come? I missed you. Has your master left? He left. He gave me a magic tool. Take a look. Little N took out a dazzling golden Dharma wheel. It was a magic tool and it was a mid-grade magic tool. Li Qingshan had now obtained a Dharma artifact. All of them were inferior artifacts that didn't make the grade, including the dragon-seizing pitchfork and the cursive sword calligraphy. In other words, even though it had surpassed ordinary spiritual artifacts and could barely be considered a magic artifact, its level was still very low. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could only play around with supreme-grade spirit artifacts at most. Even those who owned inferior artifacts were few and far between, let alone a middle-grade artifact like this. They really are from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga after all. They're so generous. The full name of the Dharma Wheel was the Wheel of Righteousness, also known as the Golden Wheel. It possessed the great power of destroying evil and manifesting righteousness. It symbolized that it was flexible and unobstructed, circulating endlessly. It could destroy the worries of all living beings. The wheel in little Anne's hand was called the Wheel of the Wisdom King's Glare. The upper half was circular, with 3 rings inside and outside. The center was shaped like a human eye. It was currently closed, radiating with 12 golden beams. The outer ring had 12 blue buttons. There were 5 balls of golden flames of different shapes at the top, representing the 5 wisdom kings. The lower half was a pedestal that could be held in one's hand in the shape of a lotus flower. It was an extremely rare mid-grade Buddhist arcane artifact. However, little Anne's greatest gain this time was not the arcane artifact, but a deeper comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma. As the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, the Annihilum Lightchan master had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. He was also a genius, having spent several centuries practicing the Buddhist Dharma. Buddhist scriptures alone could not match up to his teachings. After the Annihilum Lightchan master left, Little Anne immediately gained confidence, so he refined the Blood Sea banner. Working together, the two of them had completely established their foundation in the Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan had become a water god of the lake. The surging water spiritual chi entered his body through the god seal before merging with the spirit turtle's demon core. Even without pills, his cultivation speed would be guaranteed to a certain extent. If he could refine the water of the Clear River, just what would the effects be? He was extremely eager. However, there were disadvantages too. From today onwards, the water god seal could no longer stray too far away from the region of water he controlled. The further it was, the weaker its control would be. If he went beyond 5,000 kilometers, it was possible for him to completely lose contact with it. By then he would have to refine the Clear Court Lake again. And even if it was only a short distance away, some of the power in the water god seal would leak away. Of course, he could leave the water god seal behind and hand it to another member of the water race, but that would be equivalent to giving up his position as a water god. Moon Court Lake only recognized the seal and not the person. If the member of the water race refused to return the water god seal, it would be a problem. No matter which member of the water race controlled the seal, their strength would increase drastically in the lake. Although he could hand it over to a weaker subordinate to ensure absolute suppression, it would be troublesome if an enemy were to invade. This was the problem of becoming a god. He was not free, which was why when Li Qingshan announced himself as the god of Moon Court Lake, many people had indeed stopped worrying. However, this problem was not a major problem to Li Qingshan. To be continued. Chapter 510. With a thought, Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell formed a smooth mirror. The mirror clearly reflected his appearance. However, the scene in the mirror was not the bottom of the lake, but underground. Li Qingshan sat down in the underground cavern, constantly gathering spiritual chi to maintain the existence of his mirror clone. Suddenly he opened his eyes and gazed out with his other vision, but all he saw was empty space. Bang! Li Qingshan waved his hand and pressed his fingers against the mirror. The mirror clone stood up and leapt into the air, vanishing into the cavern. The mirror distorted, reflecting the pitch-black bottom of the lake before returning to normal. Afterwards, Li Qingshan's figure emerged from the mirror just like that. Without wasting Li Qingshan's demon chi, the clone was still the same clone, directly summoned to his side from underground. Li Qingshan smiled. After refining Moon Court Lake, he gained a deeper understanding of the changes to the 2 innate abilities of the spirit turtle. He became more and more proficient with them, and the more he comprehended, the more he found them to be filled with endless mysteries. From that moment onwards, the mirror clone was no longer just an image condensed from demon chi. It was even more closely connected to his original body. Li Qingshan suddenly swung the dragon-seizing bident and pierced the clone's hand. Afterwards he raised his right hand in thought. When the clone's hand was pierced, he felt a piercing pain as well. A red mark was left behind. In other words, if my clone is injured, my original body will be injured too? This water mirror's image really isn't as simple as it seems. This seemed like a bad thing. Li Qingshan could no longer use his clone as cannon fodder without any qualms anymore. But in reality, to the current Li Qingshan it was extremely good news. Ignoring everything else, he could pass the god seal to his clone without worry. His clone would be responsible for gathering water spiritual chi in the lake for him. When he needed it, he could come and receive it. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he could directly summon his clone back to his side. He did not have to worry about losing the god seal, and his original body would just have to retrieve the intestines. The only thing he regretted was that he could only summon his doppelganger. If his main body could pass through the surface of the mirror, wouldn't that be 1,000 miles teleportation? That would be more useful than any escape technique. It was equivalent to having an extra life. However, this was only the beginning. Li Qingshan could sense that the mysteries of the water mirror's image had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. It's him. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head and felt a familiar aura on the lake. Fellow Taoist North Moon, I'm Hua Sengzan of the Legalist School. I've come to pay my respects, said Hua Sengzan as he arrived on the lake. Then he turned around. He said to Han Tie, why are you following me? I'm willing. All right then. Hua Sengzan said helplessly. In any case, there probably wouldn't be any danger during this trip. Come down. Li Qingshan said loudly. The surface of the lake suddenly split into two. In the middle there was a water staircase that extended downwards. Han Tie revealed a vigilant expression. He had entered a water region controlled by a powerful water demon. It was no different from entering a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, when he saw Hua Sengzan descending the staircase, he could only follow, thinking that even if they didn't enter the water, they were no match for the Moon Devil. There was a long passageway in front of them and they were walking in it. They could clearly see the scenery at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, two spots of light lit up in the dark water region. A demonic aura rapidly approached. Hua Sengzan stopped and turned around. He saw a huge red carp swimming toward them and pouncing toward them. Han Tie held a spear in his hand ready to strike. However, he was held down by Hua Sengzan. With a splash, the big red carp leaped across the passageway and brushed past them. Han Tie put down his spear, and the two of them continued forward. Their field of vision suddenly widened. The passageway led to a large hall. There were no pillars, only an empty space. The shape was like a drop of water that had fallen on the ground. There was a tall throne in the middle. The Moon Devil sat on it. The big red carp swam up from the floor. It moved closer to him and opened its mouth wide. The Moon Devil smiled and patted the big fish's head. He fed it a pill. You're really bold. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to resist killing you? Then he looked at the few oversized crab demons, turtle demons, and prawn demons hiding under the water. He scolded, you cowards. If you don't come up now, I'll cook you for soup. They swam over in a hurry and lined up on the two sides. They were all the prawn soldiers and crab generals that Li Qingshan had subdued with the dragon-seizing bident. They were not powerful, but they could still hold their ground after all. Hua Sengzan had no idea how to react inside. Everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knew about the Moon Devil's brutality, but when he saw it in person, he would always feel a slight difference. However, as he approached the throne, he immediately sensed the powerful aura from him. It was heavy, violent, tranquil, and melded together. It was indescribable. The further he went, the stronger the pressure became. When he was still 10 meters away from the throne, he stopped. He actually felt like he could not get any closer. What have you come for? Have you come to congratulate me? Or have you come to kill me? Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold. He stared at his two old friends from the 100 schools of thought with a burning gaze. He did not want to appear too polite, just in case they saw through him and ruin the Moon Devil's reputation. Hua Sengzan only felt a surging malice crash towards him like a tsunami. Han Tie took a step forward and held his spear horizontally, blocking Hua Sengzan. Piss off all of you. Oh, I'm not talking about you. Li Qingshan withdrew his aura and cursed as he pointed down. As it turned out, before Hua Sengzan and Han Tie had done anything, the turtle demon had already retreated into its shell, while the crab demons and prawn monsters had curled up into a ball out of fright. When they heard the order, they immediately felt like they had been pardoned, fleeing into the water in a hurry. I want to ask fellow North Moon to return Senior Zhou Tong's lightning slaughter wooden sword. Hua Sengzan knew that with his status, he did not have the qualifications to discuss war or peace with North Moon. His request for the lightning slaughter wooden sword was more of a test. Before the situation was settled, rashly coming into contact with the Moon Devil would definitely cause him to be criticized. However, if his goal was to return Zhou Tong's lightning slaughter wooden sword, then things would be different. Zhou Tong? Who's that? It's the Taoist priest who used lightning to fight you last time. Oh, you're talking about this. Li Qingshan came to a sudden realization. He took out the lightning slaughter wooden sword and tossed it lightly in his hand. Electricity surged and flowed. But why should I return it to you? This is my spoil of war. The lightning slaughter wooden sword is useless to you, fellow Taoist. Can we use something else to exchange for it? Li Qingshan leaned forward and raised his eyebrows. Right now, aren't your lives and 100 treasures pouches mine? If fellow Taoist really wants it, then come and take it. Hua Sengzan spread his arms in a carefree manner. However, he was extremely nervous inside. According to his deductions, the North Moon had not even directly killed the demon slayer Yang Pingu, sparing him. The chances of him killing them were almost zero. However, Taoists were fickle. They could not be judged with common sense. No matter how clever a person was, it was impossible to avoid all accidents. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. With a wave of his hand, the water palace collapsed loudly. Water surged in from all directions. Just when Hua Sengzan and Han Tie thought he was going to attack, Li Qingshan leapt up gently and vanished into the waves. I heard that there's a treasure in the 100 schools of thought called the Water Mirror Disc. If you want the sword back, you'll have to use the Water Mirror Disc to exchange for it. After seeing the Water Mirror Disc for the first time, Li Qingshan was interested. There seemed to be a fortuitous encounter between him and the Spirit Turtle's ability, the Water Mirror's image. If he could obtain it, his comprehension of the Water Mirror's image might reach an even higher level. Li Qingshan passed the Water God seal to his mirror clone before concealing all of his aura. He returned to the Chain Mountains silently with little Anne. In Moon Court Lake, Li Qingshan controlled his clone to swim towards a small lake near Moon Court Lake. The quality of the Water God seal was indeed extraordinary. Even Moon Court Lake was unable to fill it completely. There was still some space at the edges. However, it was impossible for it to hold another clear river. What Li Qingshan needed to do was continue refining the water in the surroundings until it filled up the Water God seal. Arriving before the small lake, the Water God seal shone brightly. Li Qingshan threw himself into it, but he did not use his own demon qi to refine it. Instead, he used the spiritual qi of the entire Moon Court Lake. In less than 2 hours, his aura had filled the entire lake, adding another region of water and power to the Water God seal. Li Qingshan smiled. Sure enough, it was just like how it was written in the books. After grasping a larger body of water, refining the smaller ones in the surroundings became extremely easy. Afterwards, Li Qingshan continued to work hard, refining most of the water in the surroundings. Finally, he filled up the Water God seal. The tremendous water spiritual qi was boundless, like it was about to overflow. It left Li Qingshan's mind in turmoil. Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration in his head. The mental cultivation method of the arts of the boundless ocean appeared in his head. Although Moon Court Lake was still incomparable to a true ocean, it already had the atmosphere of an ocean. It was greatly beneficial to Li Qingshan's path of human cultivation. It was truly like the saying, a willow planted unintentionally becomes a shade. Li Qingshan believed that as long as he was given some time to quietly comprehend, he would definitely achieve a breakthrough in the arts of the boundless ocean. No matter how impressive the ENC sect was, it was impossible for them to possess a body of water to cultivate in. Was this the limit? Of course not. After all, there was no such thing as a God seal in the world. It was something that was condensed from nothing. The greatest value of this Water God seal was to break through the seals of the 9 province cauldrons. Li Qingshan arrived at the mouth of a small river that flowed into Clear Court Lake. His expression turned slightly solemn. At the same time, Hua Sengzan brought Li Qingshan's conditions back to the 100 schools of thought. Another emergency meeting was held. And this time, Li Qingshan was not absent. When the news from the 100 schools of thought arrived, he rushed over with little Anne. At this moment he was sitting together with little Anne to see if he could achieve his goal. Water Mirror Disc, absolutely not. Lu Chongqing refused immediately. The Water Mirror Disc was the ultimate treasure of the 100 schools of thought. It was wielded by generations of Confucian family heads. Its origins were extremely ancient. It was said to be a relic left behind by ancient cultivators. Its value could not even be evaluated by current spirit artifacts or arcane artifacts. Although it did not have the slightest bit of offensive or defensive power, this in itself proved that its value was extraordinary. Lu Chongqing believed that he had not fully unleashed its power. How could he be willing to hand it over to a fiendish demon? Chapter 511. What a great appetite. Ru Exang glanced past Li Qingshan and said secretly, "It's just SOSO. I really have to thank you, Miss Ru Exang." Li Qingshan twisted his neck. He sat to Lu Chongqing's left in his handsome uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander. To Lu Chongqing's right was Han Anjuan. Just this change in position demonstrated the difference in his current status. It made Lu Chuanfeng very envious as he sat in the corner. There were quite a few foundation establishment cultivators in the schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. Some possessed great seniority, while others possessed great cultivation. However, in formal meetings the people who could sit at the very top would always be prefects, generals and commanders. Even Zhou Tong, who was known as the greatest of the Clear River Prefecture, could only be ranked below them. This was a form of official status. Lu Changqing's status went without saying. He was recognized as the greatest of the Clear River Prefecture by the country. Although Han Anjuan only led the school of the military, he could directly enlist the disciples of the academy in times of need. The Hawkwolf Guard was an organization of violence directly subordinate to the Great Xia Empire. They were divided into the traditional three types of authority: politics, military, and supervision. Although the schools of Buddhism and Taoism were filled with talents and had a solid foundation, as religious figures, they could not get involved in specific matters. Li Qingshan even turned around and tried to persuade Lu Changqing, "Don't fret, Sir Lu. The water mirror disc isn't something the Moon Devil can have just because he wants it." Hua Sengzan also felt like the Moon Devil was demanding an exorbitant price. The problem was, if it was something else then so be it, but it just had to be the lightning slaughter wooden sword. "Kid, that's easy for you to say. That's my sword." Sure enough, Zhou Tong became rather restless. The lightning slaughter wooden sword was a crucial arcane artifact for him to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. It was something that directly connected to his life. He had the opportunity to take it back now. How could he not be tempted? "Don't be angry, Senior Zhou. We're just taking our time to think about it." Li Qingshan thought, "Hey, of course I know it's your sword. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have taken it." Yes, the water mirror disc is indeed precious, but the Thunder Slaughter wooden sword is also a rare magic treasure. In the future it might become a magic treasure. It would be a pity to lose it. It was better for everyone to discuss it. What should we do? No matter how Li Qingshan talked, everyone felt that he didn't say anything. Zhou Tong even bluntly reprimanded, "Your words are like fart, completely useless." Li Qingshan really had nothing to say. If he objected to the exchange he would be going against himself. If they supported the exchange, wouldn't it be easy for others to suspect them? The discussion gradually became more and more intense. Li Qingshan decided to multitask. On one hand, he was dealing with the conference of the 100 schools of thought, while on the other, his mind was still on the Moon Court Lake that was shimmering with light. Raising his head, he saw a small river flowing down from a mountain peak. This river was even smaller than the first river that Li Qingshan had refined. If it were not for the fact that it was long and winding, it would have been much smaller than the first river Li Qingshan had refined. If not for the fact that it was long and winding, it would probably not be enough to condense a god seal deep into the forest. Li Qingshan stood above the mouth of the river, surging demonic qi flowing against the flow. With the support of the god seal, it connected the entire body of water in the blink of an eye. If there was still space in the water god seal, he could easily fuse it within, and then expand the body of water he controlled slightly. However, the god seal was already full, and could not accommodate even a single stream. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed an extremely thin band of blue light extending into the mountains and forests in a curving manner. He reached out and scooped it up. He pulled out that ribbon of light and wrapped it around the water god seal. As expected, this process was much more difficult than directly using the water god seal to take over the body of water. It was equivalent to condensing a god seal all over again. If not for Ru Xian's water god seal, even a small river like this would find it difficult to break through the suppression of the great cauldrons of the 9 provinces and condense a god seal. The water god seal spun like a spindle, the blue ribbon of light coiling around it like threads, round and round without end. As he continued to condense it, Li Qingshan gradually grasped the trick. The water god seal spun faster and faster, and he also felt like this process was not as difficult as it was described in the books. It's probably because I've already become a high-level water god, and this river is just too small. Li Qingshan spent a few more hours before finally refining the small river. The water god seal in his hand changed once more. Its size remained the same, but the patterns on it became slightly more complicated. Even if the power within it dispersed completely again in the future, the quality of the water god seal would increase slightly. This would not change. Is this because I practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression? Li Qingshan was elated as he came up with another guess. Li Qingshan was correct. If it were a regular demon or even a demon commander, they would not be able to condense a god seal from the small river without 3 to 5 days of effort. Condensing something from nothing had never been a simple matter. Unless it was a natural variant, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. The spirit turtle happened to be the most renowned water divine beast. Its status was equivalent to that of a phoenix to fire. The crux of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine lay in the word, transformation. It could allow a regular human teenager to possess the innate talent and might that only the strongest demonic and divine beasts in the world possessed. The spirit turtle could even suppress the boundless ocean, let alone a mere mountain river. Divine beasts were born with the word, divine in their names. They were born with divine power. As a result, when Li Qingshan refined Moon Court Lake, it was different from regular demons. It was a wondrous sight. Yeah, there's a result. The meeting of the 100 schools of thought fell into a stalemate. Lu Chongqing was reluctant to part with the water mirror disc, while Zhou Tong wanted to take back his lightning slaughter wooden sword, but it was difficult for him to bring it up. Only in the end did they barely manage to reach a conclusion, which was to get Hua Sengzan to talk to the Moon Devil again and see if he could change the conditions. Alright then, I'll go again. However, it's best if you don't get your hopes up too high. Hua Sengzan sighed and stood up. I'll go with you. Zhou Tong stood up suddenly. Hua Sengzan could not dissuade him. All she could do was agree with a bitter smile. Senior Zhou, you must remain calm when the time comes. Don't get into conflict with the Moon Devil again. The two of them traveled through the night to Moon Court Lake and only found the Moon Devil, Li Qingshan, on a small island in the middle of the lake after spending quite a bit of money. Hua Sengzan raised an eyebrow. She felt that the situation was even stranger than the last time they met. The Moon Devil was currently squatting on the beach eating a barbecue. A plucked pheasant was skewered on a tree branch, spinning above the fire. He had smeared it with a sauce he had found somewhere. My lightning slaughter sword. Zhou Tong walked over with a guarded expression. Just now, he could clearly see that the tree branch Li Qingshan was spinning was the unassuming lightning slaughter wooden sword. He let out a wretched cry. It's my lightning slaughter wooden sword, Li Qingshan corrected and took a huge bite out of the chicken. Hua Sengzan took a step forward and bowed. With a pleasant expression, he expressed that the water mirror disc belonged to the 100 schools of thought, and they could not make the decision to give it to him. Why don't you change your conditions? Since the lightning slaughter wooden sword is useless to you, why don't you exchange it for something more useful? How is it useless? This is my secret recipe, a necessary tool for lightning and fire dual roasting. What if I can't eat such a delicious roast chicken in the future? Li Qingshan angrily waved the roast chicken in his hand and looked at Zhou Tong's pale complexion. My words are useless. This lousy tree branch of yours can only be used for roasting, and it's especially disgusting. Hua Sengzan smelled the charred smell of the roast chicken and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not say a single word. Moon Devil, you're infuriating me. Zhou Tong roared, his entire body bursting with lightning. Li Qingshan pointed at him with the roast chicken. You dare to make a move? Senior, please calm your anger. Hua Sengzan hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Zhou Tong back. In the end, Zhou Tong did not make a move. Although he had a fiery temper, he was no fool. He would definitely not do something like smashing an egg against a rock. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that the Moon Devil had become even stronger. He was much stronger than when he had snatched away his lightning slaughter sword. If Zhou Tong knew that the one in front of him right now was just a clone, he would not be able to tell. Yet he couldn't see it at all. How would he feel? What a pity, what a pity. It's too tiring to hold it up and eat. I still lack a good plate. What a fly in the ointment. Li Qingshan shook his head and muttered to himself, if you really don't want to give it to me, I'll just go get it myself in the future. Hua Sengzan's heart shivered. As it seemed, the Moon Devil was truly determined to obtain the water mirror disc. The exchange this time was no longer just a matter of 2 items. It also had to do with the upcoming situation. If the exchange went smoothly, then it would be a very good beginning. They could put an end to this pointless war. However, if it did not, it was possible for the Moon Devil to start another war. The best-case scenario would be the Rui Commandery getting involved, and the Clear River Prefecture would become a quagmire of war again. Li Qingshan obviously would not declare war against the 100 schools of thought. Firstly, he had too many people he was familiar with. If he accidentally killed his father-in-law or brother-in-law, then his relationship with Han Qiongji would truly become a melodramatic drama. Not to mention that the current situation was so great, so he would never be foolish enough to destroy it. As long as no one cared about him, he would continue devouring the rivers and lakes one by one. He would not lose out at all. It was not like threats cost anything anyway. Hua Sengzan pulled Zhou Tong back to the 100 schools of thought and told Lu Changqing about the cause and effect. This time there was no meeting. Only the three of them were present. Lu Changqing's expression changed. He was uncertain about what to do. "Prefect Lu, do you trust me?" Zhou Tong asked. "You're too polite, senior." "Of course. With the lightning slaughter sword, my confidence in undergoing the heavenly tribulation has increased by 30% at the very least. If I succeed, I'll definitely find a way to take back the water mirror disc. If I really can't, I'll use other items to make it up to you. As long as the threat of the Moon Devil remains, I will always be watching over the Clear River Prefecture. If I fail the tribulation, the lightning slaughter sword won't be destroyed. It'll probably absorb the power of lightning and become even more powerful. It'll replace the water mirror disc. We can sign a contract and send it to the Rui Commandery. It'll be a deal between me and the Moon Devil. What do you think?" At that moment, Zhou Tong seemed extremely calm. He had explained everything clearly. After a moment of thought, Hua Sengzan understood that Lu Changqing's greatest worry was still over at the Rui Commandery. The Marquis of Rui had not sent anyone to provide support, but he had never said that he would allow the demons to threaten him and make him even more powerful. Zhou Tong's words were equivalent to absolving Lu Changqing of responsibility. Lu Changqing struggled internally for quite a while before finally gritting his teeth. "All right, but I need to report this to the Marquis of Rui first. If the Marquis has no objections, you can have the water mirror disc." Chapter 512. I'm sure the Marquis won't object. With a golden core cultivator holding the fort, this game of chess is still very promising. It might seem like the Moon Devil has gotten his way, but Senior Zhou will make him realize sooner or later that this is his greatest mistake. Hua Sengzan said this, but he was not so optimistic inside. "Humph, I won't let this matter rest. How dare you use my thunder slaughter sword to roast a chicken?" Zhou Tong's face twitched again. After the meeting of the 100 schools of thought ended, Lu Chuanfeng invited Li Qingshan to visit the School of Novels. Li Qingshan naturally refused. Lu Chuanfeng pretended to be angry. "Qingshan, the School of Novels is your home. It's too outrageous of you to pass by like this without entering." Unable to refuse, Li Qingshan went to Cloud Wisp Island. He passed through the bamboo forest and saw the flickering lights in the bamboo house. Li Qingshan could sense the presence of many presences. This place was no longer as empty as it had been in the past. At Lu Chuanfeng's command, a group of children of all ages came out to welcome him. The oldest was only 15 or 16 years old, while the youngest was only 10. They said in unison with their tender voices, "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Then they stared at Li Qingshan with sparkling eyes. Lu Chuanfeng often used Li Qingshan's glorious deeds to encourage them. He also talked about the results of his hard work in teaching them. Li Qingshan sighed. After 3 years of war, the School of Novels was probably the only one that had become more prosperous. The main reason was that the School of Novels did not have any decent disciples to begin with. Most of these new disciples were only at the second or third layer of Qi practitioner. It was better for the School of Moism to create a few puppets than to send them to their deaths. Some people were destroyed because they were weak, while others were safe because they were too weak. They sat down and talked. Unknowingly, 2 to 4 hours had passed. Li Qingshan stood up and bid farewell. He wanted to hurry back to the Chain Mountains with little N, but he was stopped by Hua Sengzan. He had just finished talking with Lu Changqing. He was just about to ask Li Qingshan to return and take charge of the general affairs of the Hawkwolf Guard. He had never heard of a Scarlet Eagle commander. Apart from the day of the succession, he would not appear at all. Now that the war had come to an end, there were many things for the Hawkwolf Guard to do. He was about to take charge of the situation. "Little Flower, I'll leave everything to you. I want to go into seclusion for a while." Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder. Before he could finish, Hua Sengzan exclaimed, "You still want to go into closed-door training? Didn't you just come out of closed-door training?" He had never heard of a cultivator going into seclusion so frequently. Locking oneself in a cave abode was not considered seclusion. Only when one's cultivation had reached a certain bottleneck, or when one's accumulation had reached a certain level, would they choose to break through secluded cultivation. I've comprehended something recently." Li Qingshan was telling the truth. He had learned a lesson from his battle against Helicoverpa rosa. He had yet to comprehend it in detail. And after refining Moon Court Lake, he had yet to consolidate the slivers of comprehension he had obtained. All of this required time. All right then. What else could Hua Sengzan say? To cultivators, the most important thing was still cultivation. Everything else, like the Hawkwolf Guard or the overall situation of the world, was extremely secondary. Though, the path of cultivation is about progressing step by step. If you're in too much of a hurry, you'll end up with less speed. It's easy for you to suffer from chi deviation. I know. You should be careful when you interact with the Moon Devil. Don't end up getting hurt instead. Li Qingshan obviously understood the principle of progressing step by step. He had not actually spent a lot of time and effort on the arts of the boundless ocean. However, he also had to practice an extremely profound ability like the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, and he had to maintain his status in the world of demons. He never had enough time. He had always wanted to learn the path of artifact forging, but he never had the time. He hoped the situation would ease up for a while after the war ended, so he would have more time to cultivate. This tiger is far too vicious. It's not something I can fight. I just want to tame it so that it can hurt fewer people. Li Qingshan smiled. That's not easy either. We've gained a powerful rival in love. A rival in love. Hua Sengzan suddenly discovered he had missed something. What would the Marquis of Rui think about the Moon Devil's public confession of love to Gu Yenying? The exchange this time would probably lead to unexpected problems. And the development of the matter seemed to verify Hua Sengzan's guess. The Marquis of Rui had never turned down Lu Changqing's request, but he did not agree to it either. Lu Changqing was afraid of handing over the water mirror disc so easily, so the matter was shelved just like that. Li Qingshan obviously was not in a hurry. The one who should be in a hurry was Zhou Tong. This had been a stroke of inspiration in the first place. It was an idle move. If it succeeded, then that would be for the best. If it failed, then there was nothing to be pitiful about. In reality, he had already forgotten about this matter. In Qing Zhao's dwelling in the Chain Mountains, Li Qingshan's eyes were firmly shut. The blue light on him rose and fell like waves, producing the faint sound of waves. Apart from diverting a part of his attention so that his clone could continue refining water and expanding the God Seal, he had already submerged his mind into his sea of consciousness. His mind had already completely sunk into his sea of consciousness. In the boundless sea of consciousness, it was like a huge mirror, clearly reflecting the two figures. One was Li Qingshan, while the other was Helicoverpa Rosa. From when they first met to every single time they met, every single word they spoke, he did not miss out on anything. Then it went to the sex in Cobweb City, the bitter battle below Cobweb City, the indulgence and venting after victory and everything. Li Qingshan recalled her every expression and every movement like he was recalling a lover. From a certain perspective, enemies were indeed closer than lovers. Hating a person would make him think about them every single day, but loving someone was very difficult to achieve. Of course, Li Qingshan did not hate Helicoverpa Rosa. What he recalled was more excitement and passion. Her wounds and demon chi should have recovered long ago. Why hasn't she come for revenge yet? What secret weapon is she preparing? The tiger demon roared inside, desiring another battle with her. He could imagine that this battle would definitely be extremely difficult, but this was also where the interest lay. He was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past either. Controlling Moon Court Lake held extraordinary significance to him. Apart from the direct benefits, it was more important for his mind. As a result, he devoted his mind to the figure of the spirit turtle that radiated with an extremely tranquil aura once again, comprehending and sensing it. On the other side of the dwelling, Little and clasped her hands together. Between them was the blood demon core she had obtained from killing Blood Shadow. The blood demon core was like a pool of blood, constantly changing its shape. It let out a strange hiss, like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts in hell. Little and freed up her left hand and swung it upwards. The 21 skull prayer beads dispersed, turning into a skull that circled above her head. She lifted up the blood demon core in her right hand with some difficulty. Its shape had already changed completely, becoming a thin piece that rippled like flowing water. She suddenly pushed upwards and the blood demon core flew up. The skull opened its mouth and sprayed the samadhi flames of white bone at the blood demon core. She formally began refining the blood sea banner. At the same time in Moon Court Lake, Li Qingshan did not stop refining the surrounding waters for a single moment. Under the control of a single will, his main body and clone advanced together, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Before he knew it, for months had passed. Li Qingshan spent half a month and refined another river that spanned 500 kilometers. He temporarily stopped advancing and gazed at the water god seal in his hand. It was still translucent, glowing with blue light. However, the patterns on it had become clearer and more complicated. It was no longer a flat piece, beginning to take on a three-dimensional feel. And he could clearly sense that the water spread out in all directions with Moon Court Lake as the center. Moon Court Lake was like a thumping heart, while the rivers were the arteries that transported blood. However, Helicoverpa still had not come to challenge him, which gave him a sense of danger. Or did demons have a different concept of time than humans? Li Qingshan dared not be careless, but he was not overly worried either. He believed that he would definitely grow stronger faster than Helicoverpa. If she was willing to delay, then that was fine. After delaying for 80 to 100 years, there would be no need for a battle to the death. She could just lie down and wait for him to arrive. After a short rest, Li Qingshan continued his search for a water vein connected to Moon Court Lake that had yet to be refined. What he wanted to find the most was a water vein connected to the underground rivers, but he had yet to find it. There was nothing he could do about it. There were just too many rivers connected to Moon Court Lake, and every single one of them twisted and turned. It was very difficult to determine their direction from one end. Some seemed to be underground rivers, but they would come to the surface after traveling underground for a period of time. Some clearly flowed in the direction of the territory, but they would be obstructed by the mountains. After a few turns they would end up somewhere unknown. Just where is it? In the Chain Mountains, Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He opened his eyes and glanced at little Anne. She was still focused on refining the Blood Sea banner. Within the samadhi flames of white bone that burned quietly, a long blood-red banner had already vaguely taken shape. Li Qingshan could already sense the great power it contained. It surged like the ocean, boundless and boundless. I originally thought it would be very easy to find. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten her to divine it first. Oh right, why don't I test the spirit turtle's divination abilities? Li Qingshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In the past 4 months, he had gained an even deeper understanding of the spirit turtle transformation. Not only had his two abilities, the spirit turtle's profound shell and the water mirror's image, had become even more profound and profound. He had gained a deeper understanding of the spirit turtle's original abilities as well. Li Qingshan closed his eyes again. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body flickered with light. At the same time, he held the water god seal through his clone 500 kilometers away and sensed the ripples of Moon Court Lake. Unknowingly, he focused on the center of Moon Court Lake. There was a towering island there. Suddenly, he saw a vortex at the foot of one of the islands. Below the swirl was a cavern that constantly swallowed the lake water. He had always been searching around Moon Court Lake, but he had never paid any special attention to what was happening in the lake. That was because a swirl like that was far too common in Moon Court Lake. It was not worth paying special attention to. And looking at the size of the cavern, it was impossible for it to produce such a majestic underground river. If it were in the past, even if Li Qingshan discovered the cavern, he would not have paid any attention to it. Li Qingshan believed in the spirit turtle's senses. He immediately arrived above the swirl and channeled demon chi into the cavern. Under the push of the water god seal, it rapidly extended underground. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 513. The lake water poured into the cavern, turning into an underground river that flowed through the darkness. In the beginning, the flow of water was very small, so small that it could condense a god seal. However, as the river surged, more and more water merged with it, and the flow of water became greater and greater. It advanced towards the depths of the underground like an unstoppable force. After another series of twists and turns, the flow gradually stabilized. To no surprise, it was in the direction of the underground territory. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He threw himself into it without any hesitation. The underground river was so large that it surpassed any of the rivers he had refined in the past. It would probably take him quite the effort to refine it. However, once he refined it, he would establish a connection between the two territories. His foundation in the Clear River Prefecture would become even more consolidated. In the Qingxiao dwelling, Li Qingshan stood up and nodded at little and before making his way out of the dwelling. It was time for his main body to take action. At the end of the day, his clone only possessed a portion of his demon chi, and it did not possess the might of the spirit turtle. When he focused on cultivation, using it to save time was not a bad idea. However, he still had to deal with the true problems personally. It was more convenient. And it was time for him to return underground and investigate the situation. He wanted to see how Yi Liusu's great cause of unification was progressing. The Blackwater salamander continued to swim about freely in the depths of his underground lake, cultivating slowly at the speed of a demon. Perhaps in a decade or a century he would become a powerful demon general, but right now he was only the weakest of demons. Among the underground demons, the demons in Li Qingshan's territory, he was probably the luckiest. He had safely made it through this battle that could have threatened his life. The Blackwater Salamander suddenly sensed a powerful, irresistible demon chi merge with the water around him. The water that he could freely control turned into a stagnant cage at that moment. Two azure specks of light lit up in the black water. They were blurry. A spirit turtle swam over. The two specks of light were the spirit turtle's eyes. It clearly carried a huge turtle shell on its back, but its movements were filled with a sense of lightness and elegance, as if it was dancing in the air. Compared to the direct, tremendous demon chi, there was another indescribable aura. It was a sense of holiness. It was like a king patrolling his territory, like a god marking his divine kingdom. Wherever it went, no matter how turbulent the current was, will also calm down as if his eyes. However, when it swam closer, the figure of the spirit turtle dispersed, revealing Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's main body arrived at the bottom of Moon Court Lake. The moment he began refining this underground river, he found it exceptionally easy. The further down this underground river went, the stronger the water flow became. Moreover, it was the kind of refinement that opened up the river. It felt as easy as using a clone to refine a small river. The speed at which he refined the water veins with his clone was enough to leave others in the dust. If they saw the efficiency of the main body, they would probably be dumbfounded. At this moment, in the commandery city of Rui, there was indeed a group of people who were currently stunned. There was a glowing map that filled the entire wall. There were no city walls on it, only the scenery of mountains and rivers. The undulating mountain ranges and the continuous rivers were like giant dragons intertwining on the earth. Their heads and tails were connected, but they were not chaotic at all, bringing with them the beauty of nature. The river was blue, but a small area was dyed bright red. Looking at its shape, it was the scenery of Moon Court Lake and the water veins around it. Marquis, this is the scenery from the Green Province Cauldron. The Moon Devil, no, the North Moon's rate of refining the water veins has suddenly sped up, an old man reported. The Marquis of Rui wore the same tall hat and violet clothes as before, except the coldness on his face and the slight smile on his face had vanished. It had been replaced with caution or even vigilance. The spreading bright red seemed to be a poisonous sore on his body. Yes, the Rui Commandery was the territory that had been passed down through his clan for several thousand years. It was like an extension of his body. He did not care if demons ran amok. No matter how many mortals or cultivators died, he did not care either. However, refining mountains and rivers like this and claiming to be a god was directly challenging his authority. The Marquis of Rui's right hand that was hidden in his sleeve clenched into a fist. He felt an urge to leave right now, rush straight to the Clear River Prefecture and kill him. As a matter of fact, he did not even need to do anything personally. As long as he gave the order, mobilizing a few Golden Core cultivators would not be a problem at all. There were already 3 Golden Core cultivators who served as guests in his Marquis estate. However, he could not. He was not a chess piece, but he was only bold enough to be a spectator. Let alone moving the chess pieces on the chessboard, even watching without saying anything was basic. What do the two of you think about this? The Marquis of Rui looked back. Beside him stood 2 people on equal footing. One of them was a middle-aged man in military uniform. His face was like scarlet steel, without the slightest expression. His arms hung by his side as he stood sternly, like a glacier that would not melt for 1,000 years. If Li Qingshan were present, he would definitely find him extremely similar to Han Anjuan. He was Han Qiongji's uncle, Great General Han Anghua. If we don't eliminate this demon, he'll definitely become a great problem. The Marquis of Rui nodded in agreement. Lu Changqing has actually reported to me that he wants to hand the water mirror disc to him. Who knows what he's thinking? The other person was obviously Gu Yenying. She was still dressed in clothes whiter than snow, standing with her arms behind her back. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her fair arms. She seemed clean and neat, and she always had a free and easy smile on her face. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She was like an invisible, ever-changing gust of wind. That's a little interesting. Yenying, aren't you a little too relaxed? When the Marquis of Rui looked at her, even his gaze would soften slightly. The arrogance of a marquis that was ingrained in his bones had vanished. This was obviously not because of his love for her. Gu Yenying's status was the same as his, and there were basically no one who could say for sure how deep her cultivation was, not to mention the figure that enveloped the entire sky of the great Xia Empire behind her. Compared to her, the mighty Marquis of Rui was merely a small, local marquis. It's just a game of chess. Why do you have to be so serious? This is my ancestral property. The Marquis of Rui smiled bitterly and stared at her. What moved him the most was not her absolute beauty, nor was it her noble status. It was not even her bearing that was as graceful as the wind. Instead, it was a kind of boldness. Although the wind did not move, Qi was omnipresent, covering the 9 provinces. Everyone said the Clear River Prefecture was a game of chess, but apart from the few people at the very top, no one was bold enough to actually treat it as a game of chess. Why don't we just hand the water mirror disc to him? Let's see what he can do. Gu Yanning really did seem like a spectator enjoying the show. He's my admirer after all. The corner of Gu Yanning's lips curled. She did not mention anything about the changes in the situation. She did not hide her personal likes or dislikes at all. Since you said you're going to give it to him, then let's give it to him. Who made me end up like this so I should share the same fate as this North Moon? The Marquis of Rui sighed. In the blink of an eye, he tossed the words, "If this demon is not eliminated, he'll definitely become a great problem," to the back of his mind. He did not want to come off as too petty in front of her. Of course, that was not the main reason. Recently, he had been under quite a lot of pressure. In order to retrieve his lightning slaughter sword, Zhou Tong had truly been in a great hurry. He had found a figure that even the Marquis of Rui could not turn down to talk to him. Gu Yanning did not mention the situation, but the Marquis of Rui had already analyzed the situation countless times inside, considering the benefits Zhou Tong would gain from undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Gu Yanning's words could only be regarded as a prelude at most. With his cultivation and age, why would he do something stupid for the sake of his personal feelings? Of course, this prelude was very important. The Marquis of Rui instinctively felt vigilant or even fearful of the North Moon. It was far too unusual for a demon's cultivation to rise so quickly. He should be suppressed as much as possible. If it were not for what Gu Yanning had said, he probably would have followed through with this idea. Afterwards, he regretted his decision today greatly, which also proved that something like boldness could not be faked after all. Some people really did not care about it. As the two of them spoke, Han Ongwa maintained the Han family's usual style, remaining silent and not stopping them at all. Only when they were about to leave did Gu Yanning suddenly ask, "Has your niece succeeded with foundation establishment? She just underwent the heavenly tribulation the day before yesterday. She's currently resting and recovering." Han Ongwa's gaze was filled with inquiry. He had no idea why she had suddenly mentioned Han Qiongji. "Tell her to report to me tomorrow," Gu Yanning said straightforwardly. Han Ongwa was rather confused. He had no idea why she cared so much about Han Qiongji. However, directly being promoted to a White Wolf Guard was not a bad thing at the end of the day. He did not want Han Qiongji to return to the Clear River Prefecture right now either. At the very least, he had to wait until the situation had settled down completely. As a result, he nodded. "All right." The Marquis of Rui smiled. "You must be talking about niece Qiongji." As her uncle tried persuading her again. "Just how will she be willing to part with the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms? Am I supposed to mistreat her? That'll be up to her." The great general's estate. "No, I have to go back," Han Qiongji said firmly. "I've already agreed to it. Military orders must be obeyed. As a Hawkwolf Guard, Commander Gu is your general. You should follow her orders. All right, stop being stubborn. You're not a child anymore." For once, Han Ongwa showed a gentle expression, which filled the young men and women present with envy. Since when had their father ever been so kind to them? Moreover, ever since Han Qiongji had come, their lives had become much better, so they all tried to persuade her. "Yes, Sister Qiongji, just stay behind. He's already told you to wait for him. What's so good about that Li Qingshan? It's been so long and there's no news from him at all. He hasn't even written a letter." Han Ongwa said frigidly. He personally killed 4 demon generals all alone. He's even the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture now. If you want to criticize others, look at yourself first. They immediately fell silent out of fear, but they felt extremely indignant inside. "That's just because we didn't have the opportunity. Once that Li Qingshan comes, we'll definitely have a good fight with him." Han Qiongji was slightly surprised. She had been in secluded cultivation the entire time in order to break through to foundation establishment, so she had no idea that Li Qingshan had already become a Scarlet Hawk commander. However, she always felt happy when her uncle praised him. "Qingshan, hurry up and come." To be continued. Chapter 5:14. The river that stretched underground was not the one Li Qingshan had discovered. That was only one of the main streams. Instead, it was densely woven together like a spider's web. After experiencing the wonders of the spirit turtle suppresses the seas, Li Qingshan's ambition swelled. He was no longer satisfied with just refining a single river. Although the range completely exceeded his own territory, none of the other demon generals were bold enough to stop him. As a result, whenever he arrived at the mouth of a tributary, he would disperse his demon qi. Even with the spirit turtle's divine powers, the process was still extremely slow. However, he was in no hurry. He advanced forward slowly, all for the sake of establishing an underground network of water that belonged to him. At the top of Cobweb City, in the dark bedroom, a snow-white figure was vaguely visible behind the heavy curtains. Helicoverpa Rosa laid on the bed completely naked. She opened her vermilion lips slightly and spat out a thread of silk. At the same time, her 10 fingers danced about. Even her 8 legs danced about in a dazzling manner, constantly twisting and twisting the silk as if she was weaving something. Her expression was serious and focused. Although she was naked, there was not the slightest hint of it. Instead, she seemed extremely natural. At the same time, her cold, haughty, and cruel bearing had completely vanished. Right now, she seemed more like a craftsman, an artist, carefully polishing her work. She had completely forgotten about her senior sister outside. None of the outside world's interference could affect her. However, Li Qingshan's large-scale refinement of water still alarmed her. Helicoverpa Rosa raised her head. She could clearly sense Li Qingshan's demon qi permeating her body. She bit her vermilion lips gently. A vicious light flashed through her eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. She lowered her head again and returned her focus to the work at hand. Actually, this was the spider's mode of killing. They would spend a long time preparing for the moment of surprise when their prey fell into their web. Croak croak. Great king, great king. The ice frog bounced around in Li Qingshan's hand. The ice spring it occupied was also the source of a system of water that Li Qingshan wanted to refine. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It seems that you are about to take that step. Let me give you a hand." Ice Frog was among the demon soldiers under Li Qingshan. He was the strongest among them. Furthermore, he seemed to possess a special bloodline, which allowed him to unleash the power of ice. A few years ago, after a few years of bitter cultivation, he could be considered to have reached a certain critical point. However, if he wanted to truly break through, it would take years. However, when Li Qingshan took out the water god seal and tapped it gently, a ray of blue light entered the head of the ice frog. Immediately, the ice frog's body emitted a brilliant blue light. The demonic core in his body emitted an unparalleled chill that permeated his entire body. Plop. The ice frog turned around and jumped into the ice spring. "Become a beauty to repay my kindness." Li Qingshan chuckled. He felt the ground tremble slightly, and the spring suddenly lit up. It spat out a bolt of lightning which flickered continuously, getting brighter and brighter. After a long while, the trembling gradually subsided, and the lightning slowly dimmed. A handsome youth with icy blue hair crawled out of the spring. He said, "Croak croak, thank you, great king." After careful inspection, Li Qingshan confirmed that this was indeed a youth and not a young girl. He said with a disappointed expression, "All right, I guess I'm unlucky. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Little Blue. Sigh, I hope Little Red is a female." Adhering to his usual tasteless naming principles, Li Qingshan casually named the ice frog Little Blue. As for the good name Little Red, it was something he had thought of on a whim. He felt that it was very suitable for the big red carp. Croak croak, good? The ice frog of the past and the current Little Blue naturally had no objections. They did not have much of an idea of whether human names were good or bad. It was not until many years later that they finally understood. By the time they resented it, it was already too late. Li Qingshan guided Little Blue to swim against the flow and continue cultivating in Moon Court Lake. Afterwards, he spread his demon qi into the spring and completed the refinement of another system of water. Right when he was about to continue on his journey, he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approach him. Li Qingshan smiled and withdrew all of his aura. He took a step back and merged with the rock. A figure stepped out of the darkness. Iliosu arrived beside the spring. She wore a luxurious black cloak and a silver circlet on her head. The silver crescent moon hung down to her forehead, making her seem mysterious and noble. She looked around, struggling to hide her eagerness. She was rather disappointed that she could not see Li Qingshan. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, an arm hugged her from behind. Her whole body tensed up, then relaxed and gently leaned into his embrace. Master, I can sense your demon chi. Afterwards, she abandoned the group of night roamers and directly rushed over to see him. Her face heated up slightly as she experienced a feeling she had never experienced before. She only felt extremely at ease in his arms. The exhaustion from scheming against the night roamers vanished silently. How's your great cause of unifying the world going? It's alright because Master, let's call you something else. That doesn't suit you. Li Qingshan smiled. Although calling the proud Yi Liusu his master was a very delightful matter, it was exactly because of this that he would never be able to call him like Yi Liubo, from the bottom of her heart and filled with emotion. That's not too good. Yi Liusu hesitated before turning around and looking at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. When there's no one else around, I won't call you master, alright? Up to you. Yi Liusu smiled faintly and took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, offering up a kiss rather bashfully and immaturely. She stopped there, her eyes brimming with undisguised affection. She didn't want to just be his servant. When she chose to give up everything and follow him to roam the world, she understood her own feelings. This kind of desire became stronger and stronger, and he heard the voice in her heart. His heart was very sweet. Do you want a gift? Li Qingshan smiled. Yeah. Yi Liusu was nowhere near as awe-inspiring as the great King Yi Liusu of the past. Her coldness and decisiveness before the night roamers had completely vanished. She was as docile as a young lady in love. Then close your eyes. Li Qingshan took Yi Liusu with him and traveled upstream. They passed through the ripples and finally arrived in Moon Court Lake. They passed through the formations and arrived in the clear court sect of the past, the current Moon Court dwelling. Alright, you can open your eyes. What's this? Yi Liusu opened her eyes and saw the rising and falling palaces and pavilions under the moonlight. This is Moon Court Lake. I've already refined it. This island originally belonged to a sect called the Clear Court Sect, but I chased them away. From today onwards, it will be the Moon Court dwelling as well as the territory you want under the starlight. Li Qingshan pointed at the sky. It was currently late at night. The bright moon hung in the sky and the sky was filled with stars. This is mine. Yi Liusu's mind seemed to drift towards the stars along with Li Qingshan's hand. She had wanted to establish a territory above ground a long time ago, but she understood that human cultivators were not friendly to other folk. Moving recklessly would only make the night roamers a target. Although she had this ideal, she still had to listen to the advice of reason. Not to mention that a territory without any guarantee of safety was completely pointless. Yet now, Li Qingshan had personally given her the territory she had always dreamed of, completing her long-cherished wish. It went without saying what kind of surprise she felt. Yi Liusu returned to her senses and pushed Li Qingshan to the ground. She could not express her feelings with words. All she could do was hug him firmly with all her might. Li Qingshan laid on the soft grass and saw the corners of Yi Liusu's eyes moisten, twinkling like starlight before turning into tears very soon. She seemed even more beautiful and enchanting than before. He felt faint joy in his heart too. He wiped away Yi Liusu's tears and held her delicate face, kissing her gently on the lips. Yi Liusu responded clumsily, extending the tip of her tongue into his mouth. He immediately sucked it in and tasted it. Li Qingshan pulled off the black cloak on Yi Liusu. Her clothes underneath were similar to when they first met. The simple black armor only covered the most important parts. Her slender waist was exposed, and her skin was covered in flower-like patterns. It was mysterious and sexy. Li Qingshan turned around and pressed her under him. He smiled. When we first met, I think we were in this position. Yi Liusu's face flushed with embarrassment. Back then, she never thought there would be a day when she would willingly lie beneath him. Her eyes suddenly flashed. Actually, I have another ideal. What is it? I've read a human book in the past. It's about the matters between a man and a woman. They are each other's only. If one of them dies, the other won't be able to survive either. Makes me very envious. I hope I can have someone like that too. However, night roamers don't have feelings like that. I never dared to hope for it either until I met you. Yi Liusu was rather shy, but she was very calm. She seemed like she was ready to let him do whatever he wanted. Li Qingshan's heart shuddered. He was extremely touched by her confession, but Yi Liusu's expression could not help but make him think of Han Qiongji. He wondered if she had emerged from secluded cultivation. He wondered if she had succeeded with foundation establishment. He wondered when she would return. Li Qingshan flipped over and laid down on the grass. He gazed at the starry sky and murmured to himself, the only one. The stars turned into Han Xiongji's face of longing. He felt a hint of guilt inside. His usual caressing of Yi Liubo was just a master's love for his pet. Moreover, he had never actually done anything, so there was nothing to feel guilty about. As for his sexual intercourse with Helicoverpa Rosa, it was more like a great adventure filled with danger and passion. His fate was still uncertain, so there was no time to feel guilty even if he wanted to. However, with Yi Liusu he had truly fallen in love with her. There was nothing he could do to avoid it. What's wrong? Yi Liusu propped herself up and asked in confusion. Li Qingshan pulled her into his arms and shook his head with a smile. Nothing. I just remembered something I promised you, but I didn't fulfill it. Fortunately, this was not his past life, or he really would have committed a heinous crime. In this day and age, even the icy-cold Han Anjuan had a great number of wives and concubines. As a result, the rumors between him and Ru Xan continued to circulate endlessly. Han Anjuan did not come knocking on his door and force him to move out of the Chain Mountains either. Compared to this, what troubled Li Qingshan even more was his identity as a demon. This was truly a major issue. If he did not handle it well, he would definitely hurt both himself and others. To be continued. Chapter 5:15. The night breeze ruffled his scarlet hair. Li Qingshan gazed at the stars and vaguely saw Han Xiongji's furious face. He smiled gently and let go of Yi Liusu, standing up. Looking back at the western horizon, all he saw was a streak of light flying over. Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived in the air, blocking Hua Sengzan's path. Here you go again. We agree to your conditions. We can give you the water mirror disc, but you need to hand over the lightning slaughter sword first. Hua Sengzan was mildly surprised before calming down. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Li Qingshan raise his hand and toss out the lightning slaughter sword. Aren't you afraid we'll go back on our word? Li Qingshan said, only if you don't plan on leaving the 100 schools of thought in the future. Hua Sengzan sighed gently. This was the confidence that came from absolute strength. Afterwards he took out the water mirror disc from his 100 treasures pouch. The water mirror disc reflected the moonlight in the sky. It was like a full moon had landed in Hua Sengzan's hand, shining with bright and pure light. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He smiled. Isn't that great? We can all live in peace. We can each take what we need and cultivate on our own. Accepting the water mirror disc, he turned around and returned to the island. Hua Sengzan had prepared a lot of things, but he actually never had the opportunity to say them. However, what Li Qingshan had said was exactly what he had been aiming for. He actually felt rather disappointed that he had achieved his goal so easily. Li Qingshan returned to the island. Yi Liusu saw the water mirror disc in his hand and asked in surprise, "What's that?" The treasure of the 100 schools of thought. Li Qingshan stared at the water mirror disc in his hand. He could not help but be drawn into it, as if the woman of his dreams was standing right in front of him, completely naked. He actually felt like he was unable to shift his gaze away. Originally, it was just a flash of inspiration, but as it looked now, it was not as simple as it seemed. As Li Qingshan channeled his demon chi into it, the demon core in his body suddenly changed. It shone with rings of light. Li Qingshan had refined many arcane and spiritual artifacts, but the spirit turtle's demon core still reacted so strongly. This was the first time. The function of the water mirror disc was not as simple as monitoring. Yi Liusu said, "Master, this place is really too empty. I'll bring some clansmen over, they'll definitely be happy." Hearing this form of address, Li Qingshan was slightly startled, but he saw that Yi Liusu had already returned to normal. However, there was a trace of bitterness in her eyes, as if she was blaming him. He placed all his attention on the water mirror disc. Li Qingshan put away the water mirror disc. He pinched her cheek and said, "I didn't know that Liusu was so jealous." Yi Liusu held his hand. Her gaze was gentle and filled with concern. Cultivation comes first. I know that Helicoverpa Rosa won't just let the matter rest. Yeah, fair enough. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. He wanted to kiss her. He had plenty of time. If he was defeated by Helicoverpa Rosa, then there would be no need to mention anything at all. Yi Liusu's sweet dream would come to an end. It would also end early. As a loser, all he could do was protect his own life at most. He still had to make a clear distinction in this matter. Li Qingshan kissed Yi Liusu gently on the lips, bidding her farewell. Yi Liusu actually took the initiative to hug him and kiss him passionately. It was as if the passion and boldness of a female night roamer in her heart had completely erupted after expressing her feelings, but that was not actually the case. Just now, in that moment, she had no idea what Li Qingshan had agreed to, but she could sense that he was thinking of another woman through her instincts as a woman. Who was that woman? Yiliubo. That was impossible, as she could sense that it was not a master's love for a pet, but a man's love for a woman, and the depth of this love completely surpassed his love for her. She was rather reluctant to accept this. Although she knew he was not someone she could enjoy alone, she made up her mind to occupy a place in his heart. She was confident that she, Yiliosu, was no worse than any other woman. Li Qingshan could never have guessed that so many thoughts had already crossed Yiliosu's mind in such a short amount of time. All he could say was that once a woman became interested in love, her thoughts would immediately become 10 times sharper. After a passionate kiss, Li Qingshan's desires were roused once again. He rubbed and played around with her supple bottom with one hand while his other hand landed on her chest. The tough, black armor obviously could not stop him. With a gentle flick, it shattered. Her perky breasts jumped out. Although they were not as voluptuous as Yi Liubo's, her naked upper body had a kind of sculptural beauty. Just as he was about to do something, Yiliosu pushed him away fiercely. When their lips separated, Yiliosu bit hard on his lips as if she wanted to leave some kind of mark on him. With a wave of her hand, the black cloak fell on her body again, covering her skin completely. She bowed and said, "Master, this subordinate will take his leave. Please cultivate well." Li Qingshan rubbed his head. This was the first time he had seen hatred in her eyes. He watched as Yiliosu vanished into the lake water. He rubbed the teeth on his lips and shook his head. It was best if he did not guess what was on a woman's mind. After all, he was not like Wasungzan, who regarded the word love as the highest level of infatuation. Although he had fallen in love with Gu Yenying at first sight, he had never been unable to forget or regret his longing for her. Being able to talk about that love at first sight many years later, he felt that he had no regrets. As for whether Gu Yenying agreed or not, it was not even important anymore. Although he had some thoughts about pursuing a sincere love or something, after the lingering with Han Xiongji, he had almost exhausted all his feelings in this life. At the end of the day, he had never intended to entrust the meaning of his life to one or a few women. Of course, the relationship between a man and a woman was also very important. It was probably on par with his pursuit of power and his desire for battle. But compared to the dream of the 9 heavens and the promise he made to Brother Nyo, it was a lot less. In the eyes of women, men always seemed a little ruthless. That was because the world of men was always too broad, but it was not as big as the ambition in their hearts. The north wind called upon warriors to leave the warm home and rush towards the boundless sea. Even they themselves could not stop them. This endless adventure and pursuit was where the meaning of life lay. Li Qingshan calmed himself down and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He also arrived at Moon Court Lake, prepared to properly study the water mirror disk and see if he could improve his strength. In the depths of the lake, Li Qingshan stared at the water mirror disk in his hand. Although demonic qi pervaded the place, he immediately sensed the remnant mark left behind by Lu Changqing when he infused it. It did not take him much effort to erase it. However, in the process he discovered something. It seemed that even Lu Changqing had not completely refined the water mirror disk. On the other side, when Wasungzan returned to the 100 schools of thought, the thunder slaughter wooden sword in his hand was practically snatched away by Zhou Tong. The way he caressed the sword was like caressing a lover he had not seen for a long time. Meanwhile, Lu Changqing looked like he had lost his parents. He asked Wasungzan, "Did you give him the water mirror disk?" "Yes." Lu Changqing let out a heavy sigh at first before becoming rather irritated. The water mirror disk is something left behind by an ancient cultivator. He's just a demon, so don't even think about refining it so easily. Let's hope so. Li Qingshan had already begun refining the water mirror disk. He immediately sensed a startling power hidden within the water mirror disk. Was this a legendary arcane treasure? Li Qingshan shook his head. That was impossible. Even among golden core cultivators, there were not a lot of arcane treasures that could be used. Perhaps it was because of the spirit turtle transformation, or perhaps it was because Li Qingshan and the water mirror disk really hit it off, but during the refinement process he did not run into any problems like Lu Changqing had been anticipating. He easily refined the water mirror disk completely, unlocking the part of its function that even Lu Changqing was unable to unleash. So that's how it is. It really is a good treasure, a good treasure. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Then he thought about it. If he used the water mirror disk to use the water mirror's image, he wondered if there would be other miraculous effects. 60 years passed in the mountains and no one knew the year of winter. In the blink of an eye, Autumn had already passed and winter had arrived. Moon Court Lake was covered in a layer of white snow. Yi Liusu had already moved a portion of the night roamers to Moon Court Lake, beginning a new life. As for Li Qingshan, he did not stop at all, refining as many bodies of water as he could. With each additional river he refined, he would gain a portion of power and a portion of security. On this day, Li Qingshan moved through the gloomy underground. He followed another underground river and arrived in the territory of another demon general. When the demon general sensed his demon chi, he hid far away, afraid to come face to face with him. At this moment, Li Qingshan sensed something. A strand of snow-white silk suddenly shot out from underground, piercing his neck. Li Qingshan had already moved away. What was pierced was only an afterimage he had left behind. The silk trembled and Helicoverpa Rosa's voice rang out. "North Moon, come and die." Li Qingshan smiled. He was just about to agree to it and barge into the enemy's camp alone again. The Spirit Turtle's demon core suddenly gave him an extremely stern warning. It was actually even more intense than last time. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. That was impossible. His current strength was more than 10 times greater than when he took the risk last time. And he had gained quite a few trump cards. He still had 70% of the power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation that he could use. And, with the speed of his wings of wind, even if he could not defeat her, he could still flee if he wanted to. There were so many favorable conditions, but there was still such a great danger. However, the Spirit Turtle's demon core clearly told him that facing the Spider Queen this time would be one of the greatest life-threatening dangers of his life. Haha, mother of my child, you're far too slow. Once I'm done with what I'm doing, I'll obviously go. Li Qingshan intended on waiting for Little Ann to emerge from seclusion after he refined the Blood Sea banner, so that he would have an additional layer of protection for this trip. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, so there was no possibility for him to erupt on the spot. Taking this risk was completely pointless. I want you to come right now. Right now? You've made me wait for so long, so you should wait for a while too. Alright, I'll give you a month. The voice behind Helicoverpa Rosa immediately calmed down. Li Qingshan instead became more and more cautious. The reason why Helicoverpa Rosa had backed down like this was clearly because she was afraid of scaring him away. In other words, she really did have the confidence to kill him. To be continued? Chapter 5:16. Little Ann was already prepared. He pointed at his 100 treasures pouch, and the corpse of a night roamer flew out, merging with the samadhi flames of white bone. It was the mistress of the Bat clan Yi Lai Xiang, who had been killed by Li Qingshan with a single move. Her expression still retained the terror from when she was killed. She was roasted by the samadhi flames of white bone. Very quickly she twisted and melted into it. The flames burned even more fiercely, leaving behind only a set of white bones, which melted into a drop of bone fluid that dripped onto the Blood Sea banner. More corpses followed closely behind, flying into the samadhi flames of white bone one by one. Just like that, countless corpses were destroyed and a long time had passed. A thick, curved bone with distinct joints pierced through the Blood Sea banner. It was like a backbone, and then there were 10 odd thinner white bones that were like ribs that propped up the Blood Sea banner. And at the top of the spine, there was a hideous skull, using its mouth full of sharp teeth to hold onto the Blood Sea banner. At first glance, it looked like the skeleton of half a human. It spread its arms and separated its ribs, completely merging with the Blood Sea banner. Meanwhile, its spine continued to extend downwards until it reached Little Ann's hand. The flagpole was done, but something was still missing. Little Ann's right pinky was suddenly severed. His flesh, blood, and bone all merged into the Blood Sea banner. The flagpole was immediately dyed with a layer of crystal, and the blood-red color of the flag became even brighter. The blazing samadhi white bone flame surged wildly into the skull at the top of the Blood Sea banner. 2 flames suddenly lit up in its eye sockets. Little Ann waved his hand again and spat out a smoke-like shadow. It was the wailing soul of Blood Shadow. As soon as it sank into the surging sea of blood, it immediately melted away. The Blood Sea banner was formed. Little Ann put away the Blood Sea banner. Stepping out of the cave, he took out the glazed mirror of invisibility and hid himself. Then he tore through the air in the direction of Moon Court Lake. Night descended on Moon Court Lake. The fishermen by the lakeside all pulled in their nets and returned to their boats. Their lives. Instead, he discovered that ever since the Moon Court Lake god descended, the waves on the surface of the lake had lessened significantly. The fish, prawns and water monsters that were wreaking havoc had all vanished as well. Their respect for this moon court lake god grew. There were already many fishermen worshipping the lake god on their boats. Meanwhile, the moon court water manor at the center of the lake seemed to have woken up from its slumber. The night roamers left their residences in twos and threes. Men and women swam together. They talked and laughed in a relaxed manner. From time to time, he would look up at the stars above his head with an intoxicated expression on his face. The island was extremely vast, so accommodating several tens of thousands of night roamers was no problem at all. After Ieyasu completed her great cause of unification, she constantly migrated. The shadow of death that had once enveloped the entire race of night roamers no longer existed. Ieyasu established law and order here, so they no longer had to cling to weapons. They had to guard against assassinations and sneak attacks at any time. Compared to where I grew up, this place is like a dream. In an exquisite pavilion built by the side of a mountain, 2 figures stood there. Ieyasu gazed at a group of children playing around. She said to Ieyasu beside her, "Sister, your wish has finally come true." The corner of Ieyasu's lips curled slightly, but it was immediately replaced by worry. She looked back at the center of the island. There was a small lake there, connected to Moon Court Lake underground. The surroundings of the small lake were forbidden grounds that no night roamers could set foot in. Even she would not disturb them unless there was something urgent, as that was where Li Qingshan cultivated. "Are you worried about Master?" "Don't worry, Master definitely won't lose," Ieyasu said with complete confidence. "Oh you." Ieyasu sighed with a smile and rubbed Ieyasu's head. What a good pet of his. Ieyasu refused to budge. "Even you say that, sister. I'm envious of you." Ieyasu sighed inside. She had entrusted everything to him without holding anything back, trusting him wholeheartedly and without any worries. However, she had even more needs, just like her dreams, which were as difficult to fulfill as them. At the end of the day, it was still because of the difference in their backgrounds. Ieyasu came from a noble and wealthy background and possessed extremely great talent, which was why she had dreams that regular night roamers did not. That was why she could come into contact with human books, which was why she developed thoughts of love similar to human women. As for Ieyasu, she had come from Blackluster City, which was equivalent to a slum among humans. Her thoughts were much simpler and more practical. She was already satisfied with this favor. Ieyasu's face suddenly stiffened. She sensed that someone had touched the formation. Raising her head, she saw a white figure pass through the formation and fly over. It flew past the pavilion and landed in the small lake in the center of the island. It was so fast that even Ieyasu failed to make out what it was, and it did not give off any aura at all. She could not even tell whether it was a human or a demon. However, most of the night roamers on the island were completely unaware of this. The control over the core of the formation was obviously in Li Qingshan's hands, while Ieyasu and Ieyasu had been given a portion of the control too. It was impossible for other people or demons to pass through the formation so easily. In other words, he was the one who let the white figure in. Ieyasu leapt down the stairs. Her graceful and agile figure was like a carp leaping backwards, merging with the darkness and creating black ripples. Ieyasu called out, "Sister, didn't Master say to not let anyone disturb him?" Ieyasu did not seem to hear her. She was unable to control her desire to understand everything about him. "I thought you couldn't make it in time." Li Qingshan sat in the center of the lake with his legs crossed. The water mirror disc was placed on his knees. Suddenly, he sensed the abnormality of the formation and beamed with joy. In the blink of an eye, Little Anne arrived in front of him. She had turned back into white bones, but she could already freely switch between great beauty and white bones now, so she did not have to go through the trouble of refining her body again. Little Anne said nothing. She only went up and snuggled into his arms, waving the tiny blood sea banner around like she was showing off. How could she not come? Last time when he faced death, she was unable to be by his side, which filled her with regret. Wasn't the reason why she persisted in cultivation the entire time so that she could accompany him and assist him in ascending to the 9 heavens? Otherwise, what was the point of living like this? The moment he saw Little Anne, the warning from the spirit turtle's demon core in Li Qingshan's body immediately weakened. More importantly, his heart settled down. From the very beginning until now, just how many life-threatening situations had they gone through together? With her by his side, he was confident that he could escape no matter what kind of danger he encountered. As a result, when Ieyasu arrived by the lake, she saw the flawlessly handsome North Moon holding a thin, crystalline skeleton in his arms. His eyes were at ease and serenity that she had never seen before. His scarlet eyes were filled with indescribable warmth. It was a gaze that was pure, without the slightest stray thought. Under the reflection of the calm water, it formed a rather strange sight, giving off an invisible, strange aura. Ieyasu could not help but feel that there was nothing in this world that was more valuable than the skeleton in his arms. There was no one who could come between them either. "Ieyasu, what are you doing there?" Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at a thicket by the lake. "Ah, nothing. I was worried about you, master, so I came to take a look." Ieyasu walked out of the darkness and saw the skeleton in his arms turn its head. Its eye sockets burned with a pale white, almost transparent flame as it glanced at her. Her heart trembled and she immediately lowered her head. She was not a little girl who had never seen the world. She had seen all kinds of cruel and terrifying scenes in the underground world. But the moment she met the skeleton's eyes, she felt an indescribable terror attack her heart. But at the same time, there was a mysterious feeling of holiness. "Croak, croak, vice leader." The ice frog Little Blue jumped out of the water. "Vice leader?" Ieyasu suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the little skeleton that was with him when he first came to the underground world? It was strange that she did not think of it immediately. "It's time," Li Qingshan said as he stood up and walked across the calm lake. Little and sat on his left shoulder just like before, with his right arm around his head. This was a somewhat strange combination, but when they walked, there was a strange sense of coordination, as if they were born this way. "Look after the house and wait for my return." Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Having said this, the wings of wind behind him suddenly unfurled, and he disappeared on the spot in an instant. A moment later, a gust of wind blew, blowing Ieyasu's long hair. When she looked back, he was already gone. "Sister, what was that?" Ieyobwa hurried over and also saw Little N on Li Qingshan's shoulder. "I don't know either. You should ask who it was. I only know that it is as important to him as he is to you." Ieyasu shook her head lightly, her expression complicated. Li Qingshan did not take off into the sky. Instead, like a zigzagging bolt of lightning, he made a few turns and made his way around the buildings and people in his way. Only then did he make his way towards the hidden river in Mooncourt Lake. His control over the wings of wind had become even greater. One reason was because he was gradually familiarizing himself with the power of the fourth layer of the tiger demon, but more importantly, his comprehension of the spirit turtle transformation had deepened. His thoughts were intricate, so he could use all of his innate abilities with greater precision. The wings of wind that could instantly accelerate would become even more practical. It would also be one of his decisive trump cards for achieving victory in this battle, or perhaps his greatest ability for escaping. Passing through the deep, underground river, he followed the waterway he had come to Cobweb City for the first time. He walked all the way to the end, where the river turned into a waterfall and dispersed. With a single glance, Li Qingshan saw Helicoverpa Rosa. She currently stood at the very top of Cobweb City, on a steepled tower. Helicoverpa Rosa was no longer wearing her red dress that resembled an evening gown. Instead, she wore a set of black clothes that seemed to be tight-fitting. It wrapped around her body completely, yet it also clearly outlined every single enchanting curve. It was flawless. Li Qingshan admired her figure once more. Is this the trump card she spent over half a year preparing for me? To weave a sexy, tight-fitting dress? No, that's definitely not all. No matter how tough the clothes were, it was impossible for them to make the spirit turtle feel so threatened. There must be something else? To be continued? Chapter 517. Helicoverpa Rosa's scarlet lips had become the same dark color as her clothes. She still gave off an awe-inspiring and noble bearing, but she no longer possessed the deep malice of the past. Her expression was calm and cold. Only when he looked into her pitch-black eyes would he be able to see a sense of bloodthirstiness and cruelty. After meeting those eyes once, Li Qingshan knew that he could no longer rely on her making any tactical mistakes. She had already returned to being that natural predator, the calm weaver. Strands of spider silk crisscrossed with one another, passing through the large cavern. Some were as thick as ropes, while others were so thin that they were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. At first glance, they seemed messy and disorderly, but on closer inspection, they were symmetrical and complementing one another, forming a three-dimensional spider. It possessed a geometric beauty. At the same time, Helicoverpa Rosa also looked at Li Qingshan, examining the greatest prey she had ever encountered. Just by standing there casually, he gave off a bearing that seemed like the endless mountains and surging seas. Without a doubt, he had become even more powerful than before, and he had done so at an unbelievable speed. To demons, time should have passed extremely easily, but he seemed to be making use of every minute and second to become stronger. Compared to his current strength, what shocked her even more was his rate of improvement. If she could not capture him while he was still young, there would be a day when he broke free from the spider like a bird and took to the sky. "You've finally come." Li Qingshan smiled. "Mother of my child, this is a nice disguise. I believe it'll be even more interesting when I rip it apart later." "I've been waiting for you." Helicoverpa rosa smiled charmingly, like the legendary caterpillars, magnificent yet venomous. "Aren't you worried that we'll tear this place apart when we fight later? The night roamers have spent a lot of effort to build this for you." Li Qingshan pointed at Spider City behind her. After Yi Liusu unified the night roamers, this arena that had been specially built to please Helicoverpa rosa had become empty as well. It had become a dead city. "That's just a boring toy. Do you still want to keep blabbering?" North Moon. Helicoverpa rosa had never attempted to understand the art and sculptures of night roamers. To her, there was no fundamental difference between a beautiful, majestic city like this and an empty cavern. It was just more like watching from above. The night roamers killed one another, and as long as she wanted, she could get the night roamers to build another one. "I'm here, I want to do it again." Li Qingshan snickered viciously, but he suddenly stopped halfway through his joke. He remembered how Xiaoan was hiding in the dark. Probably no one would treat Xiaoan, who had turned into a skeleton, as a regular girl, yet he was thinking about how he could not curse in front of her. However, Li Qingshan would not be so foolish as to throw himself into a trap. Helicoverpa rosa had chosen this place to fight him, which was exactly what he wanted, because beneath his feet was the end of an underground river. As it was too close to Spider City, he did not want to provoke Helicoverpa rosa, which was why he had never refined it. However, he had come this time for a showdown with her, so he obviously had no qualms about this. The waterfall suddenly stopped. The surging water constantly surged and roared behind Li Qingshan. The water level rapidly rose until it filled the entire cavern. The pressure from the extremely soft water completely exceeded the imaginations of regular people. The surroundings of the cavern cracked, but not a single droplet of water could pass over Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan crossed his arms. His tall and straight figure was like a dam blocking the river. Surging demon chi permeated the river behind him, taming the river like a tamed beast. A dignified expression appeared on Helicoverpa rosa's face. She knew that she could not allow Li Qingshan to continue accumulating his strength. The tower beneath her feet suddenly collapsed. She had already crossed thousands of feet and arrived in front of Li Qingshan. With a shake of her right hand, a black whip unfurled. Under the infusion of her strength and demon chi, it suddenly came to life. Like a dancing black dragon, it whizzed towards Li Qingshan. "She's actually using a weapon." Li Qingshan frowned. He did not dare to be careless. The strongest aspect of a demon was itself. With Helicoverpa rosa's strength, the power of a casual claw or bite was far greater than the power of an ordinary artifact. Yet she had actually given up on her natural claws, teeth and legs. That in itself indicated a certain problem. It seemed like the whip was woven from spider silk as well, which was very normal. Although demons could use demon chi to refine human spiritual and arcane artifacts, it was often not suitable for demons in battle. It would instead affect their ability to unleash their strength. Fiendish demons with higher intelligence would usually use their own materials to make suitable weapons. But for some reason this whip was the same color as the clothes she was wearing, pitch black. Logically speaking, a product woven from spider silk should be snow white and transparent. These thoughts flashed through his head. Li Qingshan drew his dragon-seizing bident and spat out 2 streams of water. They coiled around the whip and wrapped around it. He was not hoping to defeat the enemy and achieve victory. He only hoped to buy some time. Under the Spirit Turtle's warning, Li Qingshan dared not be careless about this battle at all. Little N was his powerful support, but she was more of a safety measure. Unless it was truly a matter of life and death, Li Qingshan would not let Little N take action. As a result, he made up his mind as soon as he arrived in Spider City. He would adopt a defensive stance first. As long as he could refine the river behind him, he would be able to directly connect his system of water from Mooncourt Lake to here. As long as he succeeded, he would be undefeatable. As soon as the 2 streams of water wrapped around the black whip, they were dyed pitch black. The spiritual chi dispersed and receded. Li Qingshan experienced a great sense of alarm. He instinctively unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell and formed a semicircular screen of light before him. Boom! It was like a clap of thunder. Basically, the moment the spirit turtle's profound shell had been formed, Helicoverpa-Rosa's whip struck it viciously. A long crack immediately appeared on the screen of light before Li Qingshan. Originally, he did not take it to heart. Although his comprehension of the spirit turtle transformation had deepened, and the spirit turtle's profound shell had become even tougher, it was not something that could be shattered so easily. As long as he could keep her busy, he would be able to refine the river. With an endless supply of spiritual qi, he could even fight a battle of attrition against Helicoverpa-Rosa. However, the crack was clearly black and it seemed to be alive. It constantly spread and seeped into the spirit turtle's profound shell like it was alive. In the blink of an eye, a crack had appeared and it rapidly expanded. There's poison on the whip. What kind of poison is this? It can even corrode the spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan's face changed. As his strongest defensive ability, the spirit turtle's profound shell possessed the special characteristic of isolating everything. It had been breached by great powers in the past, but it had never been corroded by anything. He had personally experienced the poison of Helicoverpa-Rosa in the past, but it was definitely not as potent as this. Otherwise, as long as it grazed his skin, half of his body would be corroded away. Take a look. North Moon, this is my true strength. Do you really think you can defeat me? Helicoverpa-Rosa shrieked behind him. The smile on her face twisted. That was the delight of revenge. She did not do anything special, but the whip twisted and stabbed into the crack in the spirit turtle's profound shell. This was no longer a regular whip, but an extension of her limbs. Li Qingshan was not bold enough to let the whip touch him. He surged with demon qi, and the dragon-seizing pitchfork in the shape of a two-headed snake immediately sprang to life. The two snake heads opened their mouths and bit down viciously on the whip. At the same time, he used his demon qi to repair the spirit turtle's profound shell in an attempt to lock up the whip. After all, the arcane artifact had been tempered by cultivators over and over again. It was forged from extremely tough materials, so it was impossible for it to stop the whip for a while under the injection of his demon qi. However, the black poison spread mercilessly to the dragon-seizing pitchfork. The two-headed snake that had been awe-inspiring a moment ago immediately became exhausted, losing the power of the dragon seizing. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's demon qi only managed to stop the spread of the poison slightly. In a single clash, the dragon-seizing pitchfork was destroyed. Like a venomous dragon breaking free, the whip danced about in a dazzling manner. Black shadows enveloped Li Qingshan's surroundings, filled with the aura of death. As long as the poison came in contact with even the slightest bit, he would have to pay an extremely horrific price. Li Qingshan instead calmed down. He opened his mouth and spat out the tiger demon's breath, which entangled with the whip. However, as soon as it collided with the whip, even the wind was dyed black. Logically speaking, poison could only corrode physical objects, but Helicoverpa-Rosa's bone-eating poison could even corrode demon qi and spiritual qi. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's breath was endless, which finally stopped the whip's attack slightly. As for Helicoverpa-Rosa, she had yet to actually use it. The tiger demon's breath could block the whip at most, but the 8 legs behind her were definitely coated in the same poison. How was he supposed to block it? The battle had only just begun, but Li Qingshan understood why the spirit turtle's demon core had given off such a great warning. He really was in danger of dying in this battle. As a demon commander, Helicoverpa-Rosa also possessed 3 innate abilities. Li Qingshan had seen 2 of them in the past. One was her eyes that could see through all obstructions, making it convenient for her to hunt down prey. The other was turning completely silver, granting her a powerful defense. However, there was one more that Li Qingshan had never seen before. It was also her only offensive ability, which was the bone-eating poison. Yes, during the last encounter she had injected vicious poison into Li Qingshan's body countless times, but the effects were not ideal. However, that was just her instincts as a venomous spider. It could not be regarded as an innate ability at all. That was because the innate ability was not the type that could be used immediately. Instead, it required tremendous amounts of demon qi and effort to refine her own poison. Who knew how many years it had already been since she had encountered an opponent that she could fight? So why would she specially use this innate ability and refine that terrifying bone-eating poison normally? Without her only offensive ability, she was like a tiger without claws and teeth. Although she still possessed her physical strength, she could not even unleash half of its destructive power. She suffered an extremely humiliating defeat at Li Qingshan's hands. Now it's time for her to take revenge. You're welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 518. Helicoverpa Rosa arrived in front of the cavern and grabbed the edge of the crack in the spirit turtle's profound shell. She ripped it apart, and with a sound like it had shattered, the spirit turtle's profound shell was reduced to pieces. She arrived before Li Qingshan. She drew back her right hand and raised it, shaking the whip until it was perfectly straight, dispersing the breath around it and turning it into a black spear. She turned around slightly and held the spear before her. Her slender right leg bent slightly as she glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan finally discovered that the breath alone was not enough to trap the whip in Helicoverpa Rosa's hand. The whip countered softness and toughness. When it was soft, it was flexible, but when it was tough, it was indestructible. In her hands, it basically seemed like it had fused with the whip. With the majestic cobweb city as the backdrop, her slender, pitch-black figure seemed noble like the queen of the night, radiating with a sternness that Li Qingshan had never seen before. A great sense of danger rose up in Li Qingshan's heart, but at the same time his excitement surged. It danced wildly like the wind, blazed like fire. It was thicker than love, more intense than lust. The corner of his lips curled into a vicious smile involuntarily. With a wild laugh, he opened his mouth and spat out. The breath that was originally only as thick as an arm suddenly grew larger, whistling over. Then he grabbed forward as if he had grabbed something and he pulled violently. The rocks in the surroundings suddenly began to squirm like living things, pressing against Helicoverpa Rosa's back violently. The breath howled and curled against Helicoverpa Rosa's back. The fierce wind blew her long black hair backwards and her black, tight-fitting clothes became wrinkled, but it did not tear through. The rock and soil almost buried Helicoverpa Rosa's back. Only a single eye of hers remained, staring straight at Li Qingshan. Her figure suddenly blurred. Her frozen posture clearly remained where she was, but she had already taken a great step forward, and she suddenly pushed forward with her right hand. The rock and soil around her were reduced to dust in a single moment. The spear was like a bolt of lightning. It pierced towards Li Qingshan's head with the power to pierce through everything. Advancing courageously, unparalleled. If it was the Li Qingshan of the past, this move would have been enough to kill him on the spot. There would have been no chance for him to escape. However, things were different now. Li Qingshan was prepared for everything that he had done. It was just a stall for time, he growled. He brought his hands together. Spirit turtle's profound shell. Waves of demonic aura condensed around him. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared. The figure was obviously fake, but the spirit turtle's profound shell on the spirit turtle's back was real. It was no longer a screen of light formed by hexagons, but in the shape of a tortoise shell, ancient, simple, and sturdy. He lay there quietly even if Mount Tai was pressing down on him and the sea was flowing. They were unable to shake him in the slightest. The moment the black spear collided with the spirit turtle's profound shell, there was eternal darkness. Suddenly, an extremely bright light burst out from the dark underground. In that instant of clash, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly became as calm as water. He bent and rose up skillfully, avoiding the tip of the spear and making it slide past the semicircular tortoise shell, missing. Sure enough, the tortoise shell was dyed with a layer of black. It was impossible for him to continue holding on like this. However, Li Qingshan had never thought that would happen. In that moment, the figure of the spirit turtle dispersed, and the figure of the tiger demon appeared. The black king character on his forehead was clearly visible. Li Qingshan's crouching posture happened to be the tiger demon's preparation for killing its prey. At that moment, he did not give off the slightest hint of viciousness. Instead, his scarlet eyes gave off a different kind of calmness. He stared at Helicoverpa Rosa before him. His tall body arched like a great drawn bow. Every single tendon and muscle in his body was a taut bowstring. A pair of shoulder blades suddenly rose up on his back, and the wings of wind unfurled. Brr! An earth-shaking tiger's roar rang out. Helicoverpa Rosa felt a surging aura of malice lunge towards her. In that instant, all emotions vanished from Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes. All that remained was a bloodthirsty, battle-hungry red light. In that instant, he lunged towards Helicoverpa Rosa with two long streaks of scarlet light. Under the relentless pursuit of Helicoverpa Rosa, Li Qingshan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Only the courageous would emerge victorious. The whip suddenly softened, curling back towards Li Qingshan's neck in an attempt to stop his lunge. However, he was a step too slow. Under the instantaneous acceleration of the wings of wind, even Helicoverpa rosa seemed rather unable to react. However, she remained as calm as before. Rings of light flickered in her eyes as she used her innate ability. In her vision, Li Qingshan's startling speed immediately slowed down. She could clearly see every single strand of his scarlet hair, every single change in his expression, and the splashes he kicked up when he leapt up drifted through the air. His lunging posture was extremely relaxed, yet it was filled with a sense of vigorous beauty. 8 long spikes unfurled from her back. The spikes were the same dark as the whip, shining with no light at all. They stabbed towards Li Qingshan's eyes, throat, heart, and other vital points. However, there was still a sliver of clarity in the depths of Li Qingshan's fervent eyes. With a thought, the 8 spirit turtles' profound shell flew out, hovering around him and blocking the spikes slightly. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to clench his claws into a fist and hurl it violently at Helicoverpa rosa's back. All of this happened in a split second. Helicoverpa rosa raised her hand and clenched his fist firmly, but under the acceleration of the wings of wind, Li Qingshan pushed his strength to the limit. Helicoverpa rosa was unable to block the force of the attack either. She fell backwards. The moment she revealed an opening, Li Qingshan threw a punch at her chest with his left hand. Tremors of the Ox Demon. Boom. Helicoverpa rosa flew backwards, falling down the waterfall. Her black, tight-fitting clothes ripped open, revealing a deep cleavage, but it was silvery gray. She unleashed her defensive innate ability once again. However, a small crack was still left behind. It was the result of Li Qingshan condensing all of the power of tremors into a single point. While he was still in the air, demon chi surged and healed his wounds. His skin recovered its whiteness too. Threads wove together around the hole in the tight-fitting clothes, automatically mending it. He's become even faster and his destructive power has become even greater. If it weren't for the battle suit, his wounds would have been much more severe. Helicoverpa rosa raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan beside the cavern. There was no fury from being injured or repelled in her eyes. Instead, she was extremely calm as she estimated Li Qingshan's current strength. Judging from the punch, Li Qingshan's full-powered strike could only cause minimal damage to her. There was no need for her to worry too much. However, this time she would not be careless because of anything. She still gripped the black whip firmly in her right hand and raised it gently. In the moment Li Qingshan completely unleashed the force of his lunge, when he thought he had repelled the enemy, he did not relax at all. However, it was unavoidable for his body to reveal a sliver of an opening. Her eyes allowed her to grasp all openings. Li Qingshan only felt his ankle tighten. The whip wrapped around him, dragging him down the cliff and down the waterfall. Li Qingshan took a step down and the rock collapsed and cracked. The strength of the earth had bestowed him with unbelievable strength, immediately freezing him in place. Suddenly, a feeling of numbness rapidly spread through his ankle. At the same time, the feeling spread through his hand and many other parts of his body. I'm clearly not injured. This poison is so vicious. She purposefully allowed herself to be hit with that punch, just so that the whip would have the opportunity to trap me. Although the 8 legs had pierced the spirit turtle's profound shell, Li Qingshan's lunge was so swift and violent that it only brushed past Li Qingshan in the end. It did not even pierce through the ox demon forge's its hide, so he was not injured at all. But now the 8 slashes rapidly widened and deepened, silently devouring Li Qingshan's flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he had become 8 horrific wounds. A layer of skin and flesh had been shaved off his fist where Helicoverpa rosa's tight clothes had come into contact with it in the blink of an eye, revealing his metallic bones. The poison actually seeped into the bones wildly. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas, suppressed the poison. The demon chi in Li Qingshan's body surged violently, suppressing the spread of the poison in front of him. He wanted to purge it, but the poison was like maggots in his bones. The poisonous whip wrapped around his ankles was releasing poison continuously. Unlike the feeling of being poisoned last time, he did not feel any pain this time. His ankle only shrank silently, and it continued to shrink. This change was the same as what happened to Helicoverpa rosa right now. There were no more crazy curses or sharp curses. Instead, it silently, quietly stripped away his life force. Li Qingshan swung his hand like a blade, swinging it viciously at the whip. However, a powerful strand of demon chi knocked his hand back. The toughness of the whip itself had far exceeded his imagination. This was the result of Helicoverpa rosa's patient weaving over the greater part of the year. Every single strand of spider silk she spat out was even tougher than steel. However, this whip was made up of 100,000 strands of spider silk. They were woven together in an extremely precise manner, and after some refinement, they had become a single entity. Under the control of Helicoverpa Rosa's will, the whip slithered over like a snake. It wrapped around Li Qingshan's thigh, wrapped around Li Qingshan's waist, wrapped around him, wrapped around him, wrapped around him. Li Qingshan did not even feel like he was being tied up, as wherever the whip passed by, his body would become numb. There was no pain, only nothingness. Helicoverpa Rosa did not use this opportunity to lunge over. Instead, she maintained her distance from Li Qingshan and watched on quietly, making use of every moment she had to recover her demon chi and strength. Spiders would not strike immediately after their prey fell into their web. Instead, they would wait until they ran out of strength and posed no threat at all before slowly feasting on them. Turns out I've still underestimated her. Originally, Li Qingshan had heard that she was relatively powerful among demon commanders, so he did not find the two words demon commander to be anything special. Looking at it now, he had been far too arrogant. She had personally demonstrated to him the terror of a carapace demon commander. Her innate abilities might not have been as beautiful or complicated, but after the simplest combination she had completely turned into a killing machine. The spirit turtle's demon core gave off a sharp warning. Death was closing in on him step by step. Thinking he could escape at any time with the wings of wind was just a laughable fantasy. The slightest carelessness would lead to certain death. Interesting. Chapter 519. Li Qingshan's body suddenly expanded, turning into a demon with a copper head, iron forehead, ox horns, iron hooves, tiger claws and a tiger tail. He let out a ferocious howl, which reverberated in the cave. Stalactites and stalagmites fell from the sky and into the lava river, splashing fiery red lava. Li Qingshan sealed the river, and the red magma had completely occupied this intertwined network. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled. The more the prey struggled, the faster it died. Her poisonous whip was not something that could be broken by brute force. But thinking of Li Qingshan's usual amazing performance, she held the poisonous whip tightly and injected demonic aura into it, suppressing Li Qingshan's struggle. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan's body had grown to a height of 3 meters. Not only did he not break the poisonous whip, but the whip also tightly wrapped around his body. His bones were exposed under the corrosion of the poison, and he looked like a trapped beast. He did not look like a human at all, but a ferocious monster covered in scars, fighting like a cornered beast. At this moment, the evil smile on his face did not disappear. The pain of the poison corrosion only increased his fighting spirit. With a pair of big hands that were almost only bones left, he grabbed the poisonous whip tightly and pulled it like a tug of war. "Come here." Helicoverpa Rosa reacted immediately. She stepped on a spider silk that was as thick as a wrist that ran through the cave. The spider silk was pulled and bent like a bowstring, wrestling with Li Qingshan. She would not attack rashly. She had to wait until the moment when the poison destroyed all his vitality before she launched a fatal blow. Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly let go of his hands. Helicoverpa Rosa felt her hands loosened, and she was bounced back by the long spider silk. She thought to herself, "Oh no." Taking advantage of the moment when her body lost balance, Li Qingshan's body suddenly shrank and returned to the size of a human. He spread his wings of wind and flew up with a whoosh. The poisonous whip was like a poisonous snake. "The winch under me." Helicoverpa Rosa was not too disappointed with Li Qingshan's escape, because he had already suffered a serious injury. If he did not use his demonic aura to suppress the poison, he would have died. But in front of her, how could he have the chance to do so? "Fortunately, I'm not unprepared." Li Qingshan also understood this point. He exhaled lightly. Under Helicoverpa Rosa's incredulous gaze, the terrible wounds on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the demonic aura on his body was not reduced at all. "This is impossible." Helicoverpa Rosa cried out involuntarily. Let alone a demon general, even a demon commander would not be able to recover from her poison so easily. "Nothing is impossible. You will never be able to kill me. No matter how sharp your claws and teeth are, no matter how fierce the poison you refine, you can't kill me and I will become stronger and stronger. One day I will conquer you, ha." Li Qingshan laughed wildly. The poison on his body disappeared, but there were still some injuries left. Without the invasion of the poison, he naturally recovered in the blink of an eye. But in his heart he said, "I didn't expect to be forced to use my first trump card so soon. If I didn't have this move, I would have to retreat now." The mirror avatar is also almost unable to hold on. At the bottom of the small lake in the island at the center of the lake, Li Qingshan's mirror avatar was also sitting cross-legged, with the shimmering water moon disk on his knees, reflecting his appearance. Suddenly, a terrible scene appeared on his body. It was accompanied by dark poison, as if there was an invisible beast biting fiercely. By the time the biting stopped, the mirror avatar was on the verge of shattering. Under the corrosion of the poison, it seemed like it would collapse completely very soon. Li Qingshan seemed to be prepared a long time ago. The 100 treasures pouch that his mirror clone carried was filled with many healing medicines, detoxifying pills and so on. He grabbed them all and shoved them into his mouth, and only then did he manage to keep the poison at bay. With the sliver of divinity from the spirit turtle, Li Qingshan had unleashed an ability that even Lu Changqing had failed to discover in the water moon disk. Apart from detection, the water mirror disk's other ability was reflection. It could leave the wielder's shadow in the water mirror disk, and once the wielder was injured, it could be reflected on the reflection in the water. Although the damage it could endure was extremely limited, it could save lives at certain crucial times. It could only be described as an arcane artifact refined by ancient cultivators after all. Its ability was truly powerful and it was strange as well. Originally, Helicoverpa rosa only needed to lash out twice with her poisonous whip, and it would probably reach the limits of what the reflection could endure. However, Li Qingshan also possessed the ability Water Mirror's Image, which was basically a match made in heaven with the water mirror disk. When Li Qingshan used the water mirror disk to summon his mirror avatar, the mirror avatar would become his reflection, and the mirror avatar that possessed a portion of Li Qingshan's original demon chi was more than 100 times more resilient than the reflection in the water mirror disk. As a result, Li Qingshan transferred all of his poisonous wounds to his mirror clone in one go, which was why this strange scene of self-recovery happened. He had just gained an additional life. Of course, he didn't mind using this to strike a blow to Helicoverpa rosa's confidence, but he didn't expect that Helicoverpa rosa's offensive was so strong. Originally, Li Qingshan's plan was even better. He would project all the damage that Helicoverpa rosa gave him to the mirror avatar, and then he would use his demon chi to repair the mirror avatar, and then he would use the water god seal to replenish the demon chi, forming a perfect cycle. He would become an unkillable cockroach and he would definitely be able to fight Helicoverpa rosa to the point of despair, kneeling on the ground and begging to be conquered. And now, although the elixir had played some role, it couldn't fully recover. At most, it could only support for a while longer and help Li Qingshan to share the damage a few more times. But at this moment, Helicoverpa rosa didn't know that at this moment, she once again had the feeling of fighting with Li Qingshan last time in her heart. It seemed that no matter how many times she defeated him, he could stand up again and keep delaying the consumption until the moment she was exhausted. She shook her head, got rid of this thought from her mind, and stared coldly at Li Qingshan. This battle I will never lose. The poisonous whip danced like a poisonous dragon roaring out. Although Li Qingshan pulled back a game and hit Helicoverpa rosa's confidence, she was still like a mouse pulling a turtle. He couldn't do anything. If he was hit by her, he would be poisoned. If he was hit by her, he would also be poisoned. If he was poisoned a few more times, the mirror avatar would definitely collapse. Poison, a common thing, became a trump card in her hands that could both attack and defend. And once he was entangled by the poisonous whip, it would not be so easy to get away. Therefore, Li Qingshan's choice was to retreat. He retreated without the slightest hesitation, directly retreating into the surging water behind him. When the tiger demon's rage and the ox demon's stubbornness were all useless, what he needed was the spirit turtle's patience. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed in the water like an old monk. The spirit turtle's figure appeared on him again. The poisonous whip was like a poisonous dragon that had entered a hole. It lashed, stabbed, and entangled. The surging attacks were ever-changing and all-pervasive. Like a black storm, it tore apart and forced back the water, landing directly on the spirit turtle's profound shell. Rumble. The entire world seemed to shake. However, Li Qingshan's eyes were extremely calm as he thought silently. 17. The black poison constantly ate away and spread, but whenever it was about to eat through, Li Qingshan would condense another layer of the spirit turtle's profound shell. Without a doubt, this was extremely taxing on his demon chi. Since the beginning of the battle, he had already expended 30 to 40% of his demon chi. However, with the experience of clashing with Li Qingshan last time, Helicoverpa rosa placed great emphasis on maintaining her strength and demon chi. After a few adjustments, she had not even used up 10%. As long as she had some time, she would be able to return to full again very soon. 13. Li Qingshan continued to count silently. The spirit turtle's profound shell was peeled away layer by layer, approaching his body very soon. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa shook her hand, and the poisonous whip wrapped around Li Qingshan's body, the last thin layer of the spirit turtle's profound shell. Once it was ripped apart, she would be able to entangle him again. This time she would never give him the opportunity to escape. When Li Qingshan had just counted to 7, the spirit turtle's profound shell shattered loudly, and the poisonous whip wrapped around him. Helicoverpa Rosa took a step back and arrived before him, reaching towards the top of his head viciously with her fingers. God damn it, this is completely different from what's written in the script. Li Qingshan grumbled inside. He raised his left hand and blocked Helicoverpa Rosa's attack from behind, while his right hand grabbed the hand that stabbed towards his chest. His hand suddenly tightened and the poisonous whip wrapped around him again. This time, it was no longer coiling around him like a snake. Instead, it formed knots wanting to tie Li Qingshan up and restrict his strength. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa opened her mouth and spat out a strand of spider silk, which shot towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan also breathed out, scattering the spider silk. The tiger demon's breath was useless against the poisonous whip, but it was still very effective against this move. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa seemed to be completely unaware of this. She spat out spider silk endlessly, and the 8 spikes on her back began to dance about. However, they did not stab towards Li Qingshan. Instead, they wove the scattered spider silk into layers, wrapping around Li Qingshan's body. The rapidly adhering spider silk wrapped around Li Qingshan like a cocoon, layer by layer. However, the poisonous whip continued to tighten, pouring in poison. The mirror clone in Moon Court Lake shattered loudly, having reached its limit. The water mirror disc sank to the bottom of the lake. From that moment onwards, Li Qingshan would have to endure these injuries himself. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan became immobilized, like an insect that had accidentally stumbled into a spider's web. This was his final fate. Seeing how her prey had finally fallen into the net, Helicoverpa Rosa eased up inside, but she dared not stop at all. She constantly increased the thickness of the web. She seemed extremely patient. However, just when Li Qingshan was immobilized, his eyes had already become calm and confident. When he had completely lost the ability to resist, his eyes had already become calm and confident, which was extremely irritating to the Spider Queen. She stabbed 2 fingers towards his eyes. In a daze, she felt like this was déjà vu. I'm going to blow up my demon core and take you down with me. Li Qingshan bellowed furiously and spat. The spirit turtle's shell-like demon core flew out of his mouth, turning into a streak of blue light that shot towards the door behind Helicoverpa Rosa. It dyed her face azure before rapidly turning silvery gray. She assumed a defensive posture. I was just saying. Phew, I finally made it in time. The water god seal in Li Qingshan's body suddenly lit up, and another ripple appeared. Li Qingshan had finally pushed the region of water under his control to Cobweb City behind Helicoverpa Rosa. Surging waves surged over from the river behind Li Qingshan like a roaring, furious dragon. Chapter 520. At that moment, Li Qingshan could freely use the water spiritual chi of Moon Court Lake and the countless rivers and lakes here. He felt his will rapidly extend, finally connecting with the divine realm that he had managed for all this time. His thoughts expanded boundlessly as well. Although he was still stuck in the web, when he looked at Helicoverpa Rosa again, his gaze became like he was looking down on her. The river that Li Qingshan had sealed up and suppressed seemed to run out of patience. It roared and surged with desire, bursting forth. Li Qingshan's eyes became clear. He entered a state of intricacy and powered the water god seal, doing everything he could to gather all of its power on a single point, which was the spirit turtle's demon core. The spirit turtle's demon core suddenly sped up, spinning rapidly. Propelled by the surging water, it shot out of the barrel like a whistling cannonball. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa used the innate ability of her eyes. Although she saw these changes, she was not particularly surprised, as if she had been expecting it. However, as she watched the spirit turtle's demon core shoot over, she felt like she was unable to react in time. All she could do was grab her whip and retreat in a hurry. Even at a time like this, she did not forget to take Li Qingshan with her. As long as she took him away from the region of water, he would be prey for her to slaughter. She raised her other hand and blocked the trajectory of the spirit turtle's demon core. As long as it was slightly obstructed, she could even borrow the force to pull even further away. By then, no matter what Li Qingshan's water god was capable of, it would no longer matter. She had countless ways to kill an enemy that she could not fight back against. Helicoverpa Rosa's adaptability could not be described as slow. Just this thought alone was enough to tell that she had completely recovered her powerful instincts as a hunter. However, the development of everything was destined to go against her expectations. First of all, she had underestimated the power of the spirit turtle's demon core. As the saying went, dripping water can wear through a rock. The spirit turtle's demon core was a droplet of water like that. Behind it was the boundless waters of the river and lake. She poured all of her power into this droplet of water. The moment it struck her hand, it paused slightly. It pierced right through her chest. Helicoverpa Rosa had an incredulous look on her face. The black tights on her chest were torn to shreds. His silver-gray skin also caved in deeply and blood splattered everywhere. Boom. Helicoverpa Rosa was sent flying far away like a ball. Clang 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 clang. The crisscrossing spider webs in the cave snapped like strings of zither under her impact. After blocking a few times, it still crashed heavily into Cobweb City. First, a tower was smashed to smithereens, but its momentum didn't slow down at all. More than a dozen walls and a thick pillar collapsed. The pain came just now, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Li Qingshan secretly thought that it was a pity. If he could directly hit her body, it would definitely cause a lot of damage. It could even pierce right through her. However, piercing through her palm was equivalent to piercing through 2 layers of spider silk poison armor, and finally hitting her, there was still one more layer. With these layers of protection, her injuries were minimized. The spirit turtle's demon core bounced back. Li Qingshan swallowed the spirit turtle's demon core in a single gulp, but he discovered that the demon core had also been contaminated with a layer of black poison. However, with a flash of light, the poison was purged. Her poison could contaminate the spirit turtle's profound shell, but it was not very effective against the spirit turtle's demon core. Li Qingshan was pulled along by the whip, so he obviously arrived in Cobweb City involuntarily. He studied the surroundings and to no surprise he was in her bedroom. The huge, obsidian bed covered in curtains was nearby. Li Qingshan sniggered. "Mother of my child, we've basically revisited this place." Helicoverpa Rosa straightened her back and stood up. The tights on her chest constantly twisted and turned in an attempt to mend them, but it clearly was not that simple. After quite a while, she only managed to pull them together, struggling to hide her plump breasts. Her eyes no longer possessed any human emotions at all. Her pupils had constricted to the size of 2 needles as she stared at Li Qingshan closely. She said with a hoarse voice that sounded like nails scraping against glass, "Why are you still alive? Why aren't you dead yet?" The poison she injected into him was enough to slaughter 100 cities, yet he could still laugh. "Aha, I still want to watch our child be born." Under the cobwebs, Li Qingshan had already gripped the blade of the drinking poison feather in his hand. The hilt, shaped like a bird's beak, stabbed into the whip and absorbed the poison. However, after absorbing the poison, even the blade of the drinking poison feather was dyed black. The spiritual energy and runes attached to it were rapidly corroded away, following in the footsteps of the dragon-seizing pitchfork. However, it did alleviate Li Qingshan's urgent situation. Helicoverpa Rosa sensed that something was amiss and pulled back her whip. She saw that the whip was once again covered in the original lustrous white of spider silk. She frowned. Who knew how much time and energy she had spent to condense each drop of poison? She had originally planned to use it to make him suffer, but she had not expected him to be so difficult to deal with. "Listen, this place is about to be flooded. If you have any killing moves, you'd better use them quickly or I'll have to act." At this moment, the sound of surging waves came from all directions. The great river surged and poured into the large cavern where Cobweb City was located. The moment it came into contact with the magma, white smoke rose into the air. Helicoverpa Rosa suddenly straightened her whip and adopted a posture that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with. She aimed it at Li Qingshan's head. "I'll send you to meet the King of Hell." She strode forward and thrust her spear forward. It was like a black beam of light that shot towards the immobilized Li Qingshan. "Dream on." Fierce winds blew as the wings of wind unfurled freely. They were not real wings but condensed from demonic energy. Although he could not break free from the entanglement of the spider silk, it could not stop him from using his demonic energy to use his innate divine ability. Li Qingshan was like a giant egg that had grown wings. With a whoosh he flew up, evading the spear and flying backwards. But how could Helicoverpa let a cooked duck fly away? He had just flown to the door when he felt his speed suddenly slow down. He did not know when, but a thread of spider silk had stuck to him. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew forwards desperately. Although he spoke very arrogantly, he had been entangled by the whip again. The violent poison caused quite a lot of trouble for him. Now that he used his demonic energy to use his innate divine ability, the poison immediately showed signs of spreading again. Helicoverpa snorted coldly. Taking advantage of the fact that he had nowhere to push off in the air, she yanked hard. Li Qingshan was unable to use his strength, so he was pulled back again. Li Qingshan looked back and saw that Helicoverpa had let go of the whip. She spread her arms and extended her legs. Her red lips parted slightly as if she wanted to give him a great hug before giving him a deep, passionate kiss. Oh no, the spirit turtle's profound shell. Under Helicoverpa's passionate embrace, the spirit turtle's profound shell groaned in pain. Cracks appeared, but what was even more terrifying was the poison on her poison suit, corroding and penetrating it. The spirit turtle's profound shell only lasted for a few seconds before shattering loudly. In that moment, Li Qingshan's expression became rather strange, while Helicoverpa's face was filled with twisted hatred. She embraced him firmly before kissing him deeply on the lips. The kiss was so serious, so unforgettable. Li Qingshan only felt his lips sting before he felt nothing else. Li Qingshan did not even need to look to know that his lips were probably gone, but this was only the beginning. Where was her most venomous part? It was not in the whip, nor was it in her clothes. Instead, it was in her venomous fangs where she injected the most primitive, purest, bone-eating poison into his body. The venom was so potent that it could not be compared to just a little bit on the skin. Even if a demon commander was bitten, they would probably die from the poison. The venom flowed down his throat and into his lungs. Wherever it flowed to, he lost all feeling. In the blink of an eye, all of his organs had vanished, eaten away from the inside out. All that was left were jagged bones. All Li Qingshan felt was blood sloshing around in his stomach before flowing out with a splash. This feeling was utterly horrible. However, even at that moment he did not waver at all. He did not even plan on calling for Little N to save him. The water level rapidly rose up around Cobweb City. This was already his territory. Suddenly, the water god seal in Li Qingshan's body shone brightly. Spiritual qi flowed endlessly into Li Qingshan's body. His demon qi rapidly recovered, like the rising tide of the ocean. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it occupied the long coastline. It was unstoppable, desperately resisting the venom that had invaded his body. However, the venom continued to viciously plunder Li Qingshan's flesh and blood. The venom and water constantly clashed in a stalemate, one weakening while the other strengthening. Inside Li Qingshan's body, the flesh and blood that had been corroded by the venom suddenly disappeared. Under the nourishment of the water spirit they grew back. The situation was extremely bizarre, and the feeling was indescribable with words. Die. Helicoverpa crazily dug her hands into Li Qingshan's eyes. In an instant, everything went black. Li Qingshan was blinded. She stabbed even more viciously into his head, stirring up a mess inside. If he were a regular demon general, no matter how strong his vitality was, he would undoubtedly die if his organs and brain were destroyed. However, Li Qingshan did not stop resisting because of this. He had also gone through many experiments. After breaking through to the 4th level of the tiger demon, his body no longer had any obvious weak points. Even if all of his flesh and blood were stripped away, as long as his tiger bones were still standing proudly, his demon core was still flickering with light. As such, he would not be defeated. Compared to the bizarre feeling in his body, this little pain was practically child's play. Why don't you die? Helicoverpa's 10 fingers fiercely grabbed Li Qingshan's skull. Sparks flew in all directions, but only 10 shallow marks were left. Venom was poured on it and white smoke rose, leaving behind a charred area. However, that was all. The bone-corroding venom could not corrode his tiger bones. With bones, a tiger would be reborn. She was about to go mad with anger. She was clearly much stronger and could easily suppress him, but he could continuously struggle and struggle. Li Qingshan's face, which was almost corroded into a skull, opened his mouth. Demonic wind passed through his hollow throat, and he cackled strangely. To be continued? Chapter 521. In the deep underground palace, 2 waves of demonic aura surged continuously. One was powerful and full of aggression while the other was weak but endless. Two faces faced each other. One was peerlessly beautiful, full of vengeful rage. The other was full of malevolence, laughing strangely, as if mocking the powerlessness of her hatred. When all the flesh and blood on Li Qingshan's body had been stripped away, only a layer of huge bones was left standing there, flashing with a metallic luster. But under the corrosion of the poison layer by layer, it was also rapidly dimming. Li Qingshan knew that even if his bones were tougher than magic tools, if the poison continued to corrode them, they would soon collapse. But after connecting the underground river, he had a countermeasure. Resplendent blue light burst forth from Li Qingshan's body. Among the 5 elements, the wood spirit was definitely the best at healing and recovery, while the water spirit could only be ranked second. But in terms of detoxification, the water spirit was definitely the best. Although the poison was fierce, it was gradually diluted and purified by the surging demonic aura. The metallic luster of his bones gradually recovered, and his muscle fibers, like willow branches sprouting in spring, stretched out to form a new body. With the support of the water god seal, he almost didn't have to worry about the consumption of demonic aura. Although the poison that was the greatest threat to him still affected his movements, it was no longer a fatal problem. He deduced that this kind of poison of hers probably needed to be specially condensed. Then let's waste it. He didn't believe that the poison she could condense was endless. How could Helicoverpa Rosa just sit and wait for Li Qingshan to recover? She clenched her fists and madly bombarded his skull. A series of hollow booms rang out, shaking Cobweb City. Under this terrifying power, it also began to distort and deform, and some small cracks appeared. The tiger demon Refine's bones was not indestructible after all. I will definitely kill you, Helicoverpa Rosa coldly declared. Suddenly she felt a sense of danger and retreated. Chi-la. Li Qingshan's bone claws, shining with a metallic luster, pierced through the spider web and wrapped around Helicoverpa Rosa's slender waist. He hugged her tightly in his arms as if he still wanted more from the kiss just now. A mouthful of fangs kissed his lips. A strong gust of wind passed through his hollow chest, and a hoarse voice came out. My wife, it's my turn. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed. She felt a stream of wind flowing into her mouth. It was like a miniature tornado, but its power was not reduced at all. It was even more terrifying than a real tornado. It was Li Qingshan's innate ability. Tiger Demon Breath. Like a rapidly rotating blade turbine, it violently stirred up her internal organs. Her face twisted in pain. She pressed her hands against Li Qingshan's head and held it up. She flew back and half knelt on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, along with pieces of internal organs. After Helicoverpa Rosa put on the poison suit, coupled with her powerful defensive innate ability, Li Qingshan's full-strength attack could not cause her any fatal injuries. It would be difficult for them to inflict a fatal wound on her, but her body was still relatively weak. When he looked at Li Qingshan again, there were 2 more rips, and a pair of feet that were reduced to bones broke free from the cocoon. They stomped on the ground loudly, causing the ground to crack and sink as rocks flew everywhere. The spider silk that Helicoverpa Rosa spat out at the last minute could not be as strong as the poisonous whip. From the beginning until now, he had never stopped using the tremors of the ox demon to destroy the structure of the spider silk. The effects continued to accumulate until now. He used a pair of extremely sharp bone claws to tear at his body. Finally, he broke free from the spider silk and regained his freedom. A ferocious and thick skeleton that seemed to be made of metal stood proudly. Li Qingshan thought, my appearance does suit Little Anne very well. However, Little Anne's white bones seemed rather slender, even giving off a sense of holiness. As for Li Qingshan's skeleton, it was sharp and radiated with malice. At this moment, sharp laughter suddenly rang out from behind Helicoverpa Rosa. It was twisted with delight. The laughter came to a halt. I never thought you'd actually force me to this extent. North Moon, I've still underestimated you. However, from the moment you set foot in Cobweb City, your fate was sealed. It was death. Suddenly, Li Qingshan felt like he had been surrounded by sharp killing intent, as if he had fallen into an encirclement of ambushes from all directions. Actually, Li Qingshan had always been confused. Although he had experienced quite a lot of danger from the beginning until now, it did not seem to match up to the warning from the Spirit Turtle's demon core. Now the answer was being revealed. Li Qingshan's footsteps suddenly froze in the air. He was immobilized. This time he really did not move at all. He could not even move a finger. Even his demon chi felt like it had been restrained, preventing him from unleashing it to his heart's content. What's going on? I clearly don't have a single strand of spider silk on me, yet I feel like I'm tied down by thousands of strands of spider silk. Helicoverpa rosa spread her arms. The strands of spider silk that crisscrossed the cavern suddenly flashed together and trembled. In that moment, like thousands of zither strings were being plucked at the same time, Cobweb City silently split apart and collapsed. It fell into the surging water and kicked up huge waves. The residents also collapsed. Li Qingshan no longer had a place to stand, but he remained frozen in the air just like that, as if he had been glued to an invisible net. The crisscrossing, geometrically beautiful strands of spider silk finally demonstrated their true purpose at that moment. They formed a huge trap similar to a human formation. Spirit arrays were not created by human cultivators. Instead, they were created through discovery and study. Through the use of spirit stones, array flags, and other tools, they were able to simulate the laws of the world. However, demons were often used to using their own strength. It was very rare for them to use external forces, just like how tigers and wolves were used to fighting with their claws and fangs instead of blades and spears. However, Helicoverpa rosa was an exception. When she was still a tiny spider, her main tool for survival was spider webs. Compared to her, even her venom paled in comparison. Very clearly, she did not give up on this special skill as she ascended to the throne of Demon Commander step by step. Instead, she learned to weave larger and better webs. As for Li Qingshan, he had unfortunately become an insect in the net. He thought, so this is her trump card. Helicoverpa rosa exhaled softly. A rare hint of exhaustion appeared on her face. It was clear that activating this spider web had taken a lot out of her. She stared venomously at Li Qingshan. She was in no hurry to attack him. Instead, she repaired the strands of spider silk that she had broken just now when she crashed into Cobweb City. Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. Originally, he could still sense the spiritual energy of the world and the vast rivers of water, but as the spider web was repaired strand by strand, it was like a great door was slowly closing. Once he lost the connection to the spiritual energy of the world and the support of the water god seal, he would become water without a source. Once Helicoverpa rosa turned around to deal with him, he would be able to wait for death. No matter how much power he unleashed on the spot, he would not be able to break free from the spider web she had meticulously woven. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the cavern. By now, the water had already flooded almost half the cavern, and the water level was still rising rapidly. Suddenly, a huge dragon head extended out. A water dragon soared into the sky like a dragon, carrying thousands of tons of water with it as it lunged towards the back of Helicoverpa rosa, who was focused on weaving the web. Helicoverpa rosa snorted coldly in disdain. She did not even look at it. The water dragon passed through the web and was completely ripped apart by the spider silk. It did not affect Helicoverpa rosa at all. The destructive power of flowing water had always been limited. Only by concentrating all of its power on the spirit turtle's demon core like in the beginning could it harm her. However, Li Qingshan was bold enough to use that move once. Only a surprise attack could achieve that effect. Once he was prepared, he would not even be able to cry if she directly grabbed his demon core. As for directly controlling the water to attack her, it was very ineffective. To Helicoverpa rosa, this was clearly his final struggle. As long as she repaired the last strand, she would be able to do whatever she wanted. Boom. Although the water dragon had been ripped apart by the web, the great force from the thousands of tons of water slammed against the ceiling of the cavern. This was Li Qingshan's true target. After Cobweb City had been cut to pieces, this unbelievably large cavern had lost its most important support. If it were not for the night roamers who had constantly reinforced the walls over the past 1,000 years, it would have collapsed from its own weight a long time ago. The collision this time was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Rumble. The ground seemed to roar furiously. Huge cracks spread out like lightning, interweaving like a spider web. Thousands of tons of rock and soil collapsed and poured down. Do you think you can escape death like this? Helicoverpa rosa casually swung her whip, and the poisonous whip shattered the huge rocks that fell towards her. The other rocks that fell down were easily ripped apart by the thin silk like the water dragon. Furthermore, her spider silk was independent and would not be affected by the destruction of the surrounding walls. This spider web was impressively her absolute domain. However, Li Qingshan ignored her. He let out a roar that sounded like he was in ecstasy, cheering for this natural scene of the collapse of the sky. Under the pressure of the rock and soil, the water level rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had submerged Li Qingshan's body. The cheering vanished, and the figure of the spirit turtle appeared on Li Qingshan's body. However, It was unprecedentedly clear in the water. The water was his domain. The spirit turtle suppressed him and sank to the bottom. All of the silk stretched downwards together, groaning as if it was about to be ripped apart. Lolta's expression changed drastically. She had never thought he would still be able to put up a struggle even at this point. She was only lacking a single strand of silk to completely seal him up, but according to the current situation, the other strands would snap before she could even finish weaving the single strand of silk. However, if she returned to suppress him right now, she would not be able to kill him anytime soon. As long as there were holes in the web, he would be able to continue struggling. Caught between a dilemma, Helicoverpa Rosa's face turned vicious. She ordered, "Dragon's Knell, stop him." "Yes, please." Chapter 522. The invisible domain enveloped him. Immediately, Li Qingshan's struggles slowed down. If it were not for his experience with Dragonsnail's ambush, he would have struggled to understand what was going on. This was not just an issue of speed. Once his thoughts slowed down, he struggled to enter a state of intricacy and unleash his strength to the limit. With the circulation of demon chi slowing down, the spirit turtle suppresses the seas lost the pressure it had just now. Although he still managed to maintain it, the spider web gradually recovered its original shape, no longer falling down. Helicoverpa Rosa had always followed the principle of killing her prey regardless of the cost. She had no intention of fighting fairly at all. Right from the beginning, she had made Dragon's Nail hide in the surroundings, ready to strike at any time. This was to prevent Li Qingshan from escaping with his wings of wind. Li Qingshan immediately understood why the warning from the spirit turtle's demon core was so dangerous. Dragonsnail's innate ability was truly strange and powerful. When experts clashed, there was only a single line. If his speed was suddenly reduced by 30%, he would be at the mercy of others. "Let's see what other tricks you have." Helicoverpa Rosa stared at Li Qingshan viciously, only to see Li Qingshan rejoice instead of being alarmed. He laughed aloud. "What are you laughing at?" Helicoverpa Rosa asked in surprise and doubt, but she did not slow down at all. "I'm laughing at how you're digging your own grave. If you hadn't called for help, I really would have been embarrassed." As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, boom, 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 earth and rock shot into the air. 21 skull prayer beads emerged from all directions of the cavern, turning into huge, vicious skeleton demons in the air. Their sharp teeth bumped against each other as if they were cackling. Pure white flames burned in their eye sockets, completely ignoring everything else. They directly ripped through the spider web. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed. She could not sense the aura of the skeleton demons, but she clearly sensed a dangerous, terrifying aura. With a flash, she had already arrived behind a skeleton demon. She raised her leg and kicked out violently, directly sending the skeleton demon flying. It slammed into the wall loudly. In an instant, her figure appeared everywhere in the spider web as if she had more than 10 clones, and the poisonous whip followed her everywhere. It was like a dancing poisonous dragon. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if a series of thunderclaps had exploded. Being sent flying by her didn't seem to pose any threat to her. However, the skeleton demon that was kicked away by her in the beginning crawled out of the rock wall again and continued to destroy the spider webs tirelessly, completely unharmed. As for those skeleton demons that were sent flying by the poisonous whips, they all got up one by one. Black ink marks were left on their bodies, but it felt as if the poison could not penetrate into their bodies. The Samadhi white bone flame burned and removed the poison. "What is this?" Helicoverpa Rosa's face became more and more unsightly. And this was under the influence of the dragon snail's divine ability. The speed of these skeletons had already become a lot slower. If they recovered their original speed, how ferocious would they be? The skeleton demon climbed up tirelessly. After destroying the spider webs, Helicoverpa Rosa dashed left and right. None of the skeleton demons could stop her at all. However, her demonic aura was constantly being consumed. It didn't take long for her to show signs of fatigue, and her breathing became a little messy. Clang, clang, clang. The spider webs broke one by one. Li Qingshan began to be able to move his arms. Helicoverpa Rosa suddenly looked back and said viciously, "Do you think you can escape by summoning these monsters?" She completely ignored the spider webs and extended her poisonous whip. He was still suppressed by the power of the spider webs, and under the influence of the dragon snail's divine ability, he naturally didn't have time to react and was tightly bound. Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. He had really been tied up in this battle in all sorts of ways. As long as we break through the encirclement of these skeleton monsters and bring him out of this water, she already has the upper hand. Helicoverpa rosa carried this thought and dragged Li Qingshan away. Boom! A huge snail shell smashed the rock wall and fell into the cave. On the side of the snail shell, there was a large crack mark. It was smashed in. Dragon's nail. Helicoverpa rosa suddenly raised her head. Lady Spider Queen, save me. Dragon Snail's face was full of fear. He no longer had his usual calmness. He hid so well, but he didn't expect to be discovered. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. What was more terrifying was the strength of the enemy. A white shadow flashed by. A translucent skeleton caught up to Dragon's Nail and stepped on his shell. The white bone sword stabbed deeply into the crack, and the surging samadhi flames of white bone burned brightly. Dragon's Nail just let out a scream, and as if he was frozen, he could no longer speak. And raised her left hand, and the 21 skeleton demons turned into 21 skull prayer beads. Helicoverpa rosa saw that the situation was not good. She wanted to escape with Li Qingshan, but the moment she slowed down, the skull prayer beads entangled her. It was like the stars in the Milky Way, moving on their own trajectories but following the same rules. 18 skull prayer beads could form a formation. It was originally meant to deal with Blood Shadow, but it was useless. Now it was finally used on Helicoverpa rosa. Moreover, there were 21 of them, and their power was even stronger. The skull prayer beads changed shape again, turning into small skulls that spewed samadhi white bone fire. Helicoverpa rosa felt a sense of extreme danger. She used her demonic aura to block the samadhi white bone fire. She straightened her body and slashed a skull. She didn't move, but all the skull prayer beads began to spin rapidly. Immediately, 2 skulls blocked her way and 3 skulls collided fiercely. It was as if there was an invisible thread that pierced through all the skull prayer beads, triggering them all. Although Helicoverpa rosa was fast, she could not easily escape. Her eyes turned cold and 8 chakra seals appeared. In her eyes, the speed at which the skull prayer beads revolved slowed down. She had seen through it. The 8 spikes danced wildly, and the might of each strike was astonishing. They whipped away the skulls that flew over, forcefully opening a path for her to break out of the formation. Although the skull demon formation was powerful, and it was naturally more than enough to deal with demon generals, against a demon commander, and a carapace demon commander with a powerful physique at that, it clearly paled in comparison. Helicoverpa rosa suddenly felt her hands sink. Li Qingshan's body suddenly became 10 or even 100 times heavier, pulling her down. Li Qingshan broke free from the spider web, and without Dragon Snail's interference, his demon chi recovered in the blink of an eye. Suddenly he unleashed the spirit turtle suppresses the seas and spat out a gust of wind, whistling and entangling. It was unable to harm Helicoverpa rosa, but it could interfere with her movements. Helicoverpa rosa looked at Li Qingshan, who flickered with a metallic luster. She felt like she had entered a nightmare filled with skeletons. She gritted her teeth and abandoned Li Qingshan. She seemed extremely resolute. She knew that if she continued like this, not only would she fail to kill Li Qingshan, but her situation would only worsen instead. It might even end up as bad as last time. Helicoverpa rosa freed up another hand. The 21 skull prayer beads struggled to stop her. If a demon commander wanted to escape, who could stop her unless a demon king took action? There was a white flash and Little blocked her way. There was no flash or sword chi, only a sure kill sword intent that enveloped and locked onto her before stabbing over like a streak of white light. The skull prayer beads flew over again. As long as they stopped her, she would fall into the skull demon formation again. There was a flash of blood, and a horrific slash appeared on the back of Helicoverpa rosa's chest. She actually did not dodge at all. She wanted to force her way out even if she had to take the hit. She could clearly sense that the little skeleton before her was the controller of these 21 skeletons. It possessed terrifying strength no less than North Moon's. She suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Lowering her head, she saw white flames spreading from the wound, devouring her flesh and burning even more brilliantly. Her skin suddenly turned silvery gray. The flames followed along the wound, burning even deeper. They were even more vicious than her poison. This time was different from last time. She still had about 50% of the demon chi in her body. She had finally managed to circulate her demon chi to expel the samadhi flames of white bone. She had yet to recover from her shock, so she threw down a vicious threat. North Moon, I will definitely kill you. You still want to leave after offending me? Use your ultimate move. Li Qingshan shouted, and spat out a small banner the size of a palm. She held it between her fingers, and with a wave of her hand, The blood sea banner fluttered in the wind. Helicoverpa Rosa then glanced back at the deep crimson color. She felt an indescribable chill rise from her heart. She dared not stay any longer, diving straight into the depths of the wall. In that instant the world became a sea of blood red. Helicoverpa Rosa then looked around. There were no more rocks or flowing water. There was only a boundless, churning sea of blood. The heavy stench of blood did not just reach the tip of her nose, but into every pore of her body. A feeling of weakness and powerlessness rose in her heart. That was the deepest despair in her heart. This sea of blood was boundless. She could not return to where she had come from, nor could she reach the other shore. White bones swam in the sea of blood. With just one look, Helicoverpa Rosa had a feeling that her fate would eventually be the same as these white bones, becoming a member of this sea of blood. The sea of blood churned violently. Bone hands reached towards the sky, as if begging the heavens for a sliver of hope. This was a hellish scene, but hope did not exist. There was only a deep-seated hatred for the living. The thousands of white bones turned their heads together, using their empty eye sockets to look at Helicoverpa Rosa. Even the vicious Helicoverpa Rosa was taken aback, feeling a deep chill. The waves of blood churned. Thousands of white bones broke through the sea of blood and rushed up together. Insignificant tricks. Helicoverpa Rosa snorted coldly. She waved her poisonous whip in a circle, smashing hundreds of white bones in an instant and falling into the sea of blood. There was immediately an empty circle around her, but it was immediately filled up by more white bones. There was no fear, no hesitation, and no roar. She just used all her strength to grab Helicoverpa Rosa with her bone claws and drag her into the depths of the sea of blood. In a moment, Helicoverpa Rosa smashed tens of thousands of white bones. But the white bones seemed to be endless, showing no signs of decreasing. I can't feel the existence of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth at all here. The demonic aura can't be restored. I must find a way to escape. Damn it, North Moon. Helicoverpa Rosa suddenly stopped waving her whip. She closed her eyes and was immediately submerged by the white bones, piling up into a mountain of bones. Yes, please. Chapter 523. The bone claws grabbed Helicoverpa Rosa's back, but they failed to harm her at all. The pulling force of the white bones was nowhere near enough to shake up a demon commander. The blood sea banner sure is brutal. Even that bastard Fu Qingjin's green ruins illusion probably can't match it. Li Qingshan could clearly see Helicoverpa Rosa's figure submerged in the rippling blood sea banner. Fu Qingjin's green ruins sword only created a green ruins illusion, while Little An's blood sea banner created its own space. In reality, the green ruins sword was still superior. However, as a successor, Fu Qingjin was unable to unleash the power of the green ruins sword at all. The blood sea banner had been personally forged by Little An, so it obviously seemed a little stronger. Moreover, the current blood sea banner was just like the skull prayer beads. It was still extremely far away from complete. Once it truly reached that step, a mere green ruins sword would no longer be able to rival it. With a great boom, the mountain of white bones scattered in all directions. The white bones were reduced to dust, falling into the sea of blood. The surface of the sea finally settled down, but it rapidly gathered again, producing new white bones. Little An pointed. Behind Helicoverpa Rosa, she suddenly looked back, only to be met with a surging wave of blood that swept over. It connected the sky and the earth, stretching endlessly. It was impossible to escape, impossible to dodge. Just the presence alone was enough to make people shiver inside. As the huge wave arrived before her, Helicoverpa Rosa's figure became as insignificant as an ant. The moment the blood-red wave slammed down, a series of patterns appeared in her eyes. It was strange and mysterious. Suddenly, she shone with two streaks of light, piercing the wave before her. What she saw was no longer the boundless sea of blood, but the underground. She immediately flew up. The two streaks of light directly shot out from the blood sea banner. Helicoverpa Rosa's most inconspicuous innate ability came into effect at that moment. It was actually the nemesis of magical illusions. Little An had to manage the blood sea banner and was unable to enter to meet the enemy. With a wave of his hand, the skull prayer beads scattered. Helicoverpa Rosa's pupils shrank. 21 skull rosary beads shot towards her. She gritted her teeth and twisted her body. No matter how they hit him, his speed did not decrease at all. He was about to break free. But then she saw Li Qingshan's hateful smiling face. Let me. Through the water god seal, Li Qingshan replenished his demonic qi. Even the injuries on his body had recovered by about 40 to 50%. With an additional layer of flesh, he looked even more terrifying than a skeleton. He nodded towards little Anne, then charged headlong into the Blood Sea banner, letting out a tiger's roar. It shook the Blood Sea. Li Qingshan spread his wings of wind and pounced on Helicoverpa rosa. "Mother of my child, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Helicoverpa rosa was both furious and hateful. Her poisonous whip lashed fiercely on Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His pounce was blocked, but it also completely cut off her path of escape. As soon as his flesh and blood fell into the Blood Sea, it immediately stirred and was devoured by the blood, becoming a part of the Blood Sea. Li Qingshan was completely fearless. His wings of wind suddenly sped up, crashing fiercely into the back of Helicoverpa rosa's body. He spread open his arms, laughing strangely as he tightly hugged her, then dove into the Blood Sea together. This Blood Sea did not differentiate between friend and foe. It hated all living beings and devoured all flesh and blood. Even the owner of the Blood Sea banner, little Anne, had to exert all his strength to control it so that the blood water would not attack Li Qingshan. But in the blink of an eye, only a tall skeleton remained. And Helicoverpa rosa, who was under the concentrated attack of the Blood Sea, was in an even worse state. She had to constantly use her demon chi to resist the corrosion of the blood water. In the blink of an eye, the poison on her body had been dyed red. Although the fierce poison had dyed a part of the sea black, it was nothing compared to the boundless Blood Sea. Li Qingshan grabbed the back of Helicoverpa rosa's neck with one hand, his legs wrapped around her waist, and he rode on her body. Laughing loudly, he landed punch after punch on her body. Naturally, she struggled with all her might. Their figures bobbed up and down in the Blood Sea, creating huge waves. When Helicoverpa rosa saw that she was unable to break free from Li Qingshan's grasp, she tossed aside her poisonous whip and madly grabbed Li Qingshan's neck with both hands. Under the terrifying strength, his neck bones cracked and very quickly cracks appeared. Although Li Qingshan's life force was strong, if his neck was also broken, only death awaited him. Li Qingshan struggled, but he was unable to break free. After losing his flesh and blood, his strength had weakened significantly. This was a demon commander. Even in the most disadvantageous of situations, a single counterattack could be fatal. However, how could little Anne just watch as Li Qingshan was injured? While Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa rosa were locked in a stalemate, the skull prayer beads flew over and wrapped around Helicoverpa rosa's wrist, turning into a string of prayer beads again. 21 skeleton demons exerted their strength together, forcefully pulling Helicoverpa rosa's hand away and locking it behind her back. Moreover, they constantly gnawed at her wrist. If she had not used her innate ability, turning her skin an indestructible silvery gray, her flesh would probably have been devoured in an instant. Suddenly, Li Qingshan clenched his claws and raised them high into the air. Like a huge hammer, he smashed them down. In that instant, Helicoverpa rosa felt like a small mountain was pressing down on her from behind. There was a loud sound, followed by an intense tremor that passed through her entire body. Wherever the tremor passed, her poisoned suit, which had been corroded by the sea of blood, shattered. Her silvery gray body sank straight into the depths of the sea of blood. The water filled the cavern, instead propping up the collapsing ceiling. Little Anne held the Blood Sea banner and stood quietly in the water. The flames in his eye sockets flickered as he stared closely into the Blood Sea banner. After a while, Li Qingshan leapt out of the Blood Sea banner. Haha, it's finally done. Li Qingshan finally understood just how great of a difference there was between defeating a demon commander and subduing one. If it were not for the help of little Anne's Blood Sea banner, he would not have been able to keep her here no matter what. He might even have been killed by her counterattack if he was not careful. Although he successfully subdued her in the end, stripping her naked like last time, he obviously could not do anything inappropriate in front of little Anne. Moreover, all that was left of his body was white bones. Even if he wanted to do something, he would be powerless. In the Blood Sea banner, Helicoverpa rosa lay in the sea of blood. Her demon chi had already been completely used up. Her skin had returned to its snow-white color, and her physical strength was close to exhaustion. She could not see the surface of the sea, nor could she reach the bottom. It was as if she was in the center of the sea of blood, and the blood constantly ate away at her life force. If she were a regular demon general, she would have been reduced to a puddle of blood before long, merging with the sea of blood to strengthen the Blood Sea banner. As a demon commander, her body was extremely tough. Even so, she could only last a little longer. With her connection to the outside world severed, she could not even recover her demon chi. She could only walk step by step towards death. Unprecedented fear and an aura of death enveloped her. This was a feeling that she had not felt for a very long time. Being in the sea of blood, not only did her body suffer damage, her mind was greatly affected as well. It was the deep despair of the boundless sea of blood, where she could neither advance nor retreat. She used her remaining strength to howl in grief. "Lord Golden Cicada?" Little An asked, "Should I kill her?" Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and his eyes flashed. "That's not impossible." A familiar voice immediately rang out by his ear. "Don't do it. Spare her life." "What's you? So you're called Golden Cicada. What do you have to say?" Li Qingshan's goal was to lure that voice out. He thought to himself, sure enough, the reason he cultivates in this region is closely related to Lolth. "You still know my name. However, it's best if you don't let anyone else know of it." Golden Cicada's words contained a hint of warning. "If you kill her, the Dragon King of the Sea will not let this matter rest." "Fine, I won't kill her." Li Qingshan's reply was extremely straightforward, exceeding Golden Cicada's expectations. "Let's go." Li Qingshan called out to Little N. "Wait, you're just going to leave like this?" Golden Cicada said. "I didn't say I was going to let her go. I've already spared her once, but she still won't let it go. I can't just let her kill me for nothing and destroy my weapon for nothing," Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. Since killing her would be troublesome, then he would just suppress her in the Blood Sea banner forever. However, it was very clear that as the blood continued to corrode her, her cultivation would definitely decline greatly. She might even be unable to maintain her demon commander realm. His thoughts were very straightforward. "Since you want to protect me, you have to pay a price, such as the phoenix feather." Golden Cicada fell silent. "Since we're on the same path, we should support each other. I promise you that I will definitely do my best to help you obtain the chant of Devanaga. To be honest, ever since we parted last time, I've encountered a pretty good opportunity. If I go back on my word with your strength, it'll be easy for you to kill me." Li Qingshan took a step further and said with extreme sincerity. "Fine, I promise you." After Golden Cicada sensed Little and by Li Qingshan's side, his indistinct sense of heavenly secrets grew stronger and stronger. He was basically certain that the chant of Devanaga would be related to Li Qingshan. Moreover, Li Qingshan's final words had also struck a chord in his heart. He only wanted to avoid trouble and entanglement underground so that he could focus on cultivation in order to break through that final step. However, this did not mean that he could casually toy around with a demon general. "Let her go." Li Qingshan was overjoyed and nodded slightly at Little and Golden Cicada was so generous, so he did not want to appear too stingy. Little and shook the Blood Sea banner, and Helicoverpa Rosa was thrown out. She stared venomously at Li Qingshan, and when she looked at Little Anne, her eyes were filled with hatred as well as a deep hint of fear. Although she had only been suppressed in the sea of blood for a short period of time, it felt as long as 100 years to her, bringing her despair that could not be erased. Although she was venomous, she no longer looked down on him from above. Previously, she still harbored great reluctance in her heart. However, this time, under the inescapable net that she had laid down, Li Qingshan had forcefully carved out a path of survival. She could only subdue him by finding helpers. However, the helpers that Li Qingshan had found were so powerful. There was a huge chasm between demon commanders and demon generals, but Li Qingshan had used various methods to bridge this chasm, proving with his actions that he was definitely not a weakling that she could bully as she pleased. You're welcome to come again." Li Qingshan directly interrupted Helicoverpa Rosa as soon as she uttered a single word of threat. To be continued. Chapter 524. With the phoenix feather settled, Li Qingshan was in an extremely good mood. He smiled at Helicoverpa Rosa and said, "Lolth, whether you admit it or not, I have the strength to stand up to you. This time, for the sake of fellow Golden Cicada, I'll spare you again. You're welcome to continue challenging me." Helicoverpa Rosa could not hear the conversation between Li Qingshan and Golden Cicada. When she heard Li Qingshan say fellow Golden Cicada, she could not help but be surprised. "What did you call Lord Golden Cicada? Even if you didn't challenge me, I would have challenged you." Li Qingshan studied Helicoverpa Rosa's alluring figure again and laughed aloud. "The phoenix feather is right here. You and that friend beside you, come down and get it." Golden Cicada pondered for a moment. Through his investigation of the battlefield, he clearly knew that Li Qingshan had come with strong reinforcements, but he could not see little Anne's appearance. And in his perception he could not sense the existence of his aura. This kind of situation even he felt that it was very strange, and a trace of curiosity arose in him. If Li Qingshan was still using the suppression of the spirit turtle to hide his aura, then little Anne was nothingness between life and death. There was no aura that could be hidden at all. What? Li Qingshan said warily. She's very special. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. Who knows, I might even be able to help her. All right. Seeing that there was something to gain, Li Qingshan agreed very straightforwardly. It was not that he did not have his guard up. Golden Cicada had always been rather peaceful, and he still needed him to get the chant of Devanaga. There was no reason for him to turn against him. If there really was a fatal threat on this trip, he would definitely receive a warning from the spirit turtle. For this reason, although he did not have the ability to divine all sorts of messy things, as long as it was useful in this aspect, it was enough. Under the Spider Queen's surprised and doubtful gaze, Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind with Shaoan and flew underground. Wherever they passed by, the earth would automatically part, forming a path. Even if there were metal ores that could not be moved easily, they would not be able to move easily. He only needed to blow out a gust of wind and sparks would fly. In the blink of an eye, a path would be drilled out. He went all the way to the depths of the underground where there was a lake of lava. Li Qingshan had just steadied himself. His attention was immediately attracted by the golden red feather floating above the fire lake, and he was unable to shift his gaze away. The beautiful feather was about a foot long and curved. The pattern at the end of the feather was like a big eye, emitting a bright and warm light all the time. Vast amounts of earth flame essence gathered on it. Every time it swayed, it caused the sea of fire to surge. There was no need for any comments. Li Qingshan knew that this was the legendary phoenix feather. There was no doubt about it. As the saying goes, you can tell the whole leopard by looking at one spot. Just by looking at this feather, it was as if he could imagine the noble posture of a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring. Li Qingshan immediately stepped over the fire lake and reached out to grab the phoenix feather. Just as he was about to touch it, he couldn't help but pull his hand back, like a mortal trying to grab a piece of charcoal with his bare hands, afraid of being burned. But when his fingertips touched the phoenix feather, he did not feel a burning sensation. Instead, there was an indescribable warm feeling. That kind of wonderful touch could not be described with words. Then there was a powerful aura of life. The heart of a phoenix was noble but not arrogant. The fire of a phoenix. Hot but not hurtful. Li Qingshan held the phoenix feather in his hand, admiring it with a heart full of amazement. He could imagine how beautiful a real phoenix would be. At the same time, Golden Cicada was also observing Li Qingshan. The last time they had interacted, they had been separated by an extremely long distance. Moreover, the interference of the underground magnetic field was something that no one could ignore. So although they had interacted, his impression of Li Qingshan was still the last time Li Qingshan had come underground and revealed a trace of phoenix aura. But seeing him again this time, Golden Cicada couldn't help but be shocked. Because the phoenix aura on Li Qingshan's body was extremely weak, almost non-existent. But there were 3 other enormous auras present. One was as steady as a mountain, one as fierce as the wind, and one as calm as the sea. Every single aura represented the bloodline inheritance of a powerful life form, and none of them were inferior to the phoenix. Luoxi's defeat was not unjust. She didn't even know what she was facing. Golden Cicada had never heard of such a situation. This couldn't be innate. It was an extremely rare opportunity to obtain such a powerful bloodline. There must be a huge secret on his body. A little demon that didn't even know what the 9 heavens was seriously saying that he wanted to go above the 9 heavens. It seemed like it was not out of arrogance. Although Golden Cicada didn't know of Oxen's existence, he could faintly sense that the imposing figure was standing behind Li Qingshan. Then, Golden Cicada turned his attention to little Anne. Anne was immediately stunned. That feeling of shock was far more intense than when Li Qingshan had seen the phoenix feather. He muttered to himself, neither alive nor dead, colorless and without self. Golden Cicada had an extremely deep connection with Buddhism, which was why Li Qingshan had gone to search for the chant of Devanaga. Now that he saw the successor of the White Bone Bodhisattva, how could he not be shocked? Of course, Li Qingshan and little Anne were still very weak, but they were like tiny seeds. Some seeds could only grow into grass, while others had the potential to grow into towering trees. Golden Cicada had originally been curious and wanted to investigate the origins of their legacies, But at this moment he no longer had such thoughts. The person who could plant these two seeds was far beyond the reach of his current cultivation. If not for the fact that he had already arrived at the edge of the well and could already catch a glimpse of the world outside, he would not even be able to understand the meaning behind it. In particular, Little An's body contained a kind of strange Buddhist logic that was vastly different from all the Buddhist principles he knew. It even ran counter to them, yet it formed a style of its own, making it impossible to find any mistakes. He did not dare to think too deeply about it. Not only would it not be beneficial to his cultivation, it would even be harmful. On the other side, Li Qingshan held the phoenix feather, but he was unable to draw upon the power within it. He tried to circulate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. In his consciousness, the phantom of the phoenix spread its wings and soared, letting out a long cry. In that instant, the phoenix feather shone brightly, enveloping Li Qingshan. Powerful life force poured into Li Qingshan's body endlessly. Li Qingshan's flesh and blood rapidly healed at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had recovered to his original state. His scarlet hair draped down and he clenched his fists. He felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Whether it was the hidden injuries left behind by Helicoverpa rosa or the residue from ingesting pills, they were all completely cleaned up. The phoenix feather in his hand only dimmed slightly as well. Ignoring everything else, just using it as a life-saving medicine was like gaining a few more lives. You really have gained the phoenix feather's recognition, Golden Cicada sighed. In other words, there were 4 bloodlines and 4 powers, all of which were the most powerful legacies. This recognition was extremely easy for Li Qingshan. However, if a regular person rashly used the power within the phoenix feather, they would face the danger of being incinerated by the flames. Perhaps it was because of its healing properties, or perhaps it was because the power within the phoenix feather was relatively gentle, but the spirit turtle did not react intensely. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. It was like he had found a door when he was at his wit's end. As long as he pushed it open, he would be in a whole new world. Li Qingshan asked greedily, "Then, is there only one? Fulfill your promise as soon as possible. This is for that little friend of yours." After Golden Cicada said this, there was no more sound. A glistening, golden Sarira flew out of the lake of lava and landed in Little An's hand. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply. "Don't worry. I hate owing people favors the most." Li Qingshan and Little An returned to the submerged cobweb city. Helicoverpa rosa had already vanished. However, she was heavily injured this time. The spider webs, poisonous clothes, and poisonous whip she had weaved with great difficulty were all destroyed. It was impossible for her to come looking for trouble for the time being. By the time she recovered, Li Qingshan had already made his way to greater heights. Little An took out another snail shell. "This is dragon snail's shell." Li Qingshan was surprised. In his mind, dragon's nail had always been rather mysterious, so she obviously seemed rather powerful. He never thought she would be killed by Little An so easily. Although Dragon's Nail was an expert among demon generals, Little An's strength was close to Li Qingshan's. In reality, it would not take much effort for Li Qingshan to kill Dragon's Nail. Furthermore, Little An's Samadhi flames of white bone had an overwhelming destructive power against the weak. Once it touched the body, only a demon commander like Helicoverpa rosa would be able to forcefully expel it with their powerful and pure demon chi. Dragon's Nail naturally did not have this strength. Thus, his soul was frozen by the Samadhi flames of white bone, but his flesh and blood were ignited. He did not last long before dying. In the end, all that was left was this snail shell and a demon core. As a result, the 3 demon generals under Helicoverpa rosa had all died at Little An's hands. Little An placed the snail shell in Li Qingshan's palm. Li Qingshan casually stuffed the snail shell into his 100 treasures pouch, but he discovered that he could not stuff it in. After careful observation just now, he discovered that the snail shell had its own space. It was like a huge 100 treasures pouch and there were many things stored inside. After Blood Shadow and Strong Stone died, Dragon's Nail took charge of the overall situation. He specialized in ambushing powerful human cultivators. The spoils of war were rather abundant, and there were many precious spiritual herbs. Clearly, Dragon's Nail was rather intelligent and had planned far ahead. Now it had all benefited Li Qingshan. Dragon's Nail might be a rare intelligent person among the demons, but he could not disobey Helicoverpa rosa's orders, and he was no match for Little An's strength. In the face of absolute strength, intelligence often appeared powerless. This snail shell should be a good material for refining artifacts. Having resolved his greatest worry and obtained the phoenix feather of his dreams, Li Qingshan was filled with satisfaction. What he needed to do now was to find a way to completely refine this phoenix feather, fuse it with his body, and cultivate the first layer of the phoenix transformation. There was also the matter of continuing to expand the water network. If not for this water god seal, he would not have been able to do anything to Helicoverpa Rosa even if he joined forces with Little Anne. In fact, he might have even run out of demon chi and faced the danger of being killed instead. Li Qingshan and Little Anne followed the underground river upstream, returning to Moon Court Lake. However, they discovered that their underwater residence was currently being attacked. To be continued. Chapter 525. Li Qingshan's eyebrows immediately rose. Who had eaten the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble at his place? The curtain of night was dark, and dark clouds shrouded the sky. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and the world flickered between light and darkness. Amidst the interweaving lightning, a familiar figure stood in the vault of heaven. His tattered Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Lightning coiled around his body like dragons and snakes, making him look like a thunder god descending into the world. Wasn't that Zhou Tong? This old Taoist has already passed the heavenly tribulation, Li Qingshan thought to himself. He looked up into the clouds again and discovered that Zhou Tong was not alone. A soaring dragon ship had stopped in the sea of clouds. On the deck were the heads of the Bai clan, led by Lu Changqing. The cannons shot out beams of light, causing the formation to flicker, on the verge of shattering. While Li Qingshan was refining the water mirror disc, Zhou Tong was refining the lightning slaughter wooden sword once more, finally taking that step and forming the divine thunder pearl, the so-called golden core realm. After resting for a while, the first thing he did was to take revenge. The 100 schools of thought also gained confidence when they saw a golden core realm cultivator taking the lead. They took out the flying dragon warship that the Mo clan had spent several years to build and came to help. Lu Changqing's face flickered with the light from the lightning. He also wanted to take back his water mirror disc. He looked down at the moon court underwater dwelling anxiously, but after thinking for a moment he said to Jichenzi, "I'll take it back. Jichenzi, looks like the moon devil really isn't here. Persuade your master to hold back after we break through the formation. Don't start a massacre." The war finally subsided, and the moon devil had the upper hand in the past. He didn't try to kill them all. It was fine if he vented his anger, but if he started a huge battle, then he might as well not take the water mirror disc. It was also because of this worry that they did not attack together. Otherwise, with the flying dragon ship's dragon roar main cannon, the moon court underwater mansion would have been destroyed long ago. Wasangzan said, "That's right. Even if the moon devil comes, he can't do anything to us. Have him hand over the water mirror disc and leave the moon. Clear Court Lake." Jichenzi looked troubled. "Master is in high spirits right now. There's no need for you to tell me. I want to force the moon devil to come out and fight me again. All of you are not allowed to interfere. This old Taoist will beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy. If he's willing to obediently hand over the water mirror disc and scram out of Moon Court Lake, I'll spare his life." Zhou Tong's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating back to the soaring dragon ship. Although he had a violent temper, he was able to distinguish between gratitude and grudges. He also knew that the moon devil had held back, so he was naturally unwilling to be inferior to a demon. "Oxnose, you sure talk big. Whose life do you want to spare?" A loud roar came from the lake. Li Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky. His scarlet hair fluttered in the wind, looking as fierce as fire. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. He pointed the thunder slaughter sword at Li Qingshan and roared thunderously, "Monster, you finally dared to come out. Do you dare fight me?" The lightning in the sky retracted and gathered on his body, shining brilliantly. It flickered incessantly, like a sun formed from lightning. It continuously absorbed the lightning in the clouds, growing larger and larger. It could be seen from 500 kilometers away, containing a terrifying destructive power. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. "I see that you don't want that broken sword in your hand anymore. Give it to me for roasting chicken." Their voices were loud and clear, shaking the heavens and earth, as if two gods were conversing with each other. Zhou Tong's expression changed as he felt the pain. "What a monster. You won't give up until you see your coffin. Good old Taoist. You won't give up until you see a roasted chicken. What's so great about you cultivating to golden core? Lightning, disperse." Li Qingshan suddenly extended his hands as if he had grabbed something, and tore it to the left and right. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly split apart, as if the curtains of a stage were slowly pulled open, revealing a sky full of stars and a crescent moon. The cultivators on the soaring dragon warship were all stunned, their faces pale from the moonlight. This power was unbelievably strong, not something a demon general could possess. It almost had the might of Gu Yenying when she opened up the sky battlefield in the past. Hua Sengzan said, "This is probably the power of the water god. Although the moon devil failed to overcome the heavenly tribulation, he has become stronger. This battle won't be easy." The other cultivators did not think much of it. No matter how strong the moon devil was, he was only a demon general. How could he be a match for a golden core cultivator? Zhou Tong immediately lost the timing and was unable to absorb the lightning power from the clouds. His expression turned solemn as he pointed with the thunder slaughter sword in his hand. The lightning that illuminated 500 kilometers like a blazing sun suddenly brightened, turning the world white. When they returned to their senses, a zigzagging lightning mark was left on their retinas. With such speed, who could dodge it? A huge hole had appeared on the surface of Moon Court Lake. It was several dozen meters deep. Not only was the lake water evaporated, even the rocks below were melted. Who would be able to withstand such power? However, the instant the lightning struck, Li Qingshan dodged. Spreading his wings of wind, he turned into a scarlet streak of light and pierced into the sky. Lightning flashed so fiercely that even the cultivators on the soaring dragon warship could not keep their eyes open. No matter how fast the moon devil was, he could not be faster than lightning. No one could escape from such an attack. Furthermore, a casual strike was even stronger than the full-powered strike Zhou Tong had summoned in the past. Just a single strike was enough to determine the victor. This was the great power of a golden core cultivator. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. The moon devil's figure soared freely among the lightning. He transformed, shuttled, and soared like a divine bird fighting against lightning. Not a single bolt of lightning could hit him. Zhou Tong was shocked as well. That's impossible. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. Bolts of lightning also flickered in his eyes, but they were not the remnants of the lightning. Instead, they were from before the lightning had erupted. Otherwise, no matter how fast the wings of wind were, they would still seem slow compared to the speed of lightning. It could be said that once Zhou Tong struck, it would basically be too late for his opponent to dodge. In the past, he had to use the astral steps in order to release lightning of sufficient power. It would take quite a lot of trouble, and he could even give his opponent an opportunity to dodge beforehand. Now, a casual strike from him would possess startling power, and it would be continuous. This was the terror of lightning. Zhou Tong, who practiced the divine heaven method of lightning wielding, did indeed have the right to be proud. Although he had just undergone the second heavenly tribulation, he could probably look down on all early golden core cultivators. In a true battle of life and death, even some mid-golden core cultivators might not be his opponent. However, Li Qingshan could use the power of the spirit turtle to see that moment of future. In the blink of an eye, he approached Zhou Tong. No matter how powerful a cultivator's techniques were, the fragility of their bodies remained their greatest weakness. "Be careful, Senior Zhou. I'm waiting." Zhou Tong suddenly slammed his palm against the sun of lightning before him. Boom. In that moment, like a dance of silver snakes, countless bolts of lightning were released, weaving into a net of electricity and producing an unbelievably great rumble of thunder. Even the cultivators on the soaring dragon ship felt their heads shudder. They were dazzled. Although they knew Zhou Tong was on their side, they could not help but feel shocked. The interweaving net of electricity was a zone of death. If they were in there, only death would await them, no matter how many Foundation establishment cultivators there were. Li Qingshan had already reacted earlier, but even though he could see the trajectory of the lightning, he was unable to dodge within the dense net of electricity. Originally, he wanted to unleash the spirit turtle's profound shell to block it forcefully, but he suddenly thought of something and waved his hand. The pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell formed a huge mirror. He unleashed both of the spirit turtle's abilities. The violent lightning landed on the mirror, but most of it was reflected. Li Qingshan stood behind the mirror, completely unscathed. He thought, this move seems to be limited in close combat, but it seems to have a wondrous effect against techniques, especially against Zhou Tong's flashing lightning. Zhou Tong immediately widened his eyes. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, not only had he condensed a divine lightning pearl, but the lightning slaughter sword had also become stronger after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, yet it had been blocked so easily. Li Qingshan actually did not have it easy for him to block it. Although the reflection vaguely countered Zhou Tong's lightning, it took up a tremendous amount of his mind to maintain the mirror, which made his demon chi plummet. Normally he could consider retreating, but he was on Moon Court Lake, so he did not have to worry about his demon chi being depleted. Taking advantage of Zhou Tong's shock, he flew up. When he was still 30 meters away from Zhou Tong, he extended his hand. His arm suddenly swelled and extended, turning into a huge pitch-black hand that fell towards Zhou Tong's head. Lightning erupted from Zhou Tong's body, and Li Qingshan felt like he had been stung viciously. First, there was a sharp pain, followed by a feeling of numbness that spread through his entire body. His body slowed down, but he gritted his teeth and forcefully grabbed down. A bolt of lightning flew out from between his fingers, and Zhou Tong's figure changed drastically. The lightning wove into the figure of the Lord of Thunder, wielding a hammer in one hand and a awl in the other. He had finally unleashed the ultimate move that he had never used before, but it was more fluid and clear, as if it was tangible. Zhou Tong roared out furiously, "Divine might is like a prison, Lord of Thunder strikes demons." Boom. The Lord of Thunder struck the awl with the hammer, and a bolt of lightning shot out, vaguely purple. Li Qingshan knew that he definitely could not reflect this move back. With a flap of his wings of wind, he dodged in advance. The trajectory of the lightning suddenly changed, piercing the spirit turtle's profound shell viciously and striking him. Li Qingshan shuddered. In that instant he actually lost control over his body. The wings of wind shattered, and he directly fell towards Moon Court Lake. Boom, boom, boom. How could Zhou Tong let such a great opportunity slip by? He unfurled his wings of lightning and directly descended in pursuit. The Lord of Thunder struck the lightning hammer in its hand again and again, and bolts of violet lightning struck Li Qingshan's body. As soon as Li Qingshan gathered his demon chi, it was ripped to shreds by the lightning. His body was completely paralyzed by the lightning, leaving him unable to fight back. Clashing with golden core cultivators sure is dangerous. There will always be 1,000 variations. The slightest carelessness can lead to death on the spot. In Li Qingshan's body, the water god seal gave off ripple-like rings of light, reaching the edge of Moon Court Lake in the blink of an eye. The calm lake water suddenly began to churn. What? A stream of water rose up from the lake, like the Milky Way flowing backwards. It rushed into the sky, turning into a colossal hand that slammed towards Zhou Tong. Chapter 526. The intense battle above Moon Court Lake alarmed the surrounding villages and towns. In particular, the fishermen who used boats as their homes suddenly felt like they were falling. They rushed out of their cabins in fear, only to discover that the surface of the lake had suddenly dropped by a foot, and a huge hand condensed from flowing water stood in the center of the lake, holding up the sky. "Grandpa Lake God is angry." Shock and fear were written all over everyone's faces. Someone called out and everyone knelt on the ground, kowtowing. On a small stone bridge near the lake, a person floated in the air. Fu Qingjin pressed his hand against his sword and stared at him. "Moon Devil, have you already changed like this?" Several months ago in late autumn on Benevolence Island by the Lake of Dragons and Snakes, a lonely figure wielded a broken sword, sitting by the lake alone. There was no green ruins illusion, nor was there any drooping black hair. Why does that Fu Qingjin look like he's lost his mind? Hua Qinglu had come to Benevolence Island to visit a hawkwolf guard who had been injured during a mission. She saw Fu Qingjin's figure in the distance. Yu Zijin said, "Should Qinglu be quiet? Don't let him hear you." The discussion reached his ears clearly, but he did not seem to hear it at all. He stared at the broken edge of the green ruined sword. What was broken was not just the sword. His connection with the outside world had been broken too. The demon slayer had already become a thing of the past. Gradually no one came to visit him anymore. The Sword Collection Palace did not punish him, nor did they summon him. Only his master sent him a message from afar, "Take care." It was a simple message, but it left him stumped no matter how he thought about it. His wounds had healed a long time ago, but he had no idea where he should go, so he stayed behind. He remained in this foreign land like a lonely soul. "You don't have a line, so how are you going to fish?" A set of footsteps approached and a voice rang out. It was Yu Zijian. Fu Qingjin did not look back, nor did he answer. In the past he had once believed her because of the green ruined sword. He and this girl shared a deep fate. Now that the sword was broken, she was just a regular girl. Without fate, no matter how one looked at her, she was just an ordinary girl. Perhaps she really had the talent to inherit the purple night sword. But what did that have to do with him? Yu Zijian thought of her past self and sighed gloomily. However, her gaze was unprecedentedly distant and calm. She asked a question: "Is the sword really that important to you?" Fu Qingjin was as silent as a rock. "Zijian, let's go. He's here." Yu Zijian turned around and answered. Then she said to Fu Qingjin, "Someone once told me that it's difficult to have everything in life. You have to make a choice. Nothing is perfect." It was an ordinary sentence. However, it was like a streak of light had passed through Fu Qingjin's head. His hand that wielded the sword trembled slightly. With a voice that only he could hear, he muttered to himself, "I'm sorry. Nothing is perfect. Everything magnificent will eventually return to nothingness." His master's words echoed in his ears again. "Qingjin, do you know about the origins of the Green Ruin Sword? Our sword collection palace has a senior. My sword collection palace had a senior who was originally the ruler of a kingdom. Of course, Great Xia had yet to exist back then. The 9 provinces were still filled with kingdoms. In order to deal with the threat of the enemy kingdom, the senior went out to seek help and accidentally entered the realm of immortals, obtaining an immortal's legacy. He was filled with joy, but when he left the realm of immortals, he discovered that several decades had already passed. His family and friends had all passed away, while his kingdom had already been conquered by the enemy kingdom a long time ago, reduced to ruins. He wanted revenge, but he discovered that the enemy kingdom had already been destroyed in the chaos of war. He was filled with endless melancholy, so he fused this thought into the sword. This is the sword intent contained in the Green Ruin Sword. The endless prosperity will return to ruins, covered in moss and vines. Fu Qingjin raised the Green Ruin Sword and said gently, "Even you are no exception?" The next day Fu Qingjin left the 100 schools of thought. He passed by every city that had been destroyed in the chaos of war and imagined their past prosperity. It was like he had washed away the dust in front of him. The entire world had become different. Day after day the Green Ruin Sword remained as broken as before, but slivers of green light fused into it. This time, it was not the sigh of that senior from throughout the ages, nor was it the sigh of the past masters of the Green Ruin Sword. It was his own comprehension, Fu Qingjin's. After who knew how many cities he had passed by, he finally understood that the Green Ruin Sword was not actually broken. At that moment, the Green Ruin Sword suddenly shone with unprecedented light. In a daze, he discovered that he was standing in the Green Ruins illusion again. A figure stood under the collapsed palace wall in the distance. He turned around and smiled faintly. He was a very dignified, middle-aged man. His appearance was very unfamiliar, but his expression was extremely familiar. The proud and melancholy expression had appeared on his face countless times in the past. Fu Qingjin smiled as well. His smile was very hearty, just like before he picked up the Green Ruin Sword. From then onwards, a broken sword was added to the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace. Zhou Tong had finally retrieved the Lightning Slaughter Sword after so much difficulty. He was currently cultivating in seclusion in his dwelling, making preparations for his breakthrough to Golden Core. Suddenly he felt someone touch the formation. He frowned and stepped out of the dwelling. "It's you?" Zhou Tong was already rather angry, and when he saw who it was, he became even angrier. "Fu Qingjin, what are you doing here?" Fu Qingjin opened his hand. There was a violet pill in it. Zhou Tong's anger vanished. "This is an origin spirit pill." Faced with the incoming hand, Zhou Tong snorted coldly in disdain. With a swing of the Lightning Slaughter Sword, he turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the huge hand. He was no slower than Li Qingshan's wings of wind. In an instant, electricity spread through the water, illuminating the giant palm from inside out. It collapsed with a loud bang as if a landslide had occurred. This ox nose sure is difficult to deal with after undergoing the tribulation. Li Qingshan stabilized himself and shuddered, dispersing the violet electricity. He exhaled deeply and met Zhou Tong's gaze in the sky. Their gazes clashed and sparks seemed to flicker. Zhou Tong swooped down with a bolt of lightning behind him. The God of Thunder's illusory figure seemed unable to keep up with his speed. It was dragged behind him, revealing Zhou Tong's original appearance. Lightning twined around the Lightning Slaughter Sword, causing this ordinary-looking wooden sword to glow with extremely sharp lightning. Li Qingshan stepped on a water dragon and rose up. He clenched his fists and gathered the power of tremors without releasing it. A circle of black cracks interweaved, seeming to be able to tear even space itself apart. His ears suddenly twitched and he waved his hand to the side. The two passed by each other. The lightning was perfectly straight, and the water dragon was shattered. A fist-sized hole appeared in Li Qingshan's chest. He turned around and shouted, "Again!" Zhou Tong turned around. Although he was completely unharmed, his expression was not calm. Why? Why what? You bastard, stop wasting time. On the soaring dragon ship, Lu Changqing asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Senior Zhou?" Look at the surroundings of Moon Court Lake. The Moon Devil was distracted earlier. Hua Sengzan's expression was also filled with indescribable surprise, as well as a sliver of admiration. There doesn't seem to be any changes. What distracted? Lu Changqing followed Hua Sengzan's hand and gazed into the distance. He could not see anything strange. His heart suddenly shuddered and he came to an understanding. When the colossal hand was struck by lightning and collapsed, it smashed a great pit in Moon Court Lake, kicking up a huge wave several meters tall that surged in all directions. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a wave, but a tsunami that only appeared on the ocean. Fu Qingjin's figure vanished from the small stone bridge. He stood on the dock by the lake, wielding his sword in an attempt to cut through the incoming wave, only to see the wave disperse before him. Only then did he put down the green ruined sword and look at the horizon. Under the cheers of gratitude from the mortals, Fu Qingjin became rather dazed for a moment. The villages and towns along the shore should have been reduced to a mess, but they were fine now. Clearly, the Moon Devil had diverted his attention during the clash, which was why Zhou Tong's sword had pierced through it. Everyone on the soaring dragon ship understood. They looked at one another, all experiencing an indescribable feeling. Why did you take my strike? You could have dodged it. Zhou Tong's feelings were without a doubt even deeper. He did not feel complacent at all. In the past, when he clashed with Blood Shadow, he had killed an entire city of people with a single strike of lightning. He felt rather uncomfortable about it, but under the greater cause of purging demons, he did not feel any regret. But now he had struck out for a personal grudge, yet in the end, Li Qingshan was the one who would rather take his strike, saving countless lives. Their roles seemed to have been reversed. The words "purging demons" no longer sounded so righteous. "I'm willing. Cut the bullshit. Let's fight again. I'll take that strike as me going easy on you." Just now Li Qingshan heard countless cries. Faced with the incoming wave, some people called out, "Save us, Grandpa Lake God," as well as the cries of children and women. With a thought, he used the water god's seal and dispersed the wave. He was not some saint. If it really were a battle to the death where his life hung by a thread, it was impossible for him to divert his attention to the lives of mortals. However, if he only took a strike and saved several 100,000 lives, then that would make perfect sense. He did not feel like he had done anything good. "Forget it. You've taken a strike from me and our grievances will be written off." Zhou Tong was speechless. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh and turned into a flash, flying through the air on his sword and arriving on the soaring dragon ship. "Sir Lu, there's nothing to gain from this battle. I will find a way to compensate you for the water mirror disc." If the battle continued and Li Qingshan became injured for the sake of the people on the shore, he really would not be able to afford to be humiliated like that. At the end of the day, it was not like he was the Marquis of Rui. What did the Moon Devil occupying a region of water to cultivate have to do with him? Having reached Golden Core, he had already leapt out of the chessboard. There was no need for him to care about anyone's feelings anymore. As for the expressions of the people at the very top, regular people would not be able to see them even if they wanted to. "As you wish, Senior." Lu Changqing clasped his hands before giving an order. The soaring dragon ship turned around and flew towards the 100 schools of thought. Basically everyone let out a sigh of relief. The strength that Li Qingshan had demonstrated was far too startling. It was basically enough for him to contend against Golden Core cultivators, and he had the geographical advantage. Probably even Zhou Tong might not be able to defeat him. This was not necessarily the best outcome. From today onwards, there would not be a single cultivator in the Clear River Prefecture who would think about declaring war against the Moon Devil anymore. This is ridiculous. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. Demon Chi surged and the wound on his chest rapidly healed. Compared to the battle against Helicoverpa Rosa, it was nothing. Suddenly he sensed a familiar aura. His gaze shifted and his gaze became extremely sharp. He saw the green figure on the pier with a single glance. Fu Qingjin. Chapter 527. The wings of wind fluttered high into the air. The fierce wind carved out a long trail on the surface of the lake, arriving before Fu Qingjin in the blink of an eye and kicking up a huge wave. Fu Qingjin squinted his eyes slightly. The splashes dispersed, revealing Li Qingshan's figure with drifting scarlet hair. Everyone on the soaring dragon ship looked over from afar. Isn't that Fu Qingjin? The Moon Devil is so powerful. Regular Foundation establishment cultivators aren't his opponent at all. It'll be terrible if a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace dies here. I've been waiting for you. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. He strode forward and threw a punch. Fu Qingjin did not dodge. He only said 3 words indifferently. The fist stopped before him and the fierce wind blew up his hair. I've lost. What did you say? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow in great surprise. He studied Fu Qingjin closely, and only then did he discover how he had changed. Although his appearance and attire had not changed much, he seemed like a completely different person in his eyes. The change in his bearing could not be described with words. If he had to describe it, his usual air of pretentiousness had vanished. His sighing gaze became clear and determined. I'm not your opponent. You've won this game of chess. When Li Qingshan dispersed the surging wave with a wave of his hand, Fu Qingjin knew he had lost, and it was not just a matter of strength. What the hell are you two doing? Didn't I just casually spare the lives of a few mortals? Is it worth all this fuss? Li Qingshan pulled back his fist. He could not help but feel, I haven't even used my strength. You're all going to collapse. How laughable. A demon still has a sliver of benevolence. What have I done all this time? Fu Qingjin said in a self-deprecating manner. Once he broke free from the influence of the green ruined sword and looked back at everything he had done, he found it absurd. He was like a child who had been influenced by an adult. She tried to imitate the mature tone of an adult, but lost the most important trace of childishness. Feeling a sudden gust of wind, Fu Qingjin came back to his senses. A fist ruthlessly smashed into his face. He spun and flew out, smashing through several walls. Only then did he come to a stop. I don't know what you're talking about, but I feel much better. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and turned to walk towards Moon Court Lake. Fu Qingjin lay miserably in a pile of broken bricks and tiles. He looked at the starry night sky and said softly, "Thank you." Li Qingshan's footsteps came to a halt. As soon as Fu Qingjin's voice fell, he turned into a red shadow and swept over. You're welcome. With a loud bang, Li Qingshan stomped on Fu Qingjin's chest, immediately creating a huge pit. Rubble flew everywhere. Fu Qingjin coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared into Li Qingshan's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. North Moon, your troubles are coming. As if I need you to tell me that. Li Qingshan obviously understood. When one side admitted defeat, it would be the end of the chessboard. There would no longer be any rules that could stop the experts from taking action. His actions of refining the water must have touched a certain person's bottom line. They would not just let it go like this. When he held a great advantage, he did not press the attack. He didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue his opponent. He wanted to extend this game of chess a little longer and fight for more room for development. Now that Zhou Tong had given up and Fu Qingjin had admitted defeat, the game could no longer continue. Li Qingshan's expression sharpened. Then I might as well kill you and avoid any future troubles. What good would that do you? Fu Qingjin smiled. He personally believed he was not Moon Devil's opponent, but after comprehending the true Green Ruin Sword intent, he still had ways to protect himself. Moreover, since he was bold enough to come to Moon Court Lake, he obviously had made ample preparations. A bolt of lightning flickered on the horizon and thunder rumbled. Zhou Tong said, "Moon Devil, release him." You? Li Qingshan looked at Zhou Tong, then at Fu Qingjin in thought. Zhou Tong had a fiery temper. He had never had a good impression of Fu Qingjin, so why would he specially come to his rescue at a time like this? And from Zhou Tong's expression, he did not seem willing either. There was a hint of reluctance. Fu Qingjin said, Senior Zhou has already agreed to become a guest elder of our Sword Collection Palace. Becoming a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace came with great benefits, but there were basically no obligations. Even the master of the Sword Collection Palace could not order him around. There was only one condition, and that was when the Sword Collection Palace faced life-threatening danger, they had to provide assistance. However, for a large sect of sword cultivators with a deeply rooted foundation like the Sword Collection Palace, they probably would not run into trouble like this even once in several thousand years. Coupled with the extremely precious Origin Spirit Pill, there was no reason for Zhou Tong to turn down these conditions. The Sword Collection Palace would not lose out either. If Zhou Tong ascended in the future or died in battle, the Lightning Slaughter Sword with great potential would definitely remain on the Sword Collection peak. Perhaps it would become another 10 renowned swords in the future. Their deeper objective was that the successor of the Violet Cloud Sword, Yu Zijin, would be able to join the Sword Collection Palace legitimately. Now that the game of chess had reached this step, Fu Qingjin had admitted defeat, but the Sword Collection Palace had not lost. Li Qingshan frowned before easing up. He had obtained everything he wanted from this game of chess. He had obtained a region of water that he could use as a foundation, and he had reached the 4th layer of the 3 transformations of the ox, tiger, and turtle. He had also found a rudimentary method. Now that you mention it, I do want to try it. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. His right foot suddenly turned into a hoof, stomping down violently. Demon Qi surged, turning into the power of tremors. Fu Qingjin shone with rings of green light, enveloping Li Qingshan's hoof and covering it in a layer of moss. He only felt his power, demon Qi and tremors all disperse. Clang. He drew the green ruined sword from its sheath. Only half of the broken sword remained, and he swung it gently. The bladeless sword left behind a patch of moss on Li Qingshan's chest. A feeling of powerlessness immediately seeped in. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a gust of wind, which struck the green light around Fu Qingjin. Sure enough, it rapidly collapsed and dispersed, but his gust of wind was endless. In the blink of an eye, a layer of green light thinned. No matter how deep Fu Qingjin's comprehension of the green ruined sword was, no matter how profound and powerful the green ruined sword was, it could not change the fact that he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. It was impossible for him to outlast Li Qingshan, who was supported by Moon Court Lake. With a flash of lightning, the lightning slaughter sword cut through the gust of wind. On the dock, scarlet hair drifted through the air, green light crisscrossed and lightning flickered. The 3 of them clashed, but they all held back. Otherwise, they could reduce the small city by the lake to a pile of rubble with just a few techniques or abilities. However, a while later, like a streak of green light, the lightning followed close behind, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan did not pursue them. After a moment of thought, he turned around and dove into Moon Court Lake. Returning to the Moon Court dwelling, Yi Liusu, her sister, and the night roamers immediately came up to receive him. Li Qingshan comforted them before arriving in the small lake on the island. He picked up the water mirror disc and gazed at the reflection in the mirror. He could vaguely sense danger approaching. He needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Only then could he protect this dwelling, continue expanding the territory. Perhaps he should go back and investigate the situation. He wanted to see how the Rui Commandery would respond and whether they would send people to make trouble. If the Rui Commandery did something, they would definitely get him, the Scarlet Hawk Commander, to cooperate. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, after some thought, Li Qingshan did not hurry back. That would be far too much of a coincidence. Even if the Rui Commandery had responded, it would not be so fast. Thinking like that, Li Qingshan sat down in the lake again and took out the Water God seal. Although the territory of water could provide water spiritual qi endlessly, it still required time for it to form strand by strand. After the intense battle with Helicoverpa rosa, the water spiritual qi in the territory of water had already become much thinner. If he channeled all the remaining water spiritual qi into the spirit turtle's demon core, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Demon cultivation had always been extremely taxing on spiritual qi, let alone the fact that he practiced such a powerful innate ability. The power of a demon core would become stronger the further he cultivated, but it would also become more difficult to cultivate. Breaking through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle was not something that could be achieved overnight. Coupled with the lack of suitable pills, demon cultivation would definitely enter a period of stagnation. If that was the case, he would instead be better off changing directions. Li Qingshan focused his attention on his sea of qi. The spiritual qi there had already become much more abundant than when he had just established a foundation. He had been practicing this cultivation method for around 2 years now. Although he did not pay too much attention to it, he had never stopped cultivating. Even when he was in secluded cultivation and in a meditative state, he would split some of his attention to practicing this cultivation method. In reality, the amount of time and effort he spent on it was no less than regular cultivators, and the effects could be described as much better. However, going from early foundation establishment to mid-foundation establishment could not be crossed so easily either. It required talent, it required resources, and it required comprehension. Even if he spent a decade on these three things together, it would not be surprising. However, Li Qingshan just happened to have this opportunity. His talent as a cultivator had always been relatively high. However, even the creator of this cultivation method would not have imagined that someone in the future would have such a high level of talent. After reaching the fourth layer, Li Qingshan's body possessed the presence of the spirit turtle's bloodline. His talent with the water spiritual qi was so great that many aquatic beasts paled in comparison. Using it on a cultivator was basically overkill. Talent was not a problem. Li Qingshan put his hands together and pressed the water god seal on his lower abdomen. The water god seal, which was already in between reality and illusion, fused into his sea of qi in his dantian and began to continuously gather water spiritual qi. The remaining water spiritual qi in the water was like a drop in the bucket, but it was more than enough for cultivation. Compared to demonic cultivators, human cultivators consumed much less resources. Moreover, he was not going to break through a major realm, and he had 2 years of cultivation as a base. Resources were also a small matter. The last thing was comprehension. This was probably a huge problem for all cultivators, and the so-called bottleneck often referred to this word. Thinking about how Hua Sengzan was a genius of his generation and had the resources of his family, he was stuck at the 10th layer of qi refinement for the sake of love. He could not break through for many years, and in the end he had almost painstakingly reached the foundation establishment realm. From this, one could see the importance of comprehension. Chapter 528. If cultivation was likened to fetching water, then talent was equivalent to a bucket. The larger the bucket was, the fewer trips it would take. Resources were like water. If the water could not fill the bucket, then it would be a waste of talent. And the final objective of all of this was to fill the bucket with water. Insufficient comprehension was equivalent to an incomplete bucket. No matter how much water one fetched, it would be useless. When it came to comprehension, it didn't depend on one's intelligence, but on one's perception. If he could comprehend it, then he could comprehend it. If he could not, then he could not comprehend it. It would be useless no matter what others said. Li Qingshan's ability to comprehend obviously could not be regarded as great. At the very least, it was nowhere close to Little Anne's. However, comprehending the Tao also depended on luck. He had his own luck, which was this vast Moon Court Lake. As the god of Moon Court Lake, he could obviously understand the feeling of the boundless ocean slightly. That was enough. Talent, resources, and comprehension. He had all three, establishing his foundation. However, the arts of the boundless ocean had another difficulty. It was a rare cultivation method that cultivated both qi in the body. If he did not temper his body, it would be very difficult for him to use ocean wielding, which would make it difficult for him to unleash the true power of the arts of the boundless ocean. Li Qingshan's body had already reached the realm of demon commanders, so he obviously did not have these concerns. He circulated the arts of the boundless ocean again and again, and the spiritual qi in his sea of qi gradually increased until it was full. His sea of consciousness rippled as a result. After who knew how long, there was a rumble in his head. Li Qingshan had finally reached the 5th layer of the arts of the boundless ocean, reaching mid-foundation establishment. He opened his eyes and felt his soul sense become clearer and more sensitive, while the spiritual qi in his body had become more and more vast. It's time for me to go back and take a look. Li Qingshan called Little Anne. He used the invisibility technique and quietly rushed back to the Chain Mountain range. The Chain Mountains were covered in silver. Opposite Qing Zhao's dwelling was a perilous mountain as well. On the opposite side of Qing Zhao's cave, there was also a perilous peak. On a protruding rock, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Yu Zijin was covered in snow. However, her eyes were just as determined as before. The news that Zhou Tong had become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace spread through the 100 schools of thought as well. Although there were many Taoist disciples, Zhou Tong only brought her along. Jichenzi still had to be the head of the school of Taoism. Even if he wanted to go, the Sword Collection Palace might not necessarily want him. She became the object of everyone's envy. Not only did she have a powerful Aurus core cultivator as her master, but she could also directly join one of the strongest sects in the Qing province. It was as if she was doted on by thousands of people, and she had a meteoric rise. However, she did not immediately happily follow Zhou Tong to the Sword Collection Palace. Instead, she left the 100 schools of thought and arrived before the dwelling. He didn't even knock on the door. He just sat there for 5 days. Countless rumors and slanders were flying around, but she didn't care at all. She wanted to wait for him to come out of seclusion. Waiting for an answer. Fu Qingjin urged her to go to the Sword Collection Palace as soon as possible, but she refused. Hua Qinglu wanted to wait with her, but she chased her away. Zhou Tong also let her be like this and was not anxious at all. Zijin, what are you doing here? The formation twisted, and the door to the dwelling swung open loudly. Li Qingshan stepped out of the dwelling and asked in surprise. He knew that Yu Zijin going to the Sword Collection Palace with Zhou Tong was already set in stone, so he had no intention of stopping her. This was her fortuitous encounter, or perhaps it was fate. Seeing Li Qingshan, Yu Zijin's heart shuddered. She stood up slowly, and with a flash of white light, the snow on her melted, turning into coiling white smoke. She asked straightforwardly, "May I ask if you're Niu Juxia?" "Of course not." Li Qingshan sighed inside. Before he knew it, the ignorant and kind-hearted girl had also developed such a determined gaze. However, her answer was extremely decisive. By now, there was no longer a need for Niu Juxia to exist anymore. He would just become a memory in her mind. Yu Zijin smiled complacently. She smiled like a little fox that had managed to steal a chicken. It was slightly pure but also slightly relieved. It made Li Qingshan think about the first time he met her many years ago. He frowned. "Don't tell me there's something wrong with me? My acting should be flawless." When Yu Zijin raised her right hand from behind her, Li Qingshan immediately understood. The Xieji's horn flickered in her hand. Liar. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and lowered his head with a bitter smile. All these years of lying had been exposed all at once. He really was rather embarrassed. Yu Zijin's eyes trembled. Suddenly she flew over and hugged Li Qingshan. "I'm going. No matter who you are, no matter what you've done, I believe you're a good person." Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Her thoughts were no longer as simple as before a long time ago. Through his identity as Niu Juxia, she could connect far too many things. However, she did not say anything, nor did she ask. "Go. Do what you want to do. Be the person you want to be. Don't be afraid of pain. Don't be afraid of sacrifice. As long as you reach high enough and far enough, there will be a day when we can meet again." Li Qingshan patted her back before pushing her away gently. "Yep, definitely." Yu Zijin backed away and glanced at Li Qingshan deeply again before turning around and flying off, vanishing into the boundless snow. Li Qingshan actually felt slightly melancholic. He smiled to himself and returned to the cavern. He rubbed Little Anne's head. "We need to prepare to set off as well. I wonder if Cheongji has succeeded with Foundation establishment?" "Greetings, Commander." "Commander, you've returned." Li Qingshan arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard in Clear River City. The Hawkwolf Guards he saw along the way all bowed towards him. Their gazes were rather surprised at first, followed by shock. After Li Qingshan had passed by, they just now whispered, "Am I seeing things? That aura is mid-Foundation establishment." That's right. I think so too." "How long has it been since he reached Foundation establishment?" "Looks like the commander is also the type of person who hides his talent." In the past, there were still people who were dissatisfied with Li Qingshan's slacking off, but his cultivation speed was enough to shut them all up. Afterwards, they would be filled with admiration. What was a cultivator? The most important word was cultivation. As long as they could progress with godlike speed, nothing else mattered. Li Qingshan arrived upstairs and saw Hua Qinglu standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in melancholy. He could not help but light up. Hua Qinglu had indeed inherited the good bloodline of the Hua family. Her slightly furrowed brows made him feel like he was holding her heart. He made his way over and smiled. "Girl, what are you thinking about? Where's your elder brother?" "Commander, you've already reached mid-Foundation establishment." Hua Qinglu looked back and was also surprised. "Girl, you sure are becoming more and more lively." "What girl? Lively?" Hua Qinglu curled her lip. She did not agree with Li Qingshan's description. Although Li Qingshan was already a Foundation establishment cultivator, he did not put on any airs, so she was more than happy to get close to him. "Don't forget that I come from the village. It's a pity that I already have your sister Han, or I'd like to buy some betrothal gifts and ask for her hand in marriage from the Hua family." Hua Qinglu reddened slightly. "Commander, don't talk nonsense. Did you know? Sister Han has already reached Foundation establishment." "What? Where's she right now?" Li Qingshan said in surprise and joy. He had never worried about Han Cheongji's safety. Foundation establishment, as the name suggested, was just laying down a foundation for cultivation. Normally speaking, it would not be too dangerous, not to mention the fact that she had someone as powerful as Hanangul watching over her. However, when he heard that she had succeeded, he still let out a sigh of relief. One of his worries had been resolved. She's still in the Rui Commandery, remaining in Commander Gu's hands as a white wolf. Her position is even higher than yours. That's good. Li Qingshan nodded before suddenly turning around and leaving. Commander, where are you going? The Rui Commandery, obviously. Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. In the past, she had been in secluded cultivation, while he could not leave the Clear River Prefecture. Now that he was no longer bound by this, he obviously had to reunite with her. Hold on, Qingshan, you've emerged. Sure enough, you've improved by quite a lot again. Hua Sengzan also sensed Li Qingshan's aura. When he came out to take a look, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Ever since he met Li Qingshan, he had never stopped advancing. If this continued, reaching Golden Core would not be difficult at all. Li Qingshan smiled. I was just lucky. I think you're almost there too. Hua Sengzan had always been a genius. He had reached foundation establishment a few years earlier than Li Qingshan. In the past, he had been trapped by love, stuck at Qi practitioner for many years. However, he had forged his foundation to the limit and was about to break through. Luck has never been a factor in cultivation. Though you've missed out on another good show. Really? Tell me about it. Li Qingshan feigned curiosity. As a result, Hua Sengzan told him everything that had happened in the Clear River Prefecture ever since he entered secluded cultivation. It's best not to watch too much of a show like this. I didn't expect the Moon Demon to have already become so powerful. If he goes berserk, it will be quite dangerous. I definitely won't go to Mooncourt Lake before I reach the Golden Core realm. Alright, I'm leaving. I'll have to trouble Vice Commander Hua to continue working hard. Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder and was just about to leave. Hold on, there's something else. Before Hua Sengzan had even finished speaking, a cold bellow rang out from outside the window. Do you really think such a cowardly person is worthy of being a Scarlet Hawk commander? As soon as the voice reached his ears, Li Qingshan had not even sensed the existence of the aura. However, as soon as he said a few words, a small yet colossal figure had already arrived before him. Small referred to the person's figure, while colossal referred to their presence. Who are you? State your name. Li Qingshan called out loudly, but he recognized who it was with a single glance. He was slightly surprised inside, when Jingming of the Pine Suff Academy. He's come so quickly. Looks like he's in a hurry to avenge his disciple. He really can't leave right now. However, Li Qingshan had already clashed with a demon commander like Helicoverpa Rosa and a golden core cultivator like Zhou Tong, so he was not afraid of Wen Jingming. He thought to himself, I'm not familiar with this guy anyway. If I kill him, then so be it. I should be able to get some good stuff out of him. Wen Jingming completely ignored Li Qingshan. Hua Sengzan gave Li Qingshan a look and bowed respectfully. I am Hua Sengzan. Greetings, Senior One. May I ask where the other 3 seniors are? Li Qingshan also bowed casually, but his heart skipped a beat. The other 3. Senior. In other words, it was not one person who had come to make trouble for him, but 4 people. Moreover, they were 4 golden core cultivators. What a grand spectacle. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 529. Hua Sengzan hurriedly said, Qingshan, this is Songsaf Academy's head one. They will come when the time comes. Give me all the information on that monster. Li Qingshan could not help but praise, what a meticulous mind. 4 golden core cultivators against a demon general, 4 against 1, and even carefully studying the opponent's information. There was not a trace of arrogance or conceit. Such an attitude in itself was rather frightening. It was fine if they did not attack, but once they did, they would definitely kill. Hua Sengzan said, Senior, please follow me. Before Wen Jingming left, he lectured Li Qingshan again, you are in charge of politics. Since you are the Scarlet Hawk commander, how can you only care about yourself and ignore the righteous path of the world? You are to blame for the demon's chaos. Li Qingshan said, the world's affairs are handled by the people of the world. Now that the war has finally been quelled, the common people can live and work in peace and rebuild their homes. If Senior did not want to take revenge for your disciple, why would you lower yourself to come here? However, I wonder how many families by Clear Court Lake will suffer once the war begins. You are not worth my time. The world will not be at peace if the demons are not eliminated. How can you only care about what's in front of you? Wen Jingming said angrily. Li Qingshan smiled. Well said, senior. However, my words carry little weight and my cultivation is weak. Going to Moon Court Lake would be suicide. Since senior is so righteous, please go to Ink Sea to slay dragons. I am willing to carry the flag for senior. In other words, you are just bullying the Moon Devil because he is only a demon general. You talk about slaying demons, but if you really meet an opponent you cannot defeat, you will still have to shrink back. If you dare to go to the Dragon King of the Sea and risk your life, I dare to accompany you. However, at a critical moment he would definitely shout, Lord Dragon King, don't shoot. We're on the same side. Wen Jingming was even more furious. A mere foundation establishment cultivator actually dared to speak to him like that. Suppressing his anger, he snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. Li Qingshan had wanted to follow him to take a look and learn more. This was a matter of life and death. However, he gave up after some thought. It was the same whether he understood them or not. No matter how they attacked, Li Qingshan only had one response, which was to unleash the forbearance of the spirit turtle. He used the move Spirit Tortoise Retracts to deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with a Golden Core Realm cultivator. If he were to deal with 4 at once he would definitely lose. Even if he wanted to escape he might not be able to. A battle that he would definitely lose was naturally meaningless. Hua Qinglu whispered, Commander, you don't even know him? Senior Wen is one of the 4 great grandmasters of Confucianism in our Rui Commandery. The 4 grandmasters of the Confucian sect. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He had vaguely heard of this name before. Or the 4. Hua Qinglu gave him an explanation. It turned out that Wen Jingming was the weakest of the 4 great masters of the Confucian sect. He was only at the early Golden Core stage, while the other 3 were at the mid-Golden Core stage. I didn't expect Her Highness to send the 4 of them to attack together. The Moon Devil will definitely die this time. The Rui Commandery was only a commandery, but its actual size was even larger than the entirety of China. They truly lived up to the title of Grandmaster. That's not necessarily true, thought Li Qingshan. He said to Hua Qinglu, all right, I understand. I'll be taking my leave first. If you want to return to the 100 schools of thought, I can accompany you. Commander, this is a major matter that has to do with our Clear River Prefecture. How can you leave? Li Qingshan laid out his hands. I'm just a measly foundation establishment cultivator. What right do I have to interfere with something as major as this? The sky wants to rain and my mother wants to get married. What can I do? Hua Qinglu burst into laughter. What mother wants to get married? Oh right, Commander, it's not like there's no way you can see Big Sister Han. Oh, what way? There's actually a place like this in the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan stood in a room covered in inscriptions. Hua Qinglu explained, this is the secret report room. It's specially used to contact the White Silver Guards of the Commandery City at crucial times. There were various rooms in the Hawkwolf Guard, all with different duties. During the last handover, Li Qingshan had only gained a rough understanding of a few of the more important places. He had only skimmed through the other places in a hurry. He had no idea that Wang Pushi had once reported the existence of the North Moon to Gu Yanning with Chu Danqing. I see. Commander, have a good chat with Big Sister Han. I'll be leaving first. Hua Qinglu guided Li Qingshan to place the spiritual stones before backing out. The inscriptions flashed, and the figure of an attendant in black appeared in the room. He said politely, what are your orders, sir? Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. He was actually slightly nervous. Please send Han Xiongji to see me. Before long a figure appeared before Li Qingshan, but it was not Han Xiongji. Gu Yanning said leisurely, little bro Qingshan, long time no see. How have you been? Commander Gu. Li Qingshan was taken aback. This was the woman of his dreams that he had fallen in love with at first sight. Although she was only an illusion, he did not find her unreachable. He replied with a smile, I'm fine. Outside Qingyang City, probably none of us ever thought we'd meet under this identity one day. Gu Yanning sighed slightly. Originally, she only thought Li Qingshan was slightly special, but she never expected him to grow to such a level and grow so quickly. As a demon general, he could actually clash with a Golden Core cultivator, forcing the Sword Collection Palace to temporarily give up on investigating the Soaring Dragon Elder's death. Yeah, I didn't expect that. Li Qingshan also sighed. Oh right, Commander Gu, is Qiongji in the Rui Commandery? Can you send her to see me? Are you really that impatient? Gu Yenying said with a forced smile. Of course not. If Commander Gu doesn't mind, I'm more than willing to chat with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Great scholar one is with you, right? Yep. It's best if you warn him. That person from the Ink Sea won't just sit by and watch this rising star of the demons, allowing them to execute and kill him whenever they want. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He thought to himself, so I'm part of an organization too, and I'm some rising star of the demons. In this game of chess he was without a doubt the one who stood out the most. He had directly influenced the course of the war. In the end he clashed with Zhou Tong. Although it was not an actual battle, it was extremely shocking. This chess piece that even the chess players were rather surprised by obviously attracted the attention of various parties. As a result, the Marquis of Rui had sent out 4 grandmasters right from the get-go. At the same time he had laid an ambush with many other backup plans, precisely to kill him, a genius of the demons. However, just like what Gu Yenying had said, would the Dragon King of the Sea just let them do that? Li Qingshan came to a realization. He felt like the situation was not as bad as it seemed. He had never thought this through because he had fallen out with his superior, who knew how many times they had fought on and off the bed. He had never hoped that Helicoverpa Rosa would help him out in the future. But thinking about it from a different perspective, his conflict with Helicoverpa Rosa was only an internal conflict. Once human cultivators invaded, wouldn't she understand the principle of being interdependent? As it seemed, I can contact her again. At most, I'll just sell my body again. And this Sir Golden Cicada, in the underground magma, should be an important figure of the demons too. Now that he had returned, he had to properly investigate his identity and origins. In the cultivation community, there had never been a nameless expert. The more powerful a figure was, the more profound their traces would be in history. As Li Qingshan pondered, Gu Yenying smiled and dispersed. Before long, a familiar figure appeared before Li Qingshan. Qingshan. Han Qiongji's voice trembled slightly. As soon as she said that, the corner of her eyes became slightly moist. Qiongji. Li Qingshan took a step forward and wanted to hold her in his arms. His hand passed through the illusion and realized that what was in front of him was not real. He could not help but laugh. His nose also felt a little sour. How long has it been? 4 years? 5 years? Even for cultivators it was not a short time. Even if she had 1,000 words to say, she did not know where to start. She could only look at him silently. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled and said, "Have you prepared the dowry?" "Not a single penny." Han Qiongji bit her lips. She looked like she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He still remembered their engagement. This is all the information on the Moon Devil. His body is so strong that it is probably close to the level of a demon commander. With the support of the God Seal, the amount of his demon aura and his recovery speed are probably even higher than that of a demon commander. And his innate supernatural power is not like that of ordinary demon generals who only have 2. It might be more than 4 or even 5. Especially the pair of wind wings on his back. His flying speed is even faster and faster. Hua Sengzan took out all the information on the Moon Devil and explained and analyzed it. He roughly outlined Li Qingshan's strength and weaknesses. Wen Jingming nodded and listened very seriously. When Hua Sengzan finished, he asked, "What about his temperament?" "You have interacted with him many times. What is his temperament like? Is he cautious or arrogant? Is he cunning or brave?" The art of war says that attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. Not only did Wen Jingming want to understand Li Qingshan's strength, he also wanted to understand his temperament so that he could formulate some targeted strategies. His attitude was as serious as if he was studying. The hatred of his disciple's death did not affect his judgment at all. Hua Sengzan said, "This, I'm afraid it's hard to say. He does seem extremely arrogant at times, but that is usually based on strength. Although he's not cunning, he's not someone who will be easily fooled." "In that case, Commander Hua, what kind of strategy do you think we should come up with to ensure that we can kill such a character and such power?" Wen Jingming's face was full of humility, and there was not a trace of pretense. He seriously asked Hua Sengzan, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. "Senior is very knowledgeable and talented. This junior dares not embarrass himself." Hua Sengzan bowed and retreated. When 3 people walk together, there is always a teacher. This old man is just a bookworm. I'm not good at the art of war or strategy. I heard that Commander Hua is very resourceful. Please consult me. Wen Jingming crossed his hands and his sleeves fluttered. He bowed to Hua Sengzan with the Confucian greeting of a master and seeking advice. His expression was sincere. A golden core cultivator bowing to a foundation establishment cultivator was like a person walking on the road and suddenly bowing to an ant. If not for the fact that he came from the Confucian faction, if not for the fact that he was indifferent to fame, even the most good-tempered golden core cultivator would not be able to do this. Senior is too serious. Hua Sengzan was flattered. He quickly returned the greeting and thought to himself, North Moon, oh North Moon, you're really in trouble this time. If I had such an enemy, I would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Chapter 530. Li Qingshan and Han Xiongji caught up with each other and agreed on a time to meet again. Just now, she left the room reluctantly with a smile on her face. At the same time, when Jingming left the Hawkwolf Guard and took off into the horizon, a cloud hovered in the sky above Clear River City. If a bored person stared at it for a prolonged period of time, they would discover that it was not like regular clouds, drifting with the wind. When Jingming passed through the layers of clouds, a huge soaring dragon ship stopped in the clouds. The deck was filled with Confucian disciples in scholarly robes. There were over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators among them, but none of them spoke. Everyone's gaze landed on the bow of the ship, where three men dressed in Confucian robes stood facing the wind. Seeing Wen Jingming coming over, a white-clothed scholar called out loudly, "Junior apprentice brother Wen, how was the investigation?" "Don't worry, senior brothers. I've already come up with a plan. The commandery governor's explanation and Shanqing's blood feud can all be put to an end." "You asked Golden Cicada? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. It sounds rather familiar." Ru Xen twirled her fingers through her hair as she sank into her thoughts. However, no matter how serious her expression was, it would always seem rather playful. She was standing in front of a medicine cabinet. Behind her was a tall medicine cabinet with drawers of all sizes. A strong medicinal fragrance mixed with a refreshing and bitter smell. As she thought, she controlled a medicinal cauldron, brewing something carefully. From time to time, she would wave her hand, and a drawer would open and a few pills would fly out. Li Qingshan stared at her dazed face and became slightly absent-minded as well. Ru Xian returned to her senses. As if she had just seen Li Qingshan, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Qingshan shot a glance at her. Hurry up and think." Ru Xian smiled. "If I've guessed correctly, you're asking about a demon, right?" "Possibly." "Then that's probably it." I didn't think. Hurry up and tell me." Ru Xian spread out her hand and crooked her finger. Li Qingshan handed over a sum of spirit stones as a fee for the information. She smiled and said, "Have you heard of the 72 paths of demon kings?" At the same time, in the endless darkness of the underground palace, 8 eyes flickered with fluorescence. It exuded a deep and dangerous aura. A black shadow approached without any hesitation. It was even thicker than the darkness. "Mou, what are you doing here?" Helicoverpa Rosa's voice came from the darkness. "I'm here on the orders of the Dragon King." "We're here to support you," a lifeless voice said. "I don't need it." Helicoverpa Rosa was somewhat surprised. As the most trusted demon commander of the Dragon King of the Sea, Mou's relationship with the Dragon King of the Sea was that of master and disciple. He was equivalent to the crown prince of the entire Green Province's demon race. His cultivation had already reached the peak of demon commander. It would not be a problem for him to deal with 3 to 5 ordinary golden core cultivators alone. However, it was precisely because of his esteemed status and powerful strength that he rarely showed himself. Most of the time he focused on cultivating in the Ink Sea. He would not attack at all. Furthermore, the Dragon King of the Sea did not lack manpower. It was rather strange that he had been sent here. "There's a demon called North Moon among your subordinates. He seems to be very impressive. Tell him to come see me." "You're the Dragon King's envoy?" Li Qingshan studied Mou. He saw that his appearance was nothing special, but there was a deathly paleness to him. He wore pitch-black wings that were like the dark night, giving off a deep sense of inauspiciousness. This inauspiciousness was so profound. As a result, the spirit turtle reacted and warned Li Qingshan to keep his distance. However, the powerful aura he gave off was enough for Li Qingshan to be certain that he was a powerful ally. "You killed Dragon's Nail," Mou said expressionlessly. It was clearly a question, but there was no fluctuation in his voice at all. It was like he was reading a eulogy. "Yes." Li Qingshan frowned. He glanced past Mou and at Helicoverpa Rosa in the cavern. There was a terrifying spider there that could wake people up from their nightmares and scare them to death. You dare to defy the commandment that demons are not allowed to kill one another. He wants to kill me, so I can't let him do as he pleases. If it weren't for the king's orders, I would kill you right now. Mou's voice was still pale and stiff, as if he was narrating a fact. He exuded a strong confidence that, if I want to kill you, you have to die. To an existence at the peak of the demon commander realm, a demon general, even a very talented rising star of the demon race, was nothing. You can try. Li Qingshan laughed instead of getting angry. You want me to try? Apart from that instant when their eyes met in the very beginning, Mou had never looked at Li Qingshan again. Now he turned around and stared at Li Qingshan with his dark, empty eyes. In that instant, Li Qingshan also sensed a shuddering aura of death. However, he became even more unconcerned as he sneered. He sensed, for some reason, that this powerful reinforcement from Yingxi held great prejudice and enmity against him. Even his blank, paper-like face could not hide it. Li Qingshan stared straight into his eyes. Yes. You really are used to speaking arrogantly. Looks like you're very confident and don't need my help. I don't need anyone's help, Li Qingshan said boldly. Since Mou was clearly unhappy with him, he would not use his passionate love to stick to the cold shoulder and ask for help. Mou smiled. First, the corners of his lips curled up, and then they pulled into a shocking arc. It was like a strange smile drawn on a mask. The ominous feeling grew heavier and heavier. He looked at Li Qingshan as if he was pronouncing a sentence. You will die. The black feather robe suddenly opened. There was no body inside, only darkness that twisted and collapsed like a black hole. It sucked Mou in, twisted, shrank, and disappeared. Li Qingshan had thought that he could enjoy the shade under a large tree, but now he felt as if he had eaten a fly. He no longer thought about joining forces with Helicoverpa Rosa and turned to leave. He did not believe that without the Dragon King of the Sea, he, Li Qingshan, would not be able to survive. Having grown up in solitude, he had never thought of completely relying on anyone. Do you know why Mou views you with such hostility? Helicoverpa Rosa walked out of the cave, returning to her human form. She smiled seductively and was in a very good mood. She was wearing a poison robe, but it was clearly much cruder than the one she had worn when fighting Li Qingshan. Of course it's because of your kind words. No, since you've obtained Lord Golden Cicada's approval, I can't be bothered to use such methods to frame you. Helicoverpa Rosa swayed her hips and hooked her arms around Li Qingshan's neck. You just think it's embarrassing. Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. Hugging such an exquisite and sexy body should have been an extremely comfortable thing, but the places he touched were immediately paralyzed by the poison and began to spread. However, it was clear that he had not had enough time to refine it, so the poison was not particularly fierce. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression stiffened. Li Qingshan had hit the nail on the head. A demon commander had to join forces with others in order to deal with a demon general under his command, but was killed in the end. To her, it was a deep humiliation. She touched Li Qingshan's face and said viciously, I will kill you with my own hands. If Mou takes action, you will be turned into ashes before I even get a chance. Then why? Li Qingshan was curious. He had never met Mou before, so there was no hatred between them. Have you forgotten what you said when you were fighting Fu Qingjin? What I said. Li Qingshan was stunned. Recalling the events of that day, he suddenly understood. You mean Gu Yenying? Helicoverpa Rosa then smiled again. Do you know what Mou's identity is? The Dragon King of the Sea has been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He is practically the spokesperson, leading the demon race in the Green Province. If he says you will die, you will not live. Why don't you die by my hands? At least I can let you live a little longer. With such a status and cultivation, you still want to play such games of jealousy? Li Qingshan frowned. No wonder Mou said that he was used to speaking arrogantly. In the eyes of others, his confession to Gu Yenying was like a toad lusting after swan meat. He was not a romantic person like Hua Sengzan and had no desire to obtain Gu Yenying. But at this moment, his fighting spirit was aroused. If he were to win Gu Yenying in the future, he would like to see the expression of this arrogant Mou. It seemed that this game of jealousy had nothing to do with status and strength. Sometimes it had nothing to do with feelings. It was purely a male instinct. Who do you think you are to compete with him? He just casually took care of you and you can't bear it. Looking at Li Qingshan in a desperate situation, Helicoverpa also had an incomparable feeling of satisfaction. He is just a slightly larger fly. Sooner or later I will kill him with one slap. Li Qingshan broke free from Helicoverpa and walked towards the ground. Then you will be killed by the Dragon King with one slap. Dragon King? If I am destined to be as useless as him, then I might as well die now. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. Helicoverpa was stunned. She was not truly loyal to the Dragon King of the Sea, but she still had respect for the leader of the Demon Clan and the ruler of the Demon Clan in Qingzhou. Perhaps some cultivators hated the Dragon King of the Sea very much, but probably no one would associate the word useless with him. And Li Qingshan's expression did not have the slightest contempt or insult. Instead, he was extremely serious and even had a sense of heaviness in it. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. The Great Xia dynasty had been established for thousands of years. At that time, the Dragon King of the Sea was a demon king. In addition to the process of him cultivating from an ordinary demon clan to a demon king, his lifespan was probably close to 10,000 years. And the time that Oxen had given to Li Qingshan was only 10,000 years. According to the Golden Cicada, the 9 states was like a well, and there was an infinite world above it. And the higher place was above the 9 heavens. If he spent 10,000 years to become a demon king, it would mean that he had completely failed. He did not even complete half of this journey. He had completely let down Brother Ox's trust. He was just an incompetent trash and his death was not to be regretted. 10,000 years was too short. He had to seize every minute. Helicoverpa then vaguely understood why the Golden Cicada Spirit King would treat him differently. To be continued. Chapter 531. The thick clouds moved from the south to the north, scattering down snow in all directions. Snow drifted over Moon Court Lake. Moon Devil, are you bold enough to face me in battle? A tremendous voice descended from above, rolling like thunder and kicking up huge waves. Wen Jingming's robes fluttered in the wind and snow. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, it would be very difficult to believe that a voice like that originated from such a tiny chest. He scanned the surface of the lake attentively and went through his plan again. First, he would issue a challenge and lure the Moon Devil out of the lake. Then he would feign weakness and retreat in defeat, fleeing into the sky. In the end, the 3 senior brothers would kill their way out together. The 4 of them would work together and cast the sword formation of the 4 seasons, and the Moon Devil would struggle to escape. Only death would await him. Speaking of which, there was nothing particularly complicated about this plan. It was nothing more than provoking the enemy, feigning weakness, feigning defeat, and setting up ambushes. These were common methods used by military strategists. However, the more complicated the plan, the better. The more complicated the plan, the more loopholes it would be riddled with. What mattered was who would use it and what kind of opponent it would be. According to the various matters in the past, the Moon Devil had always fought back viciously against challenges. It should be the same this time. As long as he fought, he would fall into a trap. But a while later, the lake was still covered in snow, but the Moon Devil was nowhere to be seen. When Jingming thought of something and arrived outside the island in the center of the lake. The place was shrouded in mist as thick as milk. He was unable to make out the situation on the island. Don't tell me he just happens to not be in Moon Court Lake? Those night roamers are all his subordinates. If I attack here, I can definitely force him out. When Jingming pressed his hand against his sword and became a little more cautious. He slowly passed through the thick mist, but he did not receive any attacks, nor did he come across any obstructions from formations. He arrived on the island just like that. All he saw was the same scenery. The pavilions rose and fell, but there was not a single person to be seen. He could not sense any auras at all. It was already empty. Wen Jingming never expected to encounter a situation like this. After a moment of thought, he contacted his 3 senior brothers. Another 3 figures descended from above, kicking up a few ripples of snow. When they saw the situation on the island clearly, they also frowned. Junior brother Wen, what's going on? When Jingming said, looks like the Moon Devil is no longer here. He has evacuated all the Inhumans. No, he definitely won't give up on the position of Water God. The Water God seal cannot leave the body of water for too long. He will definitely remain in Moon Court Lake. He probably caught wind of it and hid in advance. We can't be careless. Amohai might send a monster to support him. Our plan is useless. We can only take some risks and find him in the water. The 4 of us will work together. Unless the Dragon King of the Sea makes a move, what danger would there be? The white-clothed scholar said proudly, as long as he doesn't flee the moment he sees us, we have a 70% chance of killing him on the spot. To the four of them, a mere barrier of flowing water was not an obstacle at all. He was about to dive deep into Moon Court Lake and begin his search. Wait, someone is watching us. The white-clothed scholar's expression changed. His cultivation was the highest and he seemed to be the leader of the four. The other three also felt it. When Jingming said, "It must be that evildoer Moon Devil. Can you find his location?" The white-clothed scholar closed his eyes. A while later he shook his head gently. He could sense that the entire lakeside was watching them. It was impossible for him to accurately lock onto the Moon Devil's location. All of this was clearly reflected in the water mirror disc. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed. The water mirror disc was placed on his legs. He was deep underground on a winding tributary. This place was extremely well hidden, but to Golden Core cultivators, even if he was buried in rock, they could still find him through their senses for his aura. However, not a single aura leaked out from Li Qingshan. He was one with the water. He seemed to have turned into a spirit turtle, diving into the depths of the ocean. No one could find him. All of the conflicts in the world had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was wait for time to pass and for the sea to turn into mulberry fields. Li Qingshan had practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression for many years now, but this was the first time he had acted according to the nature of a spirit turtle. He gained a hint of understanding. The strongest aspect of the spirit turtle was not its ability to fight against people, but its ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Originally, he was troubled over how to deal with the combined attacks of the four grandmasters, but he suddenly discovered that everything would be fine if he took a step back. No matter how powerful the four grandmasters were, it would be pointless if they could not find him. At the end of the day, they were the ones wasting time, not him. With that thought, his aura became more and more ethereal, as if he was half dead. Even if someone with a higher cultivation stood before them and closed their eyes, they would struggle to sense his existence. Even if they used their soul sense to probe him, it would brush past him, ignoring him. As a result, Wen Jingming's group of four's first search was destined to end in failure. At dusk, they met again on the island. Their complexions were rather ugly. Moon Court Lake was already so vast, and there were the countless tributaries that the Moon Devil had opened up. Most of them led underground where the situation was complicated, yet they could not sense the existence of demon chi at all. As a result, they dared not miss a single tributary. The four of them spent an entire day, but they were still unable to search through all the tributaries. Finding the Moon Devil in such a large body of water was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Moon Court Lake was obviously not as large as the ocean, but the problem was that the Moon Devil would not stand still like a needle and wait for them to find him. Very clearly, as soon as they approached where he was hiding, he would immediately change his position. As a result, even a dragnet search would be completely useless. Moreover, their soul sense was already suppressed in the water. If they entered the underground, coupled with the influence of the underground magnetic field, the range of their search would be reduced to an extremely small area. If this continues, it'll probably be very difficult to find the Moon Devil. The wretched demon truly is despicable. Wen Jingming's face was sunken. Originally, he was filled with confidence that he would purge the demon and avenge his disciple, yet he ended up with nothing. As soon as he said that, the white-robed scholar's ears twitched. He heard the unnatural sound of flowing water from the southwest side of the lake. In a flash he arrived there. Wen Jingming and the other two followed closely behind. An area on the surface of the lake suddenly became as smooth as a mirror. A line of words appeared. Four fools bullying the weak and outnumbering the few. If you have the guts, come at me one by one. See if Grandpa North Moon doesn't skin you alive. Wen Jingming sent a voice transmission. Senior brother, can we use this as a clue to find the Moon Devil? The white-robed scholar shook his head slightly. As a water god, the Moon Devil was almost one with Moon Court Lake. He could control the water like it was his own arm. It was truly difficult to find his location with just a line of words. He thought of something. All right, Moon Devil, I'll come alone. Let's see what you can do to me. Junior brothers, please leave first. I'll deal with this Moon Devil alone. When Jingming and the other two exchanged glances. If it was their senior brother, it would not be a problem for him to keep the Moon Devil here for a while. When the time came, they could rush over to help and kill the Moon Devil all the same. The white-robed scholar dove into the water once more. An arrow appeared in front of him. He was delighted. The Moon Devil was arrogant and warlike. As expected, he could not hold back and wanted to fight them. This was his greatest weakness. He followed the arrow and arrived before a cavern. Another line of words appeared. "Did you really come alone?" The white-robed scholar said proudly, "Of course. If I want to kill you, I alone am enough." The line of words dispersed with the waves, turning into the word "please." Under the guidance of the water arrow, the white-robed scholar continuously ventured deeper into the ground. He advanced through the twisting and turning underground river. He marveled at the complexity of the underground terrain. If not for the Moon Devil revealing and opening himself, it would not have been easy to find him. After walking for a while, the white-robed scholar suddenly felt that something was wrong. The path he had taken appeared in his mind. "Aren't I going in circles?" At this moment, another line of words appeared in the water. "Are you sure you are alone?" The white-robed scholar gritted his teeth and said, "Feel free to investigate yourself." "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" "Come on then." The white-robed scholar continued forward until he neared the end of an underground river. An extremely vast cavern appeared before him. As he sent a message to Wen Jingming and the other two, getting them to make preparations, he shouted, "Moon Devil, I'm coming." As he spoke, he charged into the cavern. His expression froze. There was no one inside, only a large word several meters wide, "Fool." The white-robed scholar spent about 2 hours and only received such a one-word evaluation. No matter how shrewd he was, no matter how cultivated he was, he still found it somewhat unbearable. He sent out a palm strike, shattering the word, "idiot." "Cowardly demon." As the rushing water flowed, it turned into another word. "Ah." Li Qingshan did not place all of his attention on Moon Court Lake. He only diverted some of his attention to keep an eye on the 4 grandmasters or toy with them with his clone. His original body had already returned to the Chain Mountains, considering how to fuse with the power of the phoenix feather. While the 4 grandmasters were wasting a great deal of time and achieving nothing, he was cultivating anxiously, attempting to become even stronger. He had just used the water god seal to draw away all the spiritual qi in the region of water recently. Now was the perfect time for him to recover. Li Qingshan had already grown accustomed to the ox demon's persistence and the tiger demon's endless battles. Originally he had no choice but to retreat and hide. But only now did he discover that the spirit turtle's way of doing things was rather intelligent. If he was strong, so be it. 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 In the next few days, the 4 grandmasters used various methods in an attempt to find Li Qingshan, but they all failed. They even used the weakest, Wen Jingming, as bait in an attempt to lure Li Qingshan out. Obviously, Li Qingshan ignored him. He placed all of his attention on the phoenix feather. 3 days later, the 4 grandmasters retreated. Even Wen Jingming, who was eager for revenge, did not stay behind. The lifespans of golden core cultivators were long, but they could not be wasted like this. Running around in the water like a headless fly was truly like an idiot. Chapter 532. Before the 4 grandmasters left, they destroyed all the buildings in the Moon Court underwater residence, saying that they could not leave a foundation for the Moon Devil. However, they could not help but want to vent their anger. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth curled. This meant that they had completely lost their patience. The so-called killing intent of the 4 grandmasters and MOU's words of "you will die" also proved to be a joke. The buildings could be rebuilt, so it was not a big deal. The 4 grandmasters returned to the soaring dragon ship. Suddenly they looked back and saw a line of gigantic words floating on the surface of the lake. "If you have the ability, then fill up Moon Court Lake." The white-robed scholar's heart surged with anger and his face flushed red. "Let's go. The Moon Devil will not let this matter rest. However, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Today you came to my house and wandered around wanting to kill me. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely pay you a visit and go to places like Pinesuff Academy. When that time comes, don't blame me for killing everyone I see." Li Qingshan returned to his senses, his gaze landing on the phoenix feather in front of him. The phoenix feather floated in the air, sometimes rising and sometimes falling, drawing out scarlet trails of fire. After spending several days, he could already freely control the phoenix feather, but he did not know where to start. Could it be that if he stuck this feather into his body he would become a phoenix? Impossible. Little Anne stood gracefully, her seaweed-like hair falling to the ground. Seeing that Li Qingshan had fallen into a stalemate, she suddenly walked forward and grabbed one of Li Qingshan's fingers with her small hand. She gently pinched the phoenix feather with 2 fingers and stabbed downwards, piercing through Li Qingshan's fingertip. Fresh blood seeped out. It was immediately absorbed by the phoenix feather like a goose feather dipping in ink. Fresh blood filled the hollow phoenix feather, spreading to every strand of feather, causing it to become brighter and brighter. However, at the same time, a wave of energy was injected into the wound and the injury immediately recovered, automatically taking effect. Li Qingshan suddenly felt that his intelligence was not enough. Litlin grinned and retreated to the side. Of course, this was not a wild guess. While Li Qingshan was pondering over the phoenix feather, she had read a large amount of information related to it. Li Qingshan held Xiaoan in his arms and kissed her heavily on the forehead. "There's nothing for you to say. I really don't know what to do." At the same time, the 4 grandmasters returned to the commandery city of Rui, to the commandery lord's estate. He had come to report to the Marquis of Rui. Sitting in the reception pavilion, they looked at each other in dismay, feeling somewhat dejected. Before long, the Marquis of Rui strode out to receive them and bowed first. "I've made the 4 of you wait. May I ask how the battle went?" A trace of embarrassment and shame appeared on the faces of the 4 of them, and their hearts became more and more furious. His trip to the Clear River Prefecture this time was like clenching his fist and punching the air. He couldn't find a place to use his abilities. Instead, he was ridiculed by that monster. However, he naturally could not say those words out loud. The white-robed scholar cupped his hands and said, "Lord County Governor, that demon is truly crafty. He's hiding and he doesn't give off any aura at all. We can't find him." The Marquis of Rui blamed himself. "It's all because of my lack of preparation, causing the 4 of you to go through so much trouble. I really can't absolve myself from the blame. I'll send someone to invite fellow Feng right now." The white-robed scholar's expression relaxed and he said with a smile, "I just need fellow Taoist Feng to perform a divination. That evildoer definitely has nowhere to hide." The so-called fellow Feng was called Feng Buchuan. He was Ma Bai's master, the greatest figure of the school of Yin Yang across the entire Rui commandery. His words always came true. The arts of divination were rather renowned across the entire Green Province. The Marquis of Rui possessed monstrous authority. Before long, a streak of light flew over from the horizon, landing in the courtyard outside the reception pavilion. The newcomer had crooked eyes and a crooked mouth. He had a chicken chest and a hunchback. He was extremely ugly and one of his eyes was turbid as if he was blind. He stood there twisting his body and with one eye he swept his gaze over everyone. In a hoarse and unpleasant voice he said, "Marquis, why have you summoned me here?" He seemed extremely rude, even though he did not have any intentions of being rude. The white-robed scholar frowned. He felt slightly uncomfortable. If it were not for the aura he gave off, no one would have connected him to a golden core cultivator. However, he sighed inside, "Fellow Feng, just how handsome was he in the past? It's just a single divination failure, causing him to suffer a backlash from the heavenly secrets, and he's reduced to such a state. This Tao of divination is simply too dangerous." The Marquis of Rui became even more polite, explaining the reason to Feng Buchuan. Cultivators skilled in divination had always been extremely rare, and those who could reach golden core were even rarer. As for Feng Buchuan, he was someone who could enter and leave the provincial lord's estate freely in the past. Although he had declined now, he still dared not treat him lightly. Feng Buchuan said, "That's easy. I'm willing to go to the Clear River Prefecture with you grandmasters." The Marquis of Rui smiled. "That would be for the best. Once we kill that wretched demon, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." When Feng Buchuan heard "handsomely," he shuddered for no reason and smiled stiffly. The 4 golden core cultivators immediately shrank to 5. As a marquis, the Marquis of Rui had managed the Rui commandery for several millennia. The connections he had established reached every corner of the Rui commandery. He could basically mobilize all the cultivators from the 100 schools of thought. He had only sent Wen Jingming and the other 3 because the Moon Devil had a blood feud with the Pine Suff Academy. Sending 4 golden core cultivators to kill a demon general was already far too much of an exaggeration. If he wanted to find someone, he could even find 10 golden core cultivators. If he asked, even the sect masters and elders of the sects would have to show him some respect. He had never considered taking action personally, nor had he ever doubted that when he wanted a demon general to die, he would have to die. When Jingming's group arrived above Moon Court Lake once more, Feng Buchuan fished out a shining geomantic compass from the tattered pouch at his waist. The geomantic compass was divided into several circles, covered in strange glyphs. It suddenly began to spin. Under Li Qingshan's control, the phoenix feather left behind wounds on his body. Two invisible zippers seemed to exist on the wounds, ripping them open and closing them at the same time, leaving behind not a single mark. The phoenix feather turned into a scarlet streak of light, dancing around Li Qingshan madly like he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. However, Li Qingshan's eyes shone brighter and brighter as if he could not feel any pain at all. The phoenix feather also shone brighter and brighter. As it was drenched in blood, the power it contained fused into Li Qingshan's body strand by strand. Only when the final strand of power had been completely drained did the phoenix feather turn blood red. Little and warned, heart. The phoenix's nerve rebirth, undying heart. With a swish, the phoenix feather stabbed towards Li Qingshan's chest, piercing his skin and flesh and stabbing into his heart. His heart stopped beating in that moment, sinking into a deathly stillness. Li Qingshan circulated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to its limits. In his sea of consciousness, the phoenix raised its head and let out a long cry. The phoenix feather suddenly ignited, turning into a ball of flame. Its scarlet color contained intense vitality. Combustion, transformation, rebirth. It was like a miniature nirvana. Li Qingshan's heart also flashed with red light, growing brighter and brighter. Through his skin, one could even see a ball of fiery red, vaguely making out the image of a dancing phoenix. There was a bang. It was like the first clap of thunder in early spring, shattering the glaciers and reviving all living things. Li Qingshan's heart pounded violently, channeling the mysterious power contained in the phoenix feather through his veins to his limbs and bones, making them as hot as fire. Li Qingshan stood up involuntarily, dancing wildly with this power. He subconsciously raised his head and raised his legs, all containing a wondrous sense of beauty. As he swung his arms, it was like a phoenix spreading its wings. His surroundings shone with dazzling red light, illuminating the entire dwelling. Quite a while later, the red light gradually subsided. Li Qingshan landed on the ground and clutched his thumping heart. He felt extremely comfortable. Powerful life force filled his body. Right now he was confident that if he fought Helicoverpa again, he would definitely gain the upper hand. With the phoenix's scripture of nirvana, he had finally refined the phoenix feather and obtained a sliver of the phoenix's bloodline. Although he had yet to truly reach the first layer of the phoenix transformation, he believed he only needed to return underground and gather endless magma and fire to condense another phoenix embryo, and he would definitely succeed. Just when Li Qingshan was about to set off, the spirit turtle's demon core suddenly gave off a powerful reaction. He immediately knew, someone is using divination to divine my location. Sure enough, those old coots won't let me go so easily. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. He settled his mind and closed his eyes. Under the eager gazes of Wen Jingming and the others, the compass spun rapidly. Feng Buchuan's forehead became covered in sweat, but he was unable to find the moon devil at all. He must possess a method to obscure the heavenly secrets. The spirit turtle was hidden deep within the abyss. Who knew where it was? However, Feng Buchuan refused to give up so easily, as he could sense a sliver of an opening in the opponent's power, like a ray of light in the darkness. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had only refined the phoenix feather by suppressing the spirit turtle's power. As his comprehension of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression deepened, he had basically weakened the spirit turtle's repulsion to the greatest degree. Normally he would not feel any abnormalities, but in an intense battle of heavenly secrets, it manifested. His bloodline surged and demon chi surged. It was like a pebble had been stuck in his shoe. It was not fatal, but it was very uncomfortable. Little and held the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and gently pressed it against Li Qingshan's forehead. He practiced the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots and immediately made up for the opening. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. He smiled. The compass stopped spinning and Feng Buchuan's face stiffened. He opened his mouth wide, completely ignoring the drool that dripped down. The scholar in white asked in a hurry, "Fellow Feng, how is it?" As if he had been electrocuted, Feng Buchuan also seemed to jerk awake from a nightmare. He leapt up and hopped around like a strange monkey. He said crazily, I found it. I found it." When Jingming said, "Fellow Feng, have you found where the wretched demon is hiding?" Feng Buchuan suddenly grabbed Wen Jingming's shoulder. He used so much strength that Wen Jingming felt a stab of pain. He looked at Feng Buchuan in shock, only to see a stream of turbid tears flowing out of Feng Buchuan's blind eye, while his clear eye was filled with ecstasy. I want to see Her Highness the Dark Queen. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.